people who can put together a program or develop an app or something, I would just go on a shopping spree. Um, as long as people do not rush to the banks to take their money, Russian economy, Russian banks can sustain this situation for quite a while. However, as soon as they rush, and they would do it if there is a panic, as soon as they rush, it will be the story when a little boy made a bank bankrupt because he wanted his $1 back, and the bank started talking him out of this idea, and then turned out everybody rushed to the bank because they wanted money, because suddenly they did not really trust the bank anymore to have the money in first place. So again, this is matter of panic. When they will, yes.
Alex, we need to interrupt you. We'll come back to the banking runs of future Russia right after the upcoming interview, because our guest, our returning guest, Lubov Tibulska, has already joined us.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Put a pin on it. Put a pin on it. We'll come back right after this interview to you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. And with that, Lubov, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me today.
Very welcome. And well, what shall we say? I was about to say something funny, but then again, I was completely taken aback by the fact that somebody sent me the official profile of the Kuban Autonomous Republic of Ukraine, and that 106.52% of Kuban citizens voted to join Ukraine. That is what I would call hybrid warfare.
Yes, absolutely. I would say that there is so much humor, in communications, especially coming from Ukraine these days. And that's what surprises me the most, that Ukraine manages to give the world the beautiful story, the story full of pain, of course, but also in beauty and humor and all other stuff. Communications haven't managed to give anything except anger and cruelty.
That's interesting that, as you rightly highlighted, out of all the tragedy, out of all the pain, the resilience and depth of culture is visible, and it comes with a massive amount of humor, ridicule, and resistance. People will not stop.
Yes, absolutely. Resistance and also compassion, and it always, like it's a full-fledged, story. We fight and protect, for instance, pets, like cats and dogs on the front line. We have weddings on the front line. We fight in the midst of these terrible events. We fight for LGBT rights. There are so many sides in this war, and I think that we cope pretty well showing all these sides to the world, because again, this war is about values first of all. And when we speak to other audiences, especially international audiences, we want to show that we actually share your values. Look, we understand your cultural codes, we understand your humor, we were raised on the same music, the same literature. I think it's very important to understand this.
I think we discussed it once before, that we said that essentially Ukraine is us and we are with Ukraine, because we are essentially deeply European.
And the thing is that Ukraine used to be a Russian colony. It used to be occupied by Russia, and we didn't have a chance to tell our own story. And now we finally have this chance. And I think that we're using it fully. And because basically it's the first time in our history when the world is actually listening to us, listening to what we are saying. And I've been there, for years. I've been speaking about hybrid threats coming from Russia for, for 8 years. And I remember saying many times to different audiences that, for instance, there is this whole cultural thing, how Russia always was trying to appropriate Ukrainian artists, Ukrainian musicians, and it's a huge problem because these people, they belong to Ukraine, and we didn't have a chance to tell about them. And the whole world, for instance, knows about Malevich or Alexandra Exter, but usually people think that they are Russians, and they were not. And there is a whole separate battle for cuisine, for Ukrainian cuisine, when Russia is trying to appropriate Ukrainian borscht, for instance. It's this all these things are very important, because otherwise we are perceived as not independent, as not, developed. People used to see us as a part of Russia, and finally we have this chance to tell our story.
Yeah, and at the same time, even when tragedy has to be reported, the Russians are trying to use this in order to derogate and disparage Ukrainian heritage and Ukrainian resiliency. If you look at the example of Yuri Kerpatenko, famous conductor and musician in Kherson of international fame, was with the Giria Orchestra. As it seems, he has been executed. Russia claims he was an alcoholic. The amount of insult being added to injury is beyond, but at the same time, Ukraine falsified data, falsified data. It is absolutely astonishing. It's like this is just yet another crime.
Absolutely. The first thing Russians do when they occupy new territories, which hasn't happened for a long time already, they burn Ukrainian books and Ukrainian art pieces. So they're trying to remove basically signs of Ukrainian identity, and they forbid Ukrainian language and bring Russian teachers. And also, like in Kherson, for instance, they brought huge TV screens with Russian propaganda. So they're immediately trying to get people into this Russian propaganda bubble, an information bubble. And absolutely, this is genocidal war, and we've been saying this for all these almost 8 months. Wherever they go, we see the same pattern of behavior. They destroy libraries, theaters, they burn books, they remove art pieces, they kill, torture, and rape. And all these things are indicators of genocide.
It is no surprise then that when we see the videos recently, when Ukraine made substantial advances in the Kharkiv Oblast and freed places such as Izium, that a large part of the population, and I'm not talking about Liman, which is a special case, Krasny Liman, but in most of the other townships, villages, and cities freed and liberated, we see Ukrainian citizens racing up to the soldiers and welcoming them, just as many people welcomed American soldiers freeing France or the Netherlands, for that matter, from occupation. Can you tell us a little bit more about how this is reflected in Ukrainian society and media?
I think that we cannot watch without tears. We cannot watch such videos without tears in our eyes because it's just impossible. We can only imagine what these people have gone through, and we understand why they are so happy. Yeah, these videos and pictures, they are viral, and I like especially those where Ukrainian ladies are trying to feed our soldiers, and they're bringing some food to their tanks, to their vehicles, and basically just pushing this food, trying to convince them to eat. And yeah, this is very touching, obviously. Yeah, like this is this absolutely beautiful sight when you liberate your own land. Obviously everybody is happy, but at the same time, as I said, wherever they go, we see that they do the same. And how they treat local population, and I know because a few people, and some of my friends, they were under occupation, and they all say that it's just absolutely it's absolute horror, because these people, they are, I mean, Russian soldiers, they are inhumane, they humiliate. If they do not even rape or torture, they always humiliate, they destroy everything. So I think, yeah, it's like we write Ukrainian history right now.
What has, in the past 3-4 weeks, we've seen a change, or at least this is how we perceive it, and our friends on location in Ukraine have reported this to an extent that is new. There is a sense of urgency, momentum, but also of winning amongst the Ukrainians, despite missile attacks, despite artillery shells, despite the many, many deaths of soldiers, and despite the atrocities. Can you talk to this a little and tell us how the Ukrainian society in recent weeks has perceived the liberation campaign?
Yes, indeed. This latest counteroffensive gave a lot of hope that this war might be ended soon. But also, I think we all understand that the world is getting this fatigue. Why should we focus our attention so long? And I keep hearing these voices from in different countries that why should we pay why should we give money to Ukraine, and why this war lasts so long? And I think we have to understand that, and this, and take advantage, capable of winning. This is very important. And if we want to have this level of support from our partners, our allies, we have to show that we are able to win, because nobody wants to invest in losers. We understand that taxpayers in different countries, in Western countries, sooner or later will ask their governments, why do we give so much support to Ukraine? Why do we give so much money to Ukraine while we have such expensive energy bills, for instance? We understand this, so we want to show that you support us, and it's not in vain. We are going to win, and this victory will mean a lot for you as well. I think this is the message we all want to transmit. But also, obviously, and for Ukrainians, it's important. It is exhausting indeed, and we understand that there are people in these territories, occupied territories, who are waiting for us, who are waiting for our soldiers to come and liberate them. And these people are suffering, and the longer the occupation lasts, the more these people suffer. So I think everybody understand that we have uh, to be as strong as possible and to end this war as soon as possible. And again, this is our message to many countries, including global south, those countries which are suffering from food security, blackmail from Russia, that we are interested in ending this war. But we, at the same time, and I think it's very important to underline, we do not want to have all these peace talks on Russian terms, peace, because we understand that if we start these negotiations with Russia right now, having all these territories occupied and all these people being suffering, and then it will just give Russia an opportunity to strengthen their army, to rebuild it, to regroup it, to freeze the conflict, to switch to the hybrid format, and then to attack us again. So we need peace on Ukrainian terms, which fully coincides with the international law, by the way. So we want our territory, we want accountability, we want to get reparations, we want to get money for all these losses, economical losses including, and that would be peace for us.
How does the path to this look like when the general staff evidently prosecutes this war very methodically? How well prepared is the civil society and our civilian population to support the Ukrainian armed forces? Do you see population, or do you believe that there is more than sufficient commitment? Because people were worried about the October, so to say, not the SADs, but people were getting to 8 months into it. This is typically a decisive period after any kind of conflict. How does Ukrainian society deal with it?
I think that Ukrainian society has this absolute determination to fight till the end, till the victory, because we all understand that we just do not have other choice. There is no, way back or wait aside. We cannot just, surrender. We cannot somehow cooperate with Russians after everything that has happened. It's just impossible. It's about our survival, whether we will leave or not. This is all about it. And Ukrainians are very united and determined to win. And the thing is that I think that Russians, they do not really understand and they do not really know Ukrainians. Somehow, maybe, I don't know, they really think that Ukrainians are like Russians. They think that if they push us, that we will surrender. But with us, it's impossible. And we proved it many times in our history. The more you kill us, the more we resist. And after today's attack, when we all, woke up hearing all these terrible multiple explosions, when I went out to the streets, I realized that there was no fear at all. Everybody was very calm, angry, of course, but absolutely determined to fight even more and even harder. So I don't think that Ukrainians can get this fatigue or exhaustion, because otherwise we will all be, or tortured or raped or killed. And Ukrainian civil society, talking about civil society, I would say that 2014, and fortunately we had those years to analyze Russian communication behavior as well. So, and I think that's what surprised the Kremlin the most. Then, when the full-scale war started back 8 months ago, they were not ready that Ukrainians actually knew how Russians would behave, and Ukrainians were already equipped. And we took initiative from the very beginning, especially in the information space. They were not ready for this. They were not ready that Ukrainians would get united, like everybody would become an information warrior, for instance. And I know it well because at that moment when the war started, I decided I was getting so many different requests from people I know that bomb shelter. Just give me a task. What should I do? So at some point, I realized that I have to divide these people by audience and by topic. So I started coordinating a few groups, and these people were information warriors, and we still are very organized and coordinated, but at the same time, and that is also something that Russia will never understand, at the same time, we are absolutely decentralized. So there is no one center or one vertical where all decisions are being made. No, like everybody knows what to do. That's why we very often compare ourselves to bees. We are like bees. We might fight and argue with each other, but when something happens, when we have this external threat, we just all get together and we know where to fly and whom to sting.
Interesting part as you compared it to a beehive, but the decentralized setup is essentially a key aspect of a civil society which has its roots deep, quite literally, in the soil of Ukraine. People always say that the strength of American society is its, say, deep roots, bottom up as a society than top down. There is less of an authoritarian aspect. And Ukraine is essentially, by now, having freed itself from Soviet communism, from Soviet rule, and now the Russian suppression over time. Ukraine is redefining that. It is the antithesis of Russia in that regard. It is the desire of its population is evidently to build things from the ground up. There's a significant amount of republicanism and strength in that, and republican as in be it a republic, meaning people interacting with each other from the Hromada level upwards.
You're absolutely right, and you speak about initiative, but also creativity, and this is the difference between Ukrainian and Russian army, because basically army, this is a reflection of the society, right? And in Ukrainian army, we see that there is no this strict chains of command. Like people can take initiative, people can be creative, people can show themselves on the battlefield. They have no fear, and at the same time, that's why Russia is losing, because the whole system, the way their army is built, it's not about human, it's not about creativity, it's not about initiative, and that's why they have so many problems on the battlefield. They have problems with the morale, with ammunition, with everything, because it's this whole mindset they have is a reflection of the structure, how they so yeah, I think that you're absolutely right that decentralization somehow helped us a lot, and it's also historically rooted in Ukraine. Like Ukrainians were always very decentralized, and we never had one single center. And I always call it against authoritarianism. There were some attempts of some people like Yanukovych, our former president, before Maidan, before 2014, to establish this vertical system, but they failed because it just actually after Maidan, and it will be impossible after the war, definitely, because people felt finally that they should take responsibility and they can change something. This is very important, and unfortunately Russian society totally doesn't have this feeling. They always, if you listen to to interviews of Russian people, they always say that, what can I do? I'm just a small little person. I can do nothing. I have no influence. And this is not how we feel in Ukraine. If we are not happy with something, if we are not happy with our government, if we are not happy with the decisions of our government, we should go and protest, and that's what we do. And we have a sort of a history of victories, I would say. We have a few Maidans, a few revolutions, and um, yeah, probably that's why currently we see this level of resistance.
Now, one gratifying event was today that 108 women were returned in the prisoner exchange, 37 thereof who were evacuated from Azovstal.
We are very happy. There is no other reaction. How can we react? Everybody the thing is that every time our heroes come back to Ukraine, our POWs, Ukrainians express so much happiness and joy and compassion. And next day we have these multiple stories in media. These people, they get to covers of magazines, like they're everywhere. And it's totally again different in Russia. They do not even know their own POWs. They do not know who are actually coming back to them. We can glorify our heroes, and this is also important part of our. Actually, it has direct influence on mobilization in Ukraine as well. If Ukrainians see that they are appreciated, they go and fight more willingly. And in Russia, it's absolutely different.
And one of those who were free today is, of course, Victoria Obidina. She's the mother of that 4-year-old Alicia, the girl many people have seen in the past. There are certain moments which they seem too good to be true, but on the other hand, they are the direct result of this insistence and patience and careful negotiations, which evidently the Ukrainian armed forces and politicians are undertaking. This is a grand day for Ukraine.
It is. And, this so-called female exchange, and we know how Russians treat our females, and we are very happy that they are finally here at home in Ukraine.
Let's switch gears from this a little before we go to Hans and questions from our panel. What will happen, given the fact that we discussed culture beforehand, and what the strength of the Ukrainian civil society actually has, deeply rooted in its culture, and having survived the authoritarianism. When looking at Krasny Liman, which is an exemption to a large extent in Ukraine for various historical reasons, where seemingly collaborators have been heavily engaged in helping the Rashists, the occupation army, in their effort, how will it work for Ukraine to help those people migrate back, both from recently occupied territories where it may be simpler and easier, traumatized as they are, but also those who, for whatever reason, were unable to flee or decided to remain in the occupied territories since 2014. And I'm allowing for the fact that many people may not have been able to flee, or were for family reasons or for precariousness of their economic setup, be unable to flee. What do you think Ukraine can do and will do in future?
I think that Ukraine has already meaning that first of all we are going to liberate these regions, we are going to deoccupy them, but we also explain these people in these territories that have no fear if you stay there it in any way, if you haven't collaborated somehow with the Russian authorities, then there is no danger that you are Ukrainian and we will treat you as Ukrainian. And I think that our government is very well articulate on this. But also, I would say that what we should do, we should bring Ukrainian culture, because these people, as you said, they were informationally isolated a lot, and they do not know what was happening. They do not know about modern Ukraine, how modern Ukraine has been living these years. If we talk about those who are under occupation from 2014. So I think it would be extremely important to bring Ukrainian culture, but to bring it gently. We should all understand that in all these years that these people were under pressure, that they've been convinced that Ukrainian government has abandoned them, and that Ukrainian people are hostile to them. So we have to be very sensitive, and we have to have very specific, tailored campaigns, and to work with this trauma as well.
There's a key aspect in this, which you just highlighted, the information isolation. We had a couple of our, say, war correspondents and journalists who've been traveling in the region, who've been with us on various accounts, who had been to Slavyansk and Kramatorsk. One of them, Bryce Wilson, knows the area rather well and has been to Kramatorsk many times and for many years. He highlighted that opposite the hotel, everybody was essentially on site with, from the journalist, which then later was bombed, and what he called older babuzas, or as the Russian would call them, babushkas, who were sitting on close to the hotel on a bench, and often enough when the journalists passed by, making rather, shall we say, disparaging remarks. And they were evidently, when interviewed and when discussed with, very much in favor of Russian propaganda, because they were all being subjected to it, whilst it, of course, on Ukrainian territory, but television and satellite dishes were directed at them, and they were consuming Russian media and Russian media only. So it is not just the fact that people were occupied and subjugated, it is the diet of information they've been fed for many years. Many people will have to rediscover what has happened.
Yes, you're right. I don't. I have nothing to add because, like, we have had so many stories like this for years. You know, when people leaving, like, being liberated by Ukrainian army back in 2015, for instance, 16, they were happy to be in Ukraine, like in Ukraine's controlled territory, but they were happy to get Ukrainian salaries and payments, but they still watched, you know, all this Solovyov and Skabeva and all this, you know, evil people propaganda coming from Russia. Um, yeah, somehow it this confusion works. You have to work with this. Like, these are our people. We have to understand that they found themselves under very difficult circumstances, and we have to work with this very special attitude, I would say.
Yes. Well, let's move to a couple of our people on the panel. Doman, you had a question.
Thank you, Axel. And thank you for being with us, Luba. First of all, I have a quick note from Ben, who can't speak because he has lots of background noise. He just wants to say that don't worry, that the Friends of Ukraine have patience. The army has time. The people have time. Even if it takes a year, 2 years to push the Russians out, we will be there. Don't think that you're under pressure and need to bring results somehow. And I'm minded to at least partially agree with Ben. But I have a very high level question to ask you, and this would be very, very broad strokes. But Russian military thinks of information warfare as a huge component of their total warfare approach. They sow fear, they sow division in countries around the world, countries around the free world. Of course, they've done so very much within Ukraine. At the same time, Ukrainian communication is driven far more than by inciting fear, by inciting terror in people, or worry even, in far more towards determination, showing the determination that Ukrainians have. Showing true, genuine emotion. Above all, hope, determination, wish for freedom, a free life, an unencumbered life. Certainly not one encumbered by a colonialist empire that wishes to pull Ukraine back into its not just orbit, but much more so back into the empire. How do you see this difference between a country, a regime that thrives on information warfare, yet being defeated in the information warfare space by truth, honesty, a love for freedom, and fundamentally really empathy and determination?
Thank you for this question, and thank you for your encouraging words. I would say that it's all about freedom. Like, we are free, and that's why we are creative, and that's we don't feel restricted. We express what we feel. At the same time, in Russia, it's yes, it is very thorough and well prepared techniques, technologies, but you cannot beat freedom. I understand that it's a answer in broad strokes, but that's how it is. Like, as I said, the whole country got united, and like, everybody is fighting. Everybody is ambassador, informational ambassador of its own country, Ukraine, now, and we fight for freedom, and we are free in what we do, what we express. And in Russia, there's no such situation. the whole regime relies on apathy and fear of its society. And I wouldn't even call Russian society civil society. They do not have civil society, unfortunately. It is a sleepy society, and you can do whatever you want with a sleepy society. And they are not free. They they cannot show what you just listed, this honesty and all those things. They have nothing to show, and that's exactly why we are winning.
Thank you. And
Was it
let me
enough?
just
Was it
ask.
enough? Or
It was perfect. Let me just ask you one little thing beyond that. One of the things that Russia is now trying to do, now that they are, the military people say that Russia has suffered already a strategic defeat in Ukraine, and now it's just a matter of time and lives on as to how long it will take in various dimensions to kick Russia out of Ukraine. Um, at the same time, Russia has realized that clearly, and it's trying to, or maybe it hasn't, but it realized it has to step up its efforts, and it's trying to assault the free world, right, with information warfare, trying to sway the minds, trying to sway societies, trying to incite stage protests, be it in Prague or in Bucharest or in Sofia or wherever else, possibly again, perhaps, work through political proxies. Um, how would you what would you ask the allies around the world? What would you ask them on how they should best protect themselves against this Russian information threat in order to better help Ukraine, for societies, for polities, for politicians not to waver in their support of Ukraine over the coming months?
I think that not usually, but maybe like a year ago, I would say that these countries should not be asleep. They should be aware what Russia is doing and how Russia is interfering in their lives and their deals. But now I would say that it's time to finally research and understand where this interference has already happened. I mean, economy or culture or whatever it is. Like, we all should understand Russian presence in our in Russia. There is no such thing like culture without politics. It's impossible. Or economy without politics, or diplomacy or whatever without it's just simply impossible. So I think that, yeah, we should all know about presence of either it's Russian assets, or Russian media or whatever, and that's how you can protect yourself, but also help Ukraine, support Ukraine, because the aim is Russia's aim is to polarize society, to sow, as you said, this division. Because if you are divided, if you're polarized and you fight with each other internally, then you just do not see, you cannot focus your attention on the external threat, and you are weak. And we saw this same pattern in the US, in France, in many other countries. That's how they do it. And they aim very well. They know how to play. And I remember back in 2017, I think my team and I, we made a research called Image of Europe in Russian media. So we wanted to show how the Kremlin, how the main Russian TV channels that have the largest popularity and coverage in Russia, how they portray European countries to their domestic audience. And I remember that the results were shocking, because it turned to be that the average ratio between positive and neutral and negative news were 14 to 86. So 86% of negative coverage on each country. And I remember when I came to France to present this research in Strasbourg, and I was showing examples, and the value of this research was that it was quantitative. We literally calculated all negative mentions of these countries on Russian 3 main TV channels. And I showed this, I presented our results, and some French diplomat told me that, it sounds so surreal. His answer was very French. It sounds so surreal that it's almost and I will never forget this answer, because that was the answer of a sleepy, of representative of sleepy society. And this is very dangerous, to be asleep. It's very dangerous not to pay attention on what. And you don't have to have attacked. Many governments do not understand.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your time and your thoughts. I'll pass the mic on to Craig.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Domin. I appreciate it. And thank you for joining us. I'm not sure what time it is in Ukraine, but it is, I'm sure, well past business hours, so to speak.
Quarter past 9.
Quarter past 9, yes. So thank you for spending your evenings with us. So the fair has a degree of self-awareness in it, right? We are aware of our enemies' vulnerabilities. We're aware of what we can do to make their life harder, make their operations harder, whether that be through the information space or anywhere else. But my question for you is that with a lot of success, with a lot of unification in the team, tell me how you guys help keep each other on track. Because a part of all this constant go, right, is you develop, or at least you risk developing, some series of groupthink where, not at least from a large perspective, but from a small perspective, that can lead to larger mistakes. And so I guess my question is, how do you guys do that so successfully as you have? Because to me, what's impressed me time and again is Ukraine's self-discipline, its self-control, it's quote unquote playing within themselves and not trying to do anything beyond. And that, I feel, is the unspoken success of this war, is from the general staff to the NCO on the battlefield. You have to recognize from a hybrid warfare perspective that if we have a decentralized system, then that means we have a lot of trust, or we have to have a lot of trust. And in order to do that, you have to make sure that your team is operating effectively while you are as well. And so can you kind of walk us through what that means for you guys as a team there, right? I understand you're a country, you're a nation, but on your level, there has to be some sort of deep bond between each other. Is that fair?
Thank you for this question. It is indeed, it's such a nice question. I would say that, historically, Ukrainians have this very special feature. We are very united when we have a crisis and we have this external threat, but we are totally divided when everything is okay and calm. Then we start fighting with each other, and we are relaxed, and decentralized, and we're not coordinating our efforts. So when the full invasion started, the society at once was like a beehive. Yes, it was like a one mechanism. And I would say that we were very lucky as as representative of civil society. We were very lucky that Ukrainian government were very open and honest, but also welcoming at that point. Like they were ready to accept whatever assistance we could provide. So we started this cooperation with different government organizations, with security agencies, basically at once. Everybody, as I said, everybody wanted to help. Like I had different chats on Signal and on other messengers, dedicated to different topics. Like I had TikTok chats, I had demoralization of Russian army chats, I had IT chat. I like, so many different people were trying to do something. And also I had chats with basically almost all bodies, like whether it's territorial defense forces, for instance, or it's MFA people or whatever. So it was very special moment. Like we always had very close cooperation, and this is why I said that we had time to prepare ourselves. We had 8 years. After Maidan, so many people joined from civil society, joined the government, and there was so much exchange of, knowledge, experience, energy, everything. And so in government and the rest of the society at all, like it's very alive community. So and 8 months ago, I remember that I got basically a task from one of our security agencies, and I had this question, like if I will show you the result. For instance, I would not say what was it, but they asked me to do some communication work. And I came back in 10 minutes and I said, okay, will you approve it? Like, should I show it to you before I start spreading this? And they said, no, we just fully trust you. Just do as you see it, and that's it. So I think that was very encouraging, and that's why our communications are so creative, because as you said, there is this bond, there is this trust and connection between all responsible parties. But it's somehow it's natural, and it's especially natural after Maidan, after 2014, for us. Yeah, I cannot imagine this back 20 years ago. But as I said, also, like historically, Ukrainians, they're good at managing crisis. They if they have this external threat, if they feel this physical danger, they can cope. They can actually, yeah, get united and fight. It's much more dangerous for us to be in this hybrid phase, when we are not understand when we don't understand who is who is with us, who are against us, and who is doing what, when everybody is arguing and fighting, and people do not understand where the threat is coming actually from. This is much more dangerous, and yeah, we are losing attention at the hybrid stage. But when you get, like myself today, when you wake up hearing Iranian drones and hearing all these terrible explosions, then obviously, and who is doing what, and whom you should unite with.
So you need to make sure that you can utilize the pressure, which creates consistency and coherence, in order to make sure that everybody gets it and knows what to do right now, their own agenda. Or will you be able to carry it through reconstruction?
I think that the price of this fight, the cost of this fight, is so high that we just do not have right, like moral right, to fail after the victory. during reconstruction. I think we will all, we will always remember what we paid for this. So yeah, I do believe that um, people will remember this.
Yeah, very good point. I know, mindful of your time, we have another 7 minutes. Let's go through questions. Troy and then Alex Castelli. Troy.
Hi, thank you, and thank you for your time today. I'm very happy to have a hybrid warfare information expert from Ukraine. So we have, I think that's about as expert as you can get someone in the country that's been under, or that Russia's been trying to keep under their heel for so long. And with that, I wanted to ask you a question about narratives and make sure this one is valid, because I've been thinking about this one lately with all the statements coming out from the West of people, trying to say that we should stop supporting Ukraine. And I know people in this space would agree with me, and we've talked about it very many times about there not being a war in recent memory with such a clear right and wrong party. One country invaded another sovereign country, and that sovereign country, Ukraine, is trying to defend itself from invasion and genocide. That's very clear to me, but unfortunately not clear to everybody. So we have stories, the Brothers Grimm fairy tales that were compiled in the early 19th century that inform a lot of our stories today. Like Cinderella and Rapunzel are essentially about a authoritarian parent locking up and holding down their kids just to serve their own need. Do you see a relevant parallel? Is that something that could be used to kind of drill down to the public that don't necessarily understand this war very well, that Ukraine is a sovereign country and has been trying to, make themselves a self-determined nation since before 1991, but on paper since 1991 when they were released from the Soviet Union when it collapsed. And Russia doesn't like that. They see someone trying to make themselves better and move on from the dark ages, and they can't stand it. And I think they know that if other people see it, they will do the same. So would you agree? I don't want to be cavalier and start making my own narratives here, but is that would you feel that's accurate for your situation in your country?
You're right. It's a very black and white conflict, and Ukraine is a typical underdog. Underdog character in this fight. We are smaller and weaker, but we we are winning because of our special, features, because of this openness and honest, like, yeah, and other stuff like kindness and the freedom, the most important, that we fight for freedom. And it's like David and Goliath, or like Rocky Balboa. And I always bring these examples when we speak about Ukraine's character in this war. And I think that we, as you also said, and all our participants today mentioned, that Ukraine is coping pretty well when it comes to the Western societies. But I do see that we could do much better when it comes to the global South. Because it's still, they do not see this war as the war between good and evil. They, some countries, especially countries in Africa, they have this Russian narrative that it's a new version of Cold War, and this is the fight between the West and Russia. And naturally, they ask a question like, why should we suffer from this? Why should we have high prices for our grain or corn? Why we should have a delay? So, and that's where we should put much more efforts. We should explain people in India, people in Brazil, people in Africa, in other countries, that this is actually not about West and Russia. This is about values. And if Ukraine loses, then it might This is very dangerous, because I do believe that, that many people, and we just recently heard this message from the French president, that we shouldn't provoke Russia, because there might be this third world war. I think that there is a much higher risk to have third world war if Ukraine loses this war, because this war currently is about democracy. If Ukraine fails, then it's going to be a very vivid, very clear signal to other authoritarian regimes that you can do whatever you want. You are not going to be punished. Like they will believe that, well, if Russia succeeded, if Russia it's crucial right now to get, for us, for Ukrainians, to get as much support as possible, because if we fail, it actually might lead to something much larger and much more dangerous.
Well, as we said beforehand, there is momentum. The momentum is on Ukraine's side. Dedication of civil society is there, and the methodical approach and the skill the Ukrainian army and its general staff have shown lead us. The coalition of the willing, the global coalition of the willing flowing in, Ukraine can handle this. We have one last question, a quick one from Alex Caftelli. Mindful of your time, Lubov. I hope we have a minute left. Alex. Alex?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So the question with regard to hybrid warfare, would be this. If you can map the segments Ukraine needs to work with in terms of this hybrid war, and by hybrid I mean propaganda war. Like on one hand would be high-profile influencers, like there have been these crazy tweets that unless you give Putin Crimea immediately, they will start nuclear war. Like somehow there is this conviction which is kind of dangerous. And on the other hand, there are, like, within Russian societies a lot of problems that can be exploited. For example, like the so-called mujiks, like people who live under criminal law, they under no circumstances the country, and suddenly they are mobilized. So you look at different social stratas in different places, and it looks like each of these groups need different talking points, different messages. And so what is your take on it? How you would segment these social groups?
Can you please clarify what social groups? Where exactly? Within Russia or somewhere else? I don't really get. Are we talking about social media platforms, or we are talking about social groups in Russian society? I don't get this.
Okay, so let's say Twitter on one hand, high-profile influencers, and on the other hand, all the way, if you map, like, if 100% is all your hybrid efforts, like what percentage would be each of these segments, and what segments do you even see?
Okay, where
This
are
is
we
broad
looking,
question.
right? Yeah,
I'm
okay.
sorry. Yeah.
Which audiences we target? Okay. Well, my team, are we speaking about larger Ukrainian communication
I
effort?
think it's your team. And above, I think it's what you target, your team,
Okay.
how you see it.
Um, my team, I have a few teams, and we target Russian audience as well, specifically Russian military, but I cannot speak about it like at all. I just can't, because it might disrupt my work. But I would say that it's equal. Like we work for Ukrainian audience, encourage them to fight and raise their spirit, but we also obviously do advocacy and spread messages for international audience. I think that all these audiences are important. And in Ukraine, we have groups and we have communication teams which are doing this pretty well. Like if we talk about my team, I do it in 3 directions, and I would say that it's like 30%.
All righty. Thank you very much for that, Dubov. This was very enlightening and a very helpful session for most of us. I would say thank you yet again, Jakub. I would hope that we'll have the privilege again soon enough.
Thank you so much. Yes, I would love to come and speak to you again. Thank you.
Very much
Thank you for your
appreciated, everybody.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts.
So, this was who's been with us beforehand and is not only an expert when it comes to information warfare, quite literally, and hybrid warfare, but is a source of many, many different engaging topics when it comes to the transition Ukraine has made and how strong and how resilient the Ukrainian society has become in fending off Russian imperialism. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Doman, what has gone up? What has exploded more recently? Was that really a bloody plane with ordnance?
So, to the best of my understanding, what happened was there's a Russian pilot flying what seems to be an Su-34, which is I don't know how much it costs, $30 million. I mean, it's basically irreplaceable for Russia because they don't have parts to make more anyway. But pretty expensive bit of thing. And the pilot was just flying it around, the Sea of Azov, as one does. Well, doesn't anymore in his case. And probably decided to light up a cigarette. The problem was it was a very smoky cigarette, and it completely filled the cockpit. So he didn't see where he was going anymore. And suddenly, just jumped at him. He barely had time to jump out. Well, one of them did. The other one didn't. I don't know. It's a 2-seater jet, if I understand correctly. And yeah. Yay! Was what he said. And those are the last words.
Yeah, and you could see on this video, respectively, on the imagery, you could still see a parachute going down.
Quite. You can see one parachute, and the other didn't jump out. So, yeah. I don't know what else to say, really. What Air Force doing?
Evidently not much in terms of real coordinated efforts.
It was very coordinated. It was very tightly coordinated with that apartment block.
Yes.
Almost. They worked as one eventually.
God as well. And Chris, Colby, did you see
and I have actually geolocated this, so we know for a fact that this happened.
What was your response? Was it yay?
What was my what?
Your response to it.
Goldman.
Sorry, I'm being very onomatopoeic because it's late here and that's what you're gonna get. The town is called Yeisk, which is yay as an exclamation of joy and cheer, and followed by I apologize.
Yehuda's dad
Do
jokes are
carry on.
infecting the rest of the crew here, I see.
So somebody posited that it might have been a L-39 or whatever it's called trainer made in Czechoslovakia, possibly the Czech Republic. Except those apparently, and this was reported a few days ago, no longer have appropriate spare parts to make their eject. It's not that, because you know what I mean anymore. So it must have been something else, such as maybe an Su-34. But Colby, do we know if it's an Su-34? That's a much better question than me and my onomatopoeic jokes.
It's being reported by a lot of people that it is. I haven't dug into that much deeper, so I'll see if we have definitive proof that it was in fact an Su-34 or not.
Leonardo, do you have any? Because you put up 100 sign when I asked that question of Colby, so I would guess that you might know.
Yes. As far as I read, it was a Su-34, and in the videos you hear explosions, which sound like ordnance. I don't know if so many cars were there around, but was quite a big fire. So yeah, and as far as I understood, it was a two-seater plane. Is Su-34 a two-seater?
Yes, but we do not know whether it was flown by only one pilot or whether only one got out yet.
Yeah, and as far as I read, the pilot said something like, but this is alleged, it's the internet. But the pilot said they started and one of the engines started burning. So yeah, maybe in the next days what happened, I guess. But these are the allegations, rumors are around.
I'm sorry, I'm watching the video of the pilot afterwards.
Oh, excellent. That's exactly what I was going to point out, Dom, and that's why I came on. And also, just to say, it's Yeisk, right?
No,
Anyway,
it's Yeisk.
there we go.
It's Yeisk.
No, it's Yeisk. It's got
Yeisk.
Moreland. There's a second try.
People, we're going to do a 15-minute vocal contest as to what the pilot exclamated.
It's
You're not
definitely
going to say.
what?
You're not going to say Yeisk. You're not going to say
Yeisk.
Yeisk.
Yeah,
You're
Yeisk.
going to say Yeisk. Like, give it some welly,
It's not Yeisk. It's Yeisk. It's only one syllable.
No, there's two for sure.
No, it's one.
No,
Lunchtime. Of the two of us, who do you think is better at Russian?
Well, who's better at onomatopoeia?
Exactly. Who's better at crying out loud? Yeisk.
Exactly.
People.
I think we should have a Twitter poll.
Yeisk.
Yeisk. Anyway, enough.
Anybody else? Anything to offer on Yeisk?
Yes,
Can we
I
get
do.
the Swedish vote?
Yeah. Isn't that Yeisk very close to crush noodle?
It is in Krasnodar Krai, indeed.
No, we pronounce it crush noodle. Yeah.
Yes, I understand. It's the Hungarian orthography, right? Where an S symbol is read as a sh.
Exactly.
Yes, Krasnodar.
Are we going to Czechoslovakia?
You're saying the pilot was drunk?
No, he was smoking. I mean, you could. He was smoking something strong by the look of it afterwards.
Okay, in the wonderful play that shall not be named, obviously Shakespeare used what? He used the porter scene as comic relief. Thank you, everybody. Yeisk.
Yeisk.
Oh, yes.
We need someone else to say something quickly.
Yes?
Chris, save us.
Yeah, it's gone off the rails here, hasn't it? Yeah, Axel, I was just actually going to ask you something about Germany. We hear so much about, they're flip-flopping and not really going all in. I'm just curious, is that a symbolic? Are we looking for them to be in because of some symbolism? Is that the importance of them being in or more all in? I'm just curious. I mean, is there anything that they can offer? I know the tanks, but even if they were all in, I don't think they're going to offer the tanks if nobody else is. So I'm just curious. There's a lot of emphasis put on Germany and they're waffling. So is there something that they can offer that's going to change the course of the war? Or again, is it just a symbolic thing that kind of like a cohesive thing with NATO?
It is the release. It really is the release. Germany, yes, can allow its industry to release existing amounts of, in Germany, by the way, parked Leopard 1s and Marders. It could technically, this is at least the discussion I've had with senior German officers, who also say that they really do not fear being invaded by either the Dutch or the Danish at this point in time, albeit that the tax dispute with Luxembourg has really culminated to the point that it could be quite fiery. Therefore, it is highly unlikely that Germany will need most of its to defend against the border of Letzeburg. So technically they could give some of them and donate some of them, albeit that they don't want to, from the existing Bundeswehr stock. But the release of what is industry held is easy and simple. Germany does still have a few Gepards, which it could give from existing stock, that's true. There's also more IRIS-T capacity, albeit that most of it would have to be manufactured, but there is more capacity at hand. But in the release of third parties holding Leopards and holding Leopard 1s and 2s, as well as other kit, is the crux of all of this. And that release, when it came, or if and when it is to come, and I tend to still believe that it will come sooner rather than later, given the pressure being exerted on Germany at this point in time. And I'll give you one anecdote as to how pressure works, because reality ultimately sets in. Germany, at this point in time, this should also release industry supplying modern equipment. This is the ultimate impact. Boxers, some of them are furnished and available, could be taken off contract and delivered there. Rather than delivering links to Mr. Orban and his fatalistically Putinesque regime, links which have just been sent there could very well, in a deferral of contract by means of Germany as a republic, making a clear statement on which side it stands for the first time in 110 years, have Lynx, Puma, and FedEx delivered to Ukraine. Modern, sensible, reliable technology. This is all doable, and the German Chancellery knows exactly what's available because the German weapon system industry told them starting 3 days into this invasion. 3 days into it, all the German weapon systems manufacturers did actually highlight what is available, and then the German Chancellery struck off everything from the list. So yes, in answer to your question, it's absolutely doable. There's a lot to be gotten, there's a lot to be released, and there's a lot to be released, which then the coalition of the willing partners could actually bring into theater, and that makes a great deal of sense. Now, this also pertains to ordnance and ammunition. It also would pertain to more anti-tank mines. And the Germans have delivered a lot of them. It would also pertain to Panzerfaust, of which the Germans have delivered a lot already as well. So there's a lot more Germany can do. It can actually do disproportionately more than others because of its industrial and manufacturing strength and capacity. This is why people are always looking to Germany. But now come the two examples. One good, one bad. Where pressure has worked, finally, but the pressure comes from the industry and from pure fact is that rising electricity prices, which are about to wipe out large part of German manufacturing and industrial capacity of ArcelorMittal in the north have already highlighted this, is that Germany is forced and has now finally at least a brief extension for the 3 existing nuclear power plants. But Mr. Scholz still wants to procrastinate and only say, oh, we'll stretch it out across the winter. There is a certain sense of defiant stubbornness in this. And across the winter, when Ukraine has won the war and he seemingly still thinks that he can renegotiate, no, this will have to continue for a lot longer.
Axel, I've been asked to ask you to not put Luxembourg into that mix.
I will not put Luxembourg into this. But separately, the second part, which is not so nice, is that where pressure comes from the other side is that the pressure of Russian propaganda on the German population has been so significant that currently still 69% of Germans asked in a poll today, which was published yesterday in the evening and then commented upon today, fear that make Germany the target of a nuclear attack. The insidiousness of the propaganda has induced Germans. And that is exactly what I've been preaching here about, that if we allow the Germans to constantly wallow in their complacency, and if we don't talk to them, and if there is no strategic communication from the United States, then nations such as Germany, which live in their complacency and fear about this topic, will be misled. And we end up having the same debate which we once had at the beginning of the 1980s, when Pershing IIs had to be brought into theater to ensure that there's sufficient deterrence and force the Russians to invest heavily in SS-20 and therefore ruin themselves. But there you go. Domen, take it away.
I will take it and I'll give it to Bionade.
Okay. I have a slightly different topic. Maybe you remember the and harassed some refugees in Austria. She had a few days ago, a raid in her home, and today a newspaper found out or titled, she was working as a prostitute here in Germany. I don't tell you this to shame prostitutes or something like this. No. The point is, she said she is unemployed here in Germany, but she worked as a prostitute. We have very strictly laws around prostitution. She has to be registered and make some tests on a regular basis, something like this. And the really important part, if you don't do this and say you are unemployed and work like this, tax fraud and social security fraud, that's not a joke in Germany. So how karma
Basically, what you're saying is in Germany was Al Capone.
Absolutely.
Very good. No, it's interesting. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that at the end of the day it would be the Internal Revenue Services that would be there standing in the way of genocide cheerleaders. Well done. Prince, good morning.
And I'm going to try to keep along this wonderful in an area where you can speak for a moment. Last night you brought something up, but you left before I was able to talk to you about it more. You brought up the stripper index. So I was wondering if Ben could share with us a little bit how the was a great indicator on the economy of a country was how their strippers were doing. Ben's showing a sad face. I think he's in a loud area. Can you talk, Ben?
We'll deal with the background noise, Ben. For this, we'll deal with the background noise.
I don't think he can talk.
Unless the background noise is his family, who might be a bit annoyed about him talking about that particular topic.
He sent me stuck in a train, so maybe later we can get. He said he's surrounded by hookers. He's surrounded by prostitutes.
But I can interject a quick information there. The point is
clearly Russia's been heavily exporting. I thought we were curtailing Russian exports. Sorry, Bernardo.
Yeah, the point is if these people work like online strippers or something like this, they usually get paid in US dollars, and that's really fucked up because the ruble is so strong. So yeah, they have really problems earning money in this kind of way. It's this is the thing. If you work online, many Ukrainians have this problem too if they work online and have an online business. But yeah, especially for strippers, this can be fatal.
And it was fascinating for me to learn this last night. I had no clue, and I started going and Googling it because I thought, oh my God, is Ben just being funny? Because Ben has
no, he's serious.
Yeah. I discovered how many articles there are on an actual economical indicator called the stripper index, where strippers, if a recession is coming, and evidently, so this sort of all fits in with what Bionade was bringing up. I also wondered if we could have a poll on who says yes the best, because we've got a German living in Estonia, we've got a Slovenian who's living, I can't remember where, we've got a Canadian, we've got a Frenchman, we've got a Georgian. I mean, we've it's quite
got a turnip. Sorry, Swede.
We got a Swede, so yeah, we got lots of options for who could say yes the best. So anyway, I'll go back to listening, and if Ben gets a chance to talk about the strippers, that would be entertaining, because I think it's a very interesting subject, actually.
Talk about what? I just came back and heard what?
Freakonomics, Axel. Freakonomics.
Freakonomics.
Strippers, the indication of how an economy is doing based on the strippers and how they are doing financially. You missed the whole conversation.
All right. I'll go back to what I was doing, and I'll come back in 5 minutes, and you've sorted this in the meantime. How about that?
Give it 10. No, I'm serious. We need to get Ben out of his train first as well. So this will take a while. Alex, what part of the economic future of Russia would you like to address?
Actually, we were discussing going forward what will Russia export.
I think we've found out.
Yeah, we just found that. It's big portion of Russian economy, and they are yeah, it's big part of Russian export. Somehow it's not so tracked very well, but I think this will change too. There were actually, I do not know what was her profession, but there was one. She decided to, go to pro-Ukrainian manifestation with some Russian propaganda thing, and to pest Ukrainians. And I think now she has to deal with police. But apparently what she says is she's willing to take any punishment within Germany, just please don't send me back to Russia. And I this is weird. Why would she not want to go back to Putin? I don't really understand.
I mean, she's up for at least a member of parliament, right? Position. Okay, maybe not. Maybe at the very least a lower level political appointment. But you know. No, Alex, is that not typical when people return back from their representing the country abroad?
It actually is one.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they are very well respected. One of them, I think, even at times of Obama, she was Masha. I don't remember what was her last name, but she was received with a lot of respect in Russia. They even tried to star her in a movie, where she would held a gun and use it, but turned out she had no idea, like she was using other tools. So it didn't work. Like her starring in a movie didn't work very well. But I think she's like, looking at books and, making sure that they are patriotic enough. But yeah, I'm not sure. But I do know that she doesn't have to look for a job in Russia.
Well, there you go. We have a suggestion here. Axel, are you back yet? Because this is about tanks. To change the topic entirely.
Yeah, I love that topic. That's
excellent.
Much better than.
Okay, so this is like almost like a business proposition. I think it sounds pretty good. This is from a friendly
I thought
Finn.
you were about to sell me 10 HX3, but okay, fine. Then we do tanks.
No.
Why don't you like the 10? Why don't you like the Rheinmetall HX3?
I have little opinion for it. I'm yet to test it out. Nothing without a test drive. So this is kind of along those lines.
It's a very decent piece of kit, and it's not available to the Ukrainians.
Well, I am glad to hear that, but please hear out this proposal, because I think you're going to like it.
Just saying, because you're talking about tanks, and the tanks are not there, but the HX3 is about to be in theater.
What? Actually, I tried to wait and have time to Google what that is before you having to engage.
It's artillery, a self-propelled howitzer.
Excellent.
Yes, and it's something which Germany doesn't use, but our British friends do use, and it's from Rheinmetall.
You say HX3, Hotel X-Ray 3.
Yes. Have a little look-see when you.
Right. Yes. Well, not my tanks, because if I had any, I'd have said.
But if it's not your tanks, then it's mis-selling. If they're not yours, how can you sell them?
No. It's a business.
Are you not selling the tanks? If you're not selling tanks, I'm not coming.
Hey, listen to this. A thought about tanks for Ukraine. Maybe they have already done this unofficially, but maybe the Ukrainians should make a public announcement that they plan to buy something like 2,000, 3,000 new tanks in the next 10 years after the war. But to make the decision on which tank to buy, it would be very helpful to try them out under battle conditions. Any manufacturer interested in a huge deal after the war should therefore put pressure on their government to release the sale of tanks. Same for planes. Considering the industry was able to influence the decision on nuclear, why would this not work?
I like it.
I think it's an excellent idea. For we have discussed many times here how much good publicity, say, Lockheed Martin is getting with the HIMARS doing so well, and how much it would benefit if the archers, how much it would benefit both of us if the archers could, be deployed in Ukraine and be demonstrated in a battlefield role. I think it'd be fantastic, and this would really help. And what better reason than
Well, it is a procurement proposal. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, we want to test your stuff out under proper conditions first.
Yeah, well, that would only work if these were new pieces of kit, and because the Leopard 2 has been tested. But hey. You can ask the Saudis.
Yeah, Bertrand Russell's puppy, who is not an arms dealer, but is a smart Italian chap, says this is a genius
He's not
idea.
an arms dealer? We thought this philosopher Schmonzes was only some kind of Maskarovka.
No, see, that's the problem, right? He moved to Prague with the intent to become.
This sounds a lot like Yeast. This sounds a lot like Yeast.
Had to change.
No, this sounds a lot like. No. I'm going to have a word.
Colby here, talking to Colby and Chris. Colby.
This would still have to be approved by whichever government.
Oh, of course.
These tanks are coming from. So
that's the whole idea.
Yeah, it still has the same problems as any other scheme, in my opinion. Is that if they're German tanks, Olaf Scholz doesn't want to send German tanks to Ukraine, no matter how they get there.
Basically, what this is then Rheinmetall going to going in front of the German people saying, is this government really going to cost us, say 2,000 tanks? How much does a tank cost? 5 million? Give me a round number.
I don't know what the unit cost off the top of my head is. Let me see here. Upper 2 unit cost depends on.
Let's say 5 million is a reasonable number, right? What's 5 million times 2,000? It's 10 billion. Okay, so if Rheinmetall says, "Are you, the German government, really going to cost us 10 billion worth of orders from one customer and that's why we're not allowed to send 10 Leopard 2A7s to Ukraine"? Really 10 billion? We know we're the best. We know this is the tank that would fit Ukraine best in the long run. And are you, Olaf Scholz, going to say you're going to cause the economy, which is now going into not going to do so hot? 7 million apparently it costs, even more so. 14 billion euros. Are you going to cause the German economy? Really? No, it would. Putting it in those terms, I think would galvanize some support, because even Scholz can't look at 14. That's basically not. No, that's the point of the argument. It would move things along. It would act as something of a laxative for the perennially constipated decision-making process. Chris, what do you reckon?
Oh, Derman, you're talking my language now, brother. Is this your idea?
Nope. It's a Friendly Finns.
It's a what?
It's an idea by a Finnish person who is friendly. Therefore, a Friendly Finns idea.
Right. I love him like a brother. This is vaguely what I was trying to do when I was doing Send Abrams. Trying to set up some sort of a competition between the Americans and the Germans for tanks. But I think that is like suitably unsubtle to just say, hey, shortly we're going to buy a shitload of tanks. So let's have a beauty parade. I think that's absolutely. No, honestly, it is, because money talks, doesn't it? At the end of the day, what is this? Not to go off at a tangent, but what's this? The discussion that's being had about Ukraine's energy. The lady that runs the EU, is it? What's her name?
Ursula von der Leyen, but she doesn't really run the EU. She administers it.
I know, but is she? Is there anything in? Is she? I mean, like, I don't care, If is there anything in this that she's like basically looking at how to access Ukrainian oil, gas, etc. resources later on down the road somewhere?
Nah, it's a little bit more complicated, because actually there's an interesting thing noted in the Telegraph today about Naftogaz trying to negotiating with some drilling companies. Anyway, it does. I don't really want to go into it. It's I've not studied it sufficiently as yet. I've not had the time to do it properly,
Okay.
so I won't comment on it quite yet. I think we'll have this discussion
okay.
tomorrow properly. But you're right, there is definitely the energy component to it, not just the weapons component. Sadly, the European Commission doesn't have access to any weapons, nor does the European Parliament, whose president is very pro sending stuff to Ukraine. Now, she's from Malta, and Malta doesn't have any weapons, pretty much. They rely on the Italians to protect them. That's how bad it is there. But then again, there's no people, so who's to use them? Where were we? So,
well, anyway,
yes, there is interest. Carry on, Chris.
Yeah, no. I was going to say anyway. I think it's a great idea, an absolutely brilliant idea. So well done to that Finn. That I think that's what we need to do. We need to dangle a massive tank contract, actually in front of everybody's nose. The Americans, the Germans, the British, the French. That'll probably get them moving. So I absolutely love that. I think that's definitely what needs to happen. Just to let you know, in terms of hashtag Free the Leopards, it turns out we broke the application. So
see, this is what concerted animal rights activism does.
Yeah. So
now we broke the app. Now let's break them out of those, gilded cages.
That's it. So I was saying 22 million reach all along, and all along it was, well, we were off the clock. What's that famous, what's that famous?
Off the chart.
Pardon?
Off the charts.
Well, off the charts, yes. No, but what's it?
Off the clock means you're having your R&R.
Nothing on the clock but Smiths or something like that, isn't it? Isn't that something to do with when the aviators will tell us? I'm sure.
I know.
The needle's like, gone past the limit type of thing, and everything's breaking. Something I might be completely wrong, but anyway, brilliant idea. Let's do it. Let's in fact, let's put a RFP together.
Here.
Proposal.
Here.
Okay.
So I have some news from the Pentagon. It's not that anybody's messaging me from the Pentagon. Instead, the national security correspondent for Voice of America is tweeting new harsh words from the US/Pentagon on Russia's tactics in Ukraine. Moscow hitting civilian targets indiscriminately to instill terror among the Ukrainian population, per a senior US military official. The targets that Russians are selecting speak for themselves. Non-military targets, innocent civilians who with no military. Russia's goal can only be to try to incite panic and fear, but the tactic is just strengthening Ukraine's resolve. Iran has provided Russia with hundreds of these drones, said U.S. defense official. At the same time, the United States agrees with the British and French assessments that Iran supplying drones to Russia violates the UN Security Council Resolution 2231, per U.S. State Department spokesman. which bad and tools. Therefore, can they please send the lots and lots of attackams to Ukraine? That's what I would ask. That I think would be great. All right. Let's go to some more people. We have a German, a Norwegian, and a German. So we shall start with Lima, then go to Ireland, and finish off with Herm. Lima.
Thanks, Domen. Greetings from Germany. I have a very short question. So maybe the West is scared of sending tanks to Ukraine because they fear they see modern Western tank reverse engineered in Moscow. We saw this happening with the T-90. There were some pictures of a T-90 tank somewhere in the USA. Maybe that's the reason. I don't know. Just something would be interested to hear the experts on.
Can I answer that, Dom?
Please do.
It doesn't matter because the Germans gave the export licenses to Hungary, which is like an open invitation for any kind of intelligence work by the Russians to check out all the specs of the newest, most modern versions of both the IFVs Germany produce and the main battle tank they produce. So if that's the reason, somebody didn't, check their books of what they're actually committing to already.
Okay, that's interesting. Didn't know that. Thanks for the info.
A country with a social democratic party that has a pacifist kind of like a long history of not wanting to participate in sending weapons to conflict zones, because in my party, which I'm a member of in Norway, we had the same problem. The first few days of the war, we didn't want to send anything. It was kind of the same. Let's send helmets and field rations. But personally, me and lots of other people inside the party started a revolt, which the prime minister and the whole government, except maybe one of the ministers, were completely dismissive of sending weapons. It took us 7 days to turn around the party, and we sent basically everything that we could send without hurting our own defense. And we sent lots of M270s, MLRS launchers, and that's heavy weapons. And so yeah, it's possible to turn around this pacifist attitude.
Okay, somebody has to clear out their ears, because apparently somebody is accusing me of sounding creepy, saying a vaguely female Finn. No, I said a friendly Finn, a friendly Finn, a Finn who is friend-like. Goodness, I mean, that's people can't.
So any party politics in Europe which follows the congressional model, if the members of those parties, or even the voters, are resignated, deserve to be what their country is doing. But if you actually do initiatives, call around to people that organize meetings on the lower level of the parties, things can turn around pretty fast, because the leaders, they sit there because of the members of the parties vote for them. At least that's how it should work. And I know that the Social Democratic Party in Germany works that way as well. And nothing is impossible. And if you're resignated, then nothing will change. So if you vote for the Social Democrats or any of the other parties in the government, and you're frustrated about that they're not helping Ukraine enough and not sending Leos, then do something about it,
Oh, I was going to ask Bionade what they're doing about it because he'd tell you. But yeah, I agree. I agree. Herm.
Domin, I have a two-pronged attack on you. And it's about what Axel mentioned in the space about 2 or 3
Is it
days
about the
ago.
ICE? It's about the ICE, isn't it?
No, it's about tanks.
You're attacking with 2 tanks at once. That sounds unfair.
Yeah, well, it's about the Swedish Stridsvagn, a main battle tank. By the way, I find it hilarious. The main battle tank.
Stridsvagn, yeah.
Stridsvagn. Yes. So Axel mentioned that those could be delivered to Ukraine from the German government because they are Swedish-made Leopards. And so I had 2 questions. The one was, can they also supply the logistics chain to Ukraine, or would that be dependent on German suppliers? And the second one, could they? There's some friendly competition in producing Stridsvagn for Ukraine.
I don't know. Dendron, Alan, Colby, Bionade are gonna have to help me on this because I have no clue.
I believe they make both the gun and the optics, at least.
Yeah, I think they make most of it, but I don't think they're allowed to do it. It comes with a caveat of not being able to export, I think, unless approved by German government.
Yeah, I think so too. It's not. It still falls under the re-export restrictions, right?
Yeah, pretty sure.
It all depends on how it was drawn up. That is to say, it all depends on how the initial licensing deal was done. Because I don't know how the initial licensing deal was done. Okay, so it wasn't me who was being creepy. It was Chris. Chris, it's your fault. There we go. It's good. I'm glad because I don't want to be accused of being creepy. Okay, Chris, you have to explain this. I don't understand this. It's good. Where were we? Right, Stridsvagn, or whatever you call them off in Sweden. Switzerland. Switzerland built 90% of its Leo 2s and still had to ask for re-export permits for every export. Okay, that makes sense. I'm guessing Sweden was under same conditions, unless the Swedes managed to, distract the Germans sufficiently with their own biological weapons at the negotiation table when that happened. There we go. So Herm, I hope that covers it. I don't know. Let me know if there's anything left.
You're good. I'm back to listening.
Okay, so my idea, Herm, just to be clear, was that maybe it's a good idea for Sweden, with a new government, to kind of do a nice public show and dance, saying, we want to send these things, but somebody isn't letting us. Why? And then that might open the doors. That's what I was kind of getting at, if that makes sense.
I have a question for Bionade. Is it possible to change out the leader of the party in the Social Democratic Party mid-term in Germany? I know that it most definitely isn't the tradition to do it when you have the chancellorship, but when you do changes and break traditions. So I think that, the approach to hold this thing, it might be to oust Olaf Scholz, which is, I don't think, very popular anyways.
So I think the point is, I remember the Bundeskanzler has to be, for example, the party leader. So there were actually, I mean, it's often it is so that.
So wait, Bionade, basically what you're saying is, what would have to happen would be a constructive vote of no confidence of the current coalition for
No,
a
no,
new
no, no, no,
chancellor.
no. I think he actually specifically asked if he could basically because I think is Olaf Scholz party leader of the SPD? I'm
No,
not
no,
100% sure.
he isn't. But he is
He isn't.
the
Okay.
candidate elected by the Congress of the SPD.
Ah, okay. Yeah, it's a good question. So, vote of no confidence in the government is possible, but yeah, the of his fraction or something like this. I mean, these things can change, yeah.
Because that's
But
the thing that annoys me with German politics is this apathy of just following whatever the system is, you know?
what
Yeah,
what the party wants? You mean the
apathy.
Parteilinie?
No, apathy.
Yeah, the point is, the German party system is always a little bit like, if you're not on the line, the party goes. Yeah, there are different voices in the party, and there is yeah, some kind of dialogue and discussion and everything. But if the party is the yeah, the leading party, or is yeah, in the government, it's usually you put all shit aside and try to concentrate on being in the government. So yeah, I mean, can happen, but it's in my opinion or in my experience not so usual. Where's Axel?
Yeah, I know it's not usual, but that's the democratic issue in all of it, you know? Merkel could sit for this long only because of this reason. It's like, oh, we don't have a clear alternative. Let's just sit with Merkel over and over again, even though if she didn't have the majority. But if people actually, you know, don't want her there or don't want Scholz there, why don't they act? You know?
Yeah, the question is, say is a
well, I
person
have
with
no idea
yeah,
because
yeah,
I don't know
and
the
nobody
personalities.
has an idea, because I don't even know most of the politicians,
Okay,
because
so this is the
nobody has
thing.
charisma. Yeah, it's
Björn,
really
have to decide they don't want Scholz anymore, right? And then there would be a renegotiation of within the existing coalition. Either Scholz would go on his own, or he would have to be kicked out using a constructive vote of no confidence, right? That's basically it. But that's not happening.
no, absolutely not, because the SPD would lose the power, and they would not shoot themselves in the foot.
No, but I'm saying no. They wouldn't lose power under this one, because they would just propose a new chancellor instead. So
look at the Tories. I'm not saying that they're a good example, but at least they do it.
Hi, this is generic Alan. I'm sort of living in Germany, but being a Norwegian. So there is a sort of, I agree with you, Alan. It is possible in Germany as well, but the political culture is slightly different here. You know, all the revolts in early 80s. So it can happen, but the political culture is different in Germany from in Norway, where you have a tradition of sort of minority governments, and you find, you know, majorities case by case for each legislative issue. So it is, you're right, Alan. Right, in principle, it is possible in the German politics to, you know, kick out Scholz, because you're also right. The German majority in the populace is negative to Scholz, but in practice, it is much more difficult than in Norway. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that confirmation, because my view of it is that you know, they just look at it as like, oh, it's tradition. The chancellor sits out the term as long as the majority is there, even if we don't like him. And Merkel had many problems, but she managed to keep the party behind her because of this situation. And I'm pretty sure that if that didn't happen for 20 years, or 18 years or whatever she was there, we would have a different situation now in Germany, in German politics. It's this security feeling of, we're not ousting anyone, which I'm very frustrated about.
Yeah, but that's the point. So if you would change the chancellor, yeah, not like your underwear, but it would be easier. It would be like, yeah, and there's no stability, and many from the older people which give many of the big parties stability, would be, oh no, they changed, or it was someone good, and you would have many discussions and everything. So now you have the stability, and some very important part of the voters are okay with it, and yeah, this is with him out. I deleted his name from my brain because I saw him so often in the press. He was minister for transportation and everything, and he cooked out these really cool thing with him out. He had scandals. He basically burned hundreds of millions of taxpayers' money, and there were more scandals and more scandals. And this guy was still in the government until the end. He was minister. So it's really a different kind of kind of system here. So it's not you have one scandal and people go. No, there are people saying, oh no, I will not step down. I will continue. And if the party does not act, it's really hard. And the party sadly does not act really often. I remember we had it in the SPD with the guy who made really some. He wrote a book and made really some questionable things and everything, but they still couldn't kick him out of the SPD. I mean, it was a different thing. They wanted to completely kick him out of the SPD, but it was not happening. Sarrazin was it, I think.
All right, I have something excellent. Thank you to one of our Hungarian listeners. But this is just too good. I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt the bashing of Scholz for some bashing of Orban, just because. The U.S. Embassy in Budapest said that in recent weeks, several senior Hungarian government figures and government-funded commentators have made harsh anti-Western and anti-American statements. Hungary and the United States are allies. Its Russian aggression threatens us all. We must stand together, not move apart. This is fantastic. This is just absolutely glorious. The U.S. Embassy in Budapest telling the Hungarian government to stop messing about. Love it publicly, because clearly on the back channels it wasn't clear enough. Quit it with the pro-Russian rhetoric. Quit it with the the Western sanctions are to blame for their shitty economy that they ruined themselves in months and years prior to the Russian. Fantastic. This is getting straight in the nest. This is what people should pay attention to. It's 5 hours out. How did I not see this before? This is absolutely glorious. Well done, U.S. Embassy in Budapest, for telling the Hungarian government to get to the program. All right. Bionade, you get 20 seconds. Then we're going to go to Charles, Andreas, Alan, and finally Wendy. Bionade?
Turns out this woman I mentioned before faces up to 10 years in prison. The Telegram channel is closed, the admin wrote. So, happy end.
She was Al Capone for up to 10 years. Fantastic. That's what genocide cheerleaders deserve. Charles?
Yeah, just about the German parliament. I mean, I think one thing that's missing to maybe Anglo-Saxon observers is, we don't have parliament. We don't have the parties in Germany to really have a majority. I mean, what the CDU right now is polling at about 27%, and everything else is under 20. including all three who make up the coalition. And the AFD is up to 15% right now in the current poll. So who would we replace him with? Markus Söder, the minister for Bavaria. He would be more sympathetic to Ukraine, probably, but I don't know how he would even build a coalition.
But just let me reply to that. Having the majority isn't the key here. It's about the grass movements of the parties taking action and actually caring about the direction of the parties. We haven't had a majority government here for 40 years or 50 years, but we still change out the leaders of the party if the party doesn't, they don't go along with the grass movement of the party anymore. And even the Tories do the same. I'm not saying that they necessarily have great success with that, but that says more about the Tory party than the system per se. It's this resignation that you cannot have a better leader. That's the problem, in my opinion.
No, I totally understand, Elender. I think what's scary here is I think that these parties actually do represent the views of their party membership. I think the SPD is okay with their guy, sadly.
Yeah, that's sad in that case.
All right, who's next? Andreas, go.
Thank you, Domen. I just a quick note to the statement of Bionade. I completely agree. We can, of course, think about what would be if. Fact is, as we have seen German inner politics, this is very, very unlikely. I would not say it's impossible. Obviously, it could be happen. Everything could happen in a way, but it's very, very unlikely. And it has to do with inner structures of the party and how people understand politics, the inner understanding. The parties are very strong, very rigid, also very hierarchical, very much driven by people, well, let's say by networks. That's how it goes. You have to also understand that there are surely many people, maybe here also in this space right now, who could understand and explain it much better. But one factor surely must be Germany is a big country of 80 million people, but it's not as big as, let's say, the United States. That is a different kind. Like my country, we have 8 million people. It's a tenth of it, and you can imagine what is going on there. So it is a very, very narrow hole of possibility for change there. In a way, possibility for change, not an outer one, though. I don't say that Germany would be rigid in its foreign policies or so forth. No, not at all. But if it comes to these matters of questions, I don't think there's great hope. So yeah, I think that Bionade is right on. It's also I'm sharing your observations completely.
Oh well, so you told one interesting statement from one embassy, so I will take another. So the Russian embassy today in Norway today published a statement regarding the arrests of these drone pilots. So we are registering that in general with concern of the psychosis which is spreading around in Norway, where normal tourists openly have introduced equipment to Norway and again filmed the beautiful Norwegian nature without hiding their travel intent. Not really spyish, is it? The unreasonable and discriminating character of these actions are surprising and should be evaluated by local or international human rights organizations. So they're very worried about their tourists.
I'm very worried about their tourists too, as I think are the Norwegian intelligence services at this point. At the very least, the Norwegian police, and yeah, rightly so. I would add. So we're all worried about the Russian tourists flying drones around the Norwegian energy installations, I reckon. Right. Good. I'm glad we agree. Wendy, good evening.
Good evening, Doman. It's wonderful to hear your voice. It's great to be here. I just thought I'd chime in on yeah, I mean, for people who may have missed the news, I think for a lot of people it's interesting to know why Germany is choosing this isolationist approach towards support for Ukraine at a time of what is evidently an existential crisis for Ukraine and the countries of Europe. Of its intent. So the process for saving Germany's reputation, the process for saving Ukrainian lives, this has been consistently demonstrated by the fact that supporting Ukrainian defense and its liberation brings not just fewer Ukrainian deaths, but more significant levels of prisoner exchange, as we've seen quite remarkably and positively today. So, yeah, the process of making this progression may seem difficult for Germans. It may seem difficult for the SDP, but this process is undoubtedly by Ukrainians even more as a much easier change than the Germans themselves and the SDP perceive it to be. So yeah, we've seen, you know, demonstrable evidence that support for Ukrainian liberation leads to a swifter process of liberation of Ukraine. So yeah, it's up to the German electorate and the SDP to solve this issue, but it's a very important one, as you've noted many times. Thank you.
Wendy, what do you think about what the U.S. Embassy in Budapest did? Anybody who's not aware, I've put a tweet up in the nest. Have you not had the chance to review it? In which case, review it. We'll come back to you. Would you like to co-host?
Sure.
Excellent. I will put in a request. Freebird.
Hi, Domin. Hope you're well. So yeah, I just heard the ongoing discussion about Germany, and I don't want to bore you with German politics, but maybe I can wind it up. So there are pretty high hurdles, institutional hurdles, and also I would say political hurdles for the German government to fail or to. But we basically have to deal with this government. I'm pretty sure, unless something very special or personal around Scholz is happening, this government will try to fulfill their legislation. Also because nobody of those three would either be the one to go out of the coalition and therefore may be punished by the voters afterwards. Because let's be clear, if anything would change, like the SPD say we don't want Scholz anymore, which is very unlikely because they stand firmly behind Scholz. But if anything would happen, it would be a new election, and then no one of of these three parties can be sure to be in the next government. So this is the mathematics they're doing. They will not let the coalition break apart. And you see it with the just announced a deal with the nuclear power plants. It was on the table for months. It took a really long time, but now they made it. And yeah, that's the way it goes in Germany. It's a long time, but very stable, and you can't expect from Germany now to be the front runner. But I'm pretty sure this government will hold, and yeah, we have to deal with it. So that's the problem. It may be a chance, but not in this situation, unfortunately. All right.
Thank you, Fibrid. I think we all agree about that. It's really not. It's really not. Yes, there's a strong change of heart in both the Green Party and the FDP, and wanting to make a coalition, a Jamaica, right? And there's strong Jamaica feelings. All of a sudden, it's not happening, and
but
that's
not with the
unlikely.
not with the guys running the Christian Democrats at the moment. I mean, Merz and Söder, sorry, no, even the FDP are apparent from certain standpoints, and Merz won't go away for some time.
Yeah, probably. Well, this is why I'm saying that the new Swedish government, if it manages to keep itself together for long enough, should do a strong proposal saying we're going to send 100 CV90s, and we'd really like to send another 100 Stridsvagn 112, and power through with that.
Maybe one last quick point, which is the difference between the German representational democracy or the proportional system and the Anglo-American system, is that the bonding between the voters and the electorate, between the representatives, are not that tight as in Great Britain, UK, or USA. So that's the reason the change always comes from within the party, and this is also, it has some problems. This also has some chances sometimes, because popular opinions won't go so directly into the parliament. But yeah, that's also the reason why it's very hard for Germans to appeal to the politicians that they should change something, because they're not used to this system of direct interaction with their voters. So the push has to come from the parties and from the grassroots parties, from the grassroots members. They can maybe change a bit, working through the system in the party, but it's very hard from the outside to have influence.
Indeed. Matthias, go ahead, then Bernardo, and then hopefully we can move away from the German stalemate and onto the excellent actions of the US Embassy in Budapest, who are now they've been promoted to my 5th favorite place in Budapest all of a sudden. Matthias, go ahead.
Okay, then good that I still want to talk about the German thing, because there was one thing left out. Actually, if it should happen that Scholz, which is, of course, as everybody thought, quite stable, he has still his leverage in the back of leverage behind him, because of his shitty about it, but popping up, and so it might happen actually that he will get involved in some kind of legal problems. But if he would could not fulfill his duty, then we have actually, Germany has a vice-chancellor, which is Robert Habeck. He is from the Greens, and he, on the other hand, at least from my perspective, would be a much better alternative. And we still need to keep in mind that the election has been lost by the party of Robert Habeck with a candidate Annalena Baerbock, and it was not lost like she didn't have any chance. She was actually like the second in a row, as far as I remember, and with not so much big difference. It was clear, but not like overwhelming. But she lost also because there was a shitstorm campaign against her, and this shitstorm campaign was probably financed from Moscow. So here closes the cycle, and I can leave you now with the topic.
Yes. Bionade, close us out in Germany, and then Jens, I expect you to talk about Hungary.
Yeah, let's close it out. Alan, I mean, thank you for the idea, but I mean, come on, in Germany, a government with no majority, yeah, that's really a Scandinavian idea, but yeah, not in Germany. That's crazy. No way. Yeah, but Domin, what are the other places with yeah, in Budapest you would yeah
That's between me and them. Come on, if I give people restaurant advice in public, they're gonna put their prices up from increased demand, and then
yeah.
where am I gonna go next time? Huh?
No, absolutely. I just wanted to know if it's wine related, but it is absolutely.
It's Mangalitsa related. There we go. Jens from the country of the pig, but much lesser pig. Go ahead.
Okay, so Elon Musk just never mind. I just wanted so just a small comment on tanks.
Yes, please. Excellent. We like tanks.
In order to preserve my sanity, I kind of had to make up an explanation model, which I launched a couple of times, where I said that Ukraine had to start the counteroffensive this summer, and in order to do that, they had to win the artillery battle. And to justify not getting the tanks, I proclaimed that maybe they had to prioritizing getting a lot of artillery pieces and HIMARS in. And I thought to some extent I heard Thomas Theiner say something similar yesterday. So I just think that if we can see that Germany foot dragging, allows that it can be pressured slowly, but I think that we have to, accept that unless Scholz wakes up tomorrow and have an opposite day, we are stuck with him and his probably rigid 7-year plan. That was all. But I just thought Theiner said that if he had to choose, he might actually choose more HIMARS and more HIMARS and more HIMARS, because maybe getting 500 Abrams in country right now was maybe a little bit of a mouthful.
Yeah, we should get Thomas back. Maybe next week.
Well, any excuse to get him back. So.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, where did Wendy go? Abandoned me, of course. So I have abandonment issues. Right. George, have you had your hand up for a long time, or is this new?
It was up, and then I had to.
Okay, Ari.
Nice to hear you. About the tanks, I think the biggest problem is, of course, the crews you need for all the Leopards and the consumption of diesel. What it consumes on the field, about 500 liters on 100 kilometers, and of course they will get a problem with logistics. And what I hear from the American generals is that the tactic the Ukraine is following now is with smaller groups, fast recons, and they have more profit from that instead of concentrate on those tanks. So what you see in the areas that are in small groups, they can move fast forward, get back.
Okay. Ari, sorry, I have to stop you there and push back strongly.
Yeah.
Look, it wouldn't necessarily mean more tanks in use in Ukraine, but better tanks in use in Ukraine. T-64s and T-72s. If you replace, 300 of Ukrainian T-64s with, or whatever, with 300 Leo 2 A5s, A6s, A7s, that means that those 300 Ukrainian tank crews have much better tanks. In case they get hit, they don't die. They have better, accuracy, fire control mechanisms, etc.
And a better range.
And a better range, better everything, right? It's just way better. So we spoke with General Pekka Toveri, who, before he was the head of Finnish military intelligence, was an armor guy. He ran the Finnish armor school. He used both legacy Soviet tanks as well as Western tanks. He said, if you give me people who have used Soviet tanks before, so are experienced tankers, understand tactics, etc., 6 weeks. 6 weeks, and I have them in Leopards and doing great.
Yeah.
Right? So he actually knows how to do this because, he did it, right? He literally did that. So it wouldn't be additional diesel consumption because, say, they're replacing, worst case scenario, they can't get more diesel through the logistics. They will be replacing worse with better. And I really don't think any of the issues that you raise, okay, fine. It'll take a few weeks for the tank crews to get cross-trained. Fine. And then they will be doing way better than they're doing now. That's a really good reason to give them Leos.
For sure.
And that basically throws out everything that you said against sending tanks.
No, I not say nothing against Leopards because they're very good. But of course, as you see today, that the European Union make a decision that the Ukrainians will be trained in Europe. All were for it, and only Hungary was against it. So this is stunning. And the second thing is what I still see as a problem, as Turkey is a NATO country, but the sanctions, they can go around and still buy stuff in Turkey, although it's a NATO country, and I see this still as a big problem. Now the heavy weapons. Sure. Now the heavy weapons are coming in Ukraine. So my question was also, Poland has already the Patriots at the border, so shove them over to Kiev and make the sky clear. There are 10,000 Patriot system worldwide. So I think it would be an easy deal. Okay, these people has to be trained too, but at the moment they get all the necessary stuff, and it's coming more and more. So at the moment, the skies have to be safe. When you see the attacks running now at Kiev, it's hard. But I think this is a point where we have to make our skies safe, and then of course the tanks are important. But I think the Ukraine is doing an awesome job at the moment. And of course,
for sure. And luckily, we can walk and chew gum at the same time, right? we can
Of course.
send tanks to one battery Ukrainians and send air defenses to another. So it's all good. We can do both of those.
Yes,
right.
my family is from Nikolaev, and when you see the results or only today, how much they shut down, it's amazing. And of course, they aren't shut down only by hand. Also, the new RST, I think, in the area is working. Where exactly it's standing,
Exactly.
it's not clear, but I assume that it's closer to Nikolaev, between Nikolaev and save the Black Sea arrivals. So, but yes, so I think it's looking good. Thank you.
Absolutely. No, thank you, Harry. I think it's it's very sensible to send those tanks. That's all I'm going to really leave it with.
Every help is good, and I don't want to speak about German politics. That's one addition. I won't say anything about it. But we have to understand that about 5,000 Russian companies are registered in Germany, and 1,200 of them have a majority of 51%. So the dependence of Germany on Russia, it's hard to deal for them, I think, to change this in the current situation. But they have to. There's no way out. Either.
Did you say 40 billion euros a year?
40 billion, 40.
Yeah, 40, yeah.
Yeah, 40 billion. Well, that was maybe 2017, 18. There's a lot
that's
change.
what, like 0.5% of German GDP?
No, German BDP is much more, of course. But 40 billion is in an export to Russia, and they are still doing 1.3 billion to Russia. Mostly, they say it's pharmaceutical stuff, like Bayer is still very active in Russia. So this is still a problem, and not about speaking politics, but maybe they should think about Mr. Gerhard Schröder to get rid of him as the right hand of Mr. Putin at the Gazprom or Lukoil or whatever he is. But step by step, they have to stand up and fight for Europe, and I think they realize it. It's taking a long time, but they realize it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ari. 1% of German GDP is 40 billion. There we go. George, shoot.
Yeah, so really quick on the tanks. I know 500 would be great, 300 would be great, but if you got a competent commander, even if you gave him 45 to 90 to 100, they would do the job, because what people don't understand is the optics and the ability for these things to do what they do at night would be a huge change and a huge force multiplier for the Ukrainians. These things pretty much turn night into day with their thermals and the night vision that they have. Their ability to fire, different types of rounds, including high explosive. You would, spread these out against your kilometers, through the kilometers, through the enemy's front. It's pretty much all over by the time morning. It's that they can't fight at night. They've proven that time and time again, and that's why these would be, you don't need 300. 300 would be nice, but if you give them like 100, the Ukrainians would jump at the chance, because it would allow their offensives to happen at the time and place where they can cause the most amount of casualties on the Russians and incur the least amount of casualties on their own troops, right? You can't get casualties if the enemy can't see you. The other thing was about these these goofy little Iranian drones, the Shahed 136s. You don't want to be wasting,
irises on.
irises and things like that on them. And what these things do is they fire them in waves of 5, right? So you get 5 launched at the same time. And I think the ones this morning were coming all the way from Crimea. What Ukraine needs right now, and I just don't understand it because it would be a very cheap solution, is literally to get a bunch of technicals together, all right? For people that don't understand what a technical is, pickup trucks with heavier machine guns, 50 cals, the Dushkas, the 14.5 millimeter, any 23 millimeter.
Some modern Tachankas, George.
Yes, but they don't even have to be modern because Roman.
I'm saying modern Tachankas. You know what a Tachanka
yes.
is?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. I missed that word. My reception a little bad. So the other thing is these things only fly at about 120 miles an hour. That is very, very slow for an aircraft. Go to your regional airport and that little, Piper Cub coming in to land. That's, pretty much the speed when it takes off. It's slower. It's very slow. The thing is that trying to hit it with an AK-47 because it's, 1,000 maybe feet in the air is difficult. But if you have like a nice 50, you can do it. The other thing that they need is something that can reach out and touch someone that's not expensive. You do not want to use an ATACMS against a Shahed launch site, which is not really a launch site. It's some flatbed truck, right, rolling around with a launcher on strapped to its back. You need something that like a cheaper cruise missile or a kamikaze drone that has that range. So Israel has a drone called the Harop, right? And that has 1,000-kilometer range and has a warhead enough that'll spray enough and take out these launchers. That's what you need. They need something like that. And Thomas Einer even put it.
George, how big is that warhead?
I think that the Harop, there's a mini Harop. I don't want to confuse it with that. I think that warhead's like 36 pounds, something like that. It's like they have ones that are a little bit larger, and of course that probably slows it down or changes the range. But you're talking about something that's 105 millimeter shell, pretty much landing. The explosive power of 105 millimeter shell, let me put it that way, landing near this truck. It's gone. It's finished. It's over. And all the operators are dead too. And remember, the operators need to be trained. So that's what you need. That's what Ukraine needs. And we heard that today there was a company, remember, they said that they've developed some kind of drone that goes out 1,000 kilometers. Am I right on that, Doman? Did you hear about that? I think you mentioned it this morning.
Yeah, and that's why I was asking you about the warhead size, because they said 75 kilos, right? That's like 170
75
pounds.
kilos.
So
Yeah,
I was asking you because I thought
that's actually
maybe
that's
what they did
that's bigger than a
was got some design,
go ahead.
papers from the Israelis and.
Yeah, because that if it's a 75 kilogram warhead, right? You're talking about something that's about as powerful or maybe slightly even more powerful than 155 millimeter shell.
Nah, George, that's like an 8-inch shell.
Well,
at one. The 75 kilo warhead, that's like a 203 shell.
Yes, something like that. But remember, the 203 shell also has that it will have the heavy the casing on it, right? For the blast effect. I don't know what kind of would this be like something filled with ball bearings? I have no idea. So that's what I'm saying. It's something more powerful than a 155, obviously, and it'll take out whatever's within so many meter radius, 15, 25 meter radius will be, pretty much toast. So yeah, that's what they need. And that's what people need to understand. You don't want to use your Irish teas and your NASEMs on these things because, first of all, I don't even know, like, literally, if they can engage them because they fly so slow, right? I don't know the technicals. That would be a Thomas Tyner question, right? But I don't know if they would be able to engage them. Flying at your Piper Cub, regional airport plane speed.
Harp has
Here,
a
George.
16 kilogram warhead.
1.6.
Correct. I believe
Okay.
it can have a larger one, but the base is 16, and larger you'll have reduced accuracy.
Okay, sweet. Just Kobe. So 75 kilos, that's just pretty big. That'd be great if they can use some of those. Maybe that'd be something that'd be useful actually in Belarus, against those launch sites. Sweet. Excellent. Hopefully that will get rid of this menace once and for all.
Toman, can you repeat what the gentleman just said?
That's a 16 kilo.
Broke up there.
Kobe said that the Israeli stuff is 16 kilo warhead. So 35 pounds, I think you said from the start. So that's the same thing.
Yeah, well, Kobe was discussing. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Kobe was saying, sorry, George, your audio's out. Kobe was saying that the Israeli drone has a 16 kilogram warhead. So about 35 pounds, like you were saying. So that's well aligned. Good. George, let's go on to Alan, who's been waiting an awfully long time. And your audio is short, George. Alan.
Well, 16 or 75 kilos with tungsten shrapnel will take out, things in, for 50 meters, 100 meters, they will be damaged for sure, depending on how you make the warhead. Anyways, what I wanted to say, sorry, is that you don't need to change out all the 500 T-72s that are operating the Leos. Even 100 or 80 would free up so much playroom for the Ukrainian army, because what you need, or what is most needed, is that the forward operating panzered units are armored units are the ones that are superior to the Russian ones. As the situation is right now, most of the Ukrainian tanks are operating not very forward, and that's probably because they don't want to waste personnel and into the turret flying misery, which is the T-72. With the Leo 2, you have a lot higher survivability, even if it gets a hit and gets destroyed. The crew inside would probably survive most things hitting it that the Russians have. So they would be, first of all, they could take more risks, go into the rear of the enemy, and these things I've been driving with. They have something. Often they have something called the protector unit on top, which is a 50 cal with some crazy sensors and gyros, with night vision, thermals, enormous, incredible magnification, and we had those on some of our vehicles. These turrets, and you can drive in the craziest terrain, and the guy who's operating it just needs to, basically click the target with his hand, and the gun is following the target. You can drive 50 kilometers an hour on a bumpy road, and it will take out any infantry that is trying to take it out with the shitty launchers that the Russians have anyway. So it would make so much big of a difference if they have the protector on top. So, and I believe, firmly believe, that the logistics part is an excuse that is not valid at all. The Ukrainians have amazing mechanics. They've been operating on all kinds of material that we already gave them, which are in the same category. Like we gave them the M109s, and they're operating on them immediately after they they don't seem to have any problems with it. So I don't see why they wouldn't be able to fix the Leo 2, which is a quality product produced in Germany. So we just need to get it to them, free the leopards. And it will also open for a lot of other very needed material, like IFVs that have the IFVs they're operating, they don't give any protection to their soldiers. So they're just going to lose more soldiers if we don't give them this stuff. So that's, I wanted to say that because of some comments earlier about like maybe we shouldn't give it to them because it will make problems with logistics. I don't think it's a problem. I think in 3 weeks they would have sorted everything out. I don't know if anyone, George.
We heard you.
Arland, I heard you. Yeah.
We heard you loud and clear.
Good,
Don't
good.
worry.
George, you served, right? Did you ever have any
George was
experience
armored, yeah.
with the protector?
I'm in a bad spot, so give me about 5 minutes.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that in most of these vehicles, which has a 50 cal on it, with incredible sensors, and this thing is amazing. It takes out anything that is walking or crawling around.
Arland, thank you so much for
Yeah,
that.
so
Oh, sorry.
can you guys hear me or?
Yeah, we can hear you fine, George. George.
I have a bad connection. Yeah, I have a bad connection,
Tzatziki
Goldman.
sucks,
You're coming
George.
in all chopped up.
Just the worst.
All right, now can you hear me clearly?
We can hear you perfectly clearly. It's just you who can't hear us.
I'm gonna go down and come back up.
Loud and clear, George.
George, you know what makes it a Tina table wine? Is the only one actually made of
Gentlemen,
tables.
I'm hearing every other.
George, souvlaki is just a poor excuse for shish kebab. That was me making jokes about the Greeks to see if George would really not hear me, or he's just thinking he can't hear me. There you go. George, can you hear us now? If not, I see that Florian has his hand up, so let's go to Florian.
I'd like to ask a question on the situation in Kherson and stop Domen you to provoke George any further, because
the Helens.
You're provoking George because you're gonna, I don't know, 4 or 5G network. It doesn't work. But is there any update what happened during the day on Kherson, or is everything really sort of stopped with the news blackout?
About Kherson. And that is that the barge bridge is finished.
Yeah, that was the only place where I had some time to do my lunch walking.
Yep.
And we had a discussion. I remember that. And ever since I had to work and take care of kids and so on. But there's no other news. We also on the Ukrainian side.
Not to my knowledge.
So it's really a real
there
news
have
blackout.
There have been quite a few provocative videos. Mouth-watering videos of Ukrainian soldiers eating watermelons. Beyond that, not an awful lot.
But that seems a good message.
Yes, it is. Close to the front. Did you see anything about the Kherson front today? Beyond the watermelon eating? RE? No.
No, 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 no.
No, see, I thought if anybody would have, you would have, but clearly not. All right,
Well,
let's try our Souvlaki champion, George.
I like that souvlaki champion. I like eating souvlakis. I don't know if I'd be a champion at it though. All right, so sorry. Was it Erland that was talking about the
yes,
the protective system that's on top, right? Yeah. So this thing has it's pretty much automated, and it has sensors, and whatever comes close, it just starts hitting with a 50 cal. Including, I think, incoming ATGMs. The Israelis have a system, and that uses small, almost like rockets, in the same capacity, in the same capability of tanks, especially for the Israelis, in enclosed areas, or maybe urban areas, or areas where there's buildings close by. But to Erland's point, yeah, the optics on these things, people would be shocked. I wish I could find video of what these things do at night. Just the Abrams and the Leopard 2s and any modern Western battle tank. It's just amazing. And the magnification, you can start seeing details on people's faces with these things. So it's yeah, you can reach out and touch someone with them at night. And like I said, that would be a huge force multiplier for the Ukrainians, to be able to engage targets. And not only that, because of the communication links, the tanks would be able to call out targets for artillery strikes, for M777s or self-propelled guns or whatever else you have. That's a little bit maybe farther than their distance, right? They'd be able to call those things out as they're engaging at night. So, yeah, it would be a combined warfare that the Russians couldn't even dream of.
Yeah, thanks. Way to deal with this cheap terror tactic that Kyiv residents have unfortunately experienced today.
Wendy, I'm so sorry. I've got so much to say. May I intervene?
Ms. Chase, if I could just ask you just to keep your hand up just for now.
I understand the and I'm so respectful of them. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to intervene or be
Ms. Chase,
rude.
if we could just go through the series of hands. That's the system we have here.
She was next
Thank
anyway.
you.
It's okay.
Oh, well, if you were next, please go ahead.
Yes.
Ms. Char, you're muted.
It's a meditation hour.
Were we waiting on Ms. Chase?
Yes.
Pardon me, yes, thank you. There was a question about 4 months ago raised about the rampant use of drugs in the Russian military and whether that would sustain them. Could they become better at being warriors given the drugs that they use? And Axel was like, absolutely
No.
not become a better, yeah, no, exactly. But it was pointed out to Axel that Simone Biles, who has ADHD, an American champion, and by ADHD I mean attention deficit hyperactive disorder, saw
Miss Chase.
Oh, sorry.
Is
Donna,
anybody shooting at her while she does things?
No, I've got a point that I'm going for here, Dawn. She sought an actual exemption and was given one by the Olympic Committee based on medicine, actual medicine. Whereas, in Sochi, of course, all of the Russian athletes were doping because Russia couldn't win an Olympics that wasn't on a home territory in a deeply corrupt environment, as they faked the science. Athleticism of the best that that country, big as it is, draws from, created. So that was just like a point I had to make. And then also I just wanted to say, don't that maybe the that's honestly like better than American school shooters, like with big guns with children. So while I hope that for the Ukrainians, it would just seem extreme. And then finally, I just hope that everybody here is really enjoying how much education we get here and loving it. Okay, back to you, Drummond. I'm gonna give up my mic now.
Thank you, Ms. Chase. Tom, I don't want to talk about drugs. Do we have to talk about drugs? If we have to talk about drugs, Tom,
Drugs
you
don't
need to
make
give
any-
us
drugs
exclusively
do not
examples
make
from the
soldiers-
Finnish Winter War.
Can we just finish this? Drugs do not make soldiers better. Period. End of story. Next.
Okay, but also cocaine is fun. I will say that.
There is not a single drug which makes a soldier better.
Yeah, the issue is, Miss Chase, that the problem is you need to weigh up long-term effects versus short-term effects. And whilst giving soldiers amphetamines might keep them awake for a little bit longer and make their reaction speed a little bit faster in the short term, we're talking about a campaign that's going on for days and weeks and months. And it's pointless having your soldiers, exceptionally awake and alert for 8 hours or 10 hours and then completely exhausted the next day because they'll just get routed later on. So really a lot of these things are really not helpful, and that's why the American military stopped using amphetamines. Just doesn't work, as Axel said.
No, Tom, who I'm a huge fan of, I by no means am out here to be like pro drugs for everybody or the Russian military. I'm just trying to say that like this is a regime who's used to cheating. And in fact, when Simone Biles got an actual medical exemption, Russia retaliated against her.
Yeah, but this is not athletes. Miss Chase, please. It is relevant for a soldier. A soldier has a different day, a different campaign to fight through, a different battle. And the soldier has to have a different level of attentiveness over days. That stretch is significantly different from any kind of athletic, high performance event or limited event. Existential pressure can only be overcome by routine.
You're saying that they're fucked? Like drugs can't do it for them? What are you saying? What are you saying?
Exactly that.
What? Oh my god!
There we go.
Oh my damn.
Yeah, they can't get help. They are what you said, and that's that. End of story. Antti.
Yes, I thought there's one comment that fits so many things that's happening with our sometime adversaries across the border to the east, and that comment goes as follows: Russian is as Russian does.
Pretty much.
Yeah. But the other thing I wanted to point out, or rather wanted more to point out, is that Doman, when you were suggesting that there was only these clips of Ukrainian defenders enjoying watermelons, you are missing one key piece of information that was published earlier today.
Which one? And someone has a hot mic. If you have a hot mic, quit it. Antti?
Yes. So someone is still having a hot mic.
I think I found.
Okay. So there was this clip that showed brutality, violence on a scale not seen since, I don't know, like Dancing with the Stars or something like that. There were these two great beasts fighting mercilessly. Do you know now?
Was one of them a bridge and the other one a sea monster?
No.
Was one of
Okay.
them an apartment building and the other one an SU-34?
No, you're not gonna. You should take a trip down to the wine cellar and bring out something proper before we got to the point where you could understand what I'm saying. So there was a clip, Ukrainian defender of there were these two kittens fighting fiercely. So I'm sorry, but I went to the to the other end where I could make the point. So you shouldn't, because you shouldn't have to suffer trying to. That would have been a crime against hosts.
Auntie, you went to the cat section of the internet? What on earth?
No.
He was looking for leopard specs, and then
Yes.
he found a cat with glasses on.
And I wasn't looking for them. It just showed up in my Twitter feed, and Lord knows why.
It's because you've been fighting for animal rights, especially those of felines, so much. Yeah,
all the time. It's my cross to bear. Okay, but yeah, I'm not gonna derail any further. So please do go on with the drugs and the military.
No, we're not going there. I want to briefly note that Rosalie can't come up because of tech issues. She just wants to say that you can make them awake, but you can't make them skillful, and they're not. And you can't get that any other way but hard work. So they're probably already very awake anyway because they're facing pretty certain death. And yeah, moving on. Chalmer. Sorry. So
Chalmer.
I only see the first few letters, and it looked like a town in Poland. Sorry, go ahead, Chalmer.
It's Chalmer. Yeah, I want to circle back to the tank issue.
Excellent.
Leo 2s would be the best, but Leclerc's and Leo 1s with the latest upgrade would be pretty doggone too. They're gonna have they're gonna have the upgraded barrels, and they're gonna have the upgraded optics. They might not have the survivability, but they'll be able to hit the Russian tanks and Russian positions long before the Russians can hit them. And that's kind of just what I wanted. Maybe a way to ease in if Germany's not quite ready to release the Leopard 2s. And
just send Leopard 1s to start with. First ones, then
send Leopard 1s. Send the latest version of the Leopard 1s with the bigger barrel and the better optics. It'll be better barrel and better optics than anything they're fielding now.
Chalmer, this is exactly what Axel and I have been saying since March.
Yes, and in proper upgraded fashion, assisted by a couple of Leclercs, is the perfect gateway drug for Olaf.
They fall under the under the 60-ton limit on most of the infrastructure. I mean, I just think it's a great gateway drug. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think we can safely close that latter debate down, but keep the tank one going. So
free the leopards.
Free the leopards. Atacams for Ukraine.
I think I wasn't the next person, so.
Well, that's very generous of you, Atacams, but I can't decide either way, so I'm going to go for you.
Okay, well, as far as the drugs, just imagine the amount of withdrawals and how that will affect these soldiers. They don't have adequate food, let alone fluids, so they're not getting their vitamins. So it's just like a downward spiral. But I came up because I wanted to know, like, how long does it take to transfer the air defense? It's ridiculous. They need them now. Like, why are they waiting? It's a short flight. I don't understand. There's been enough suffering, and it's like I can't understand our governments and why people are not helping. I mean, we need to end this. We need to get on the phone with whoever we can and make this stop. It's not fair. Thank you.
I hear you, Atacams. I mean, on another day in which we've seen 28 of these drones, I believe, which were launched at Kiev, killed civilians. Of these 28, support for Ukraine leads to a reduction in deaths of Ukrainian civilians. So this consistent message, it has produced results. Going forward, it needs to produce more. But thank you for your comments. I share your sentiments. And if you'd like a follow-up, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I know that all of the other countries, like, it's a mess, everything's in chaos and everything. And that's because of the Russians infiltrating our governments and dividing us. And we've allowed this. But we should not allow the Ukrainians to suffer one more day. This is ridiculous. It's bullshit. Like, we need to do everything possible. You know, Lloyd Austin said that he was going to move heaven and earth. That's bullshit. They're not moving heaven and earth. They're moving way too slow.
Atacams, I absolutely share your feelings on this. With regards to the disinformation, one thing that Doman kindly posted to the Nest about an hour ago, in which I finally got around to reading, was something from the US Embassy in Budapest, which goes to show how isolated the Kremlin's diminishing number of supporters in the free world are. So if you haven't seen this in the Nest, I'd recommend checking it out, because I mean, you know, it's quite extraordinary. From Laszlo Kovir, Hungary's Speaker of Parliament, to the editor-in-chief of the national broadcaster, to the Hungarian deputy PM himself, have come a stream of Muscovali disinformation of a quite pathetic nature. And we can contrast this pathetic disinformation against the overwhelming wave of international solidarity which Ukraine is experiencing. So it is heartening to see the diminishing support and the diminishing reach that Moscow has in the West these days. Because when we compare this to 2014, you know, that was a very, very different time for, as we know, it was a very different time for, we heard earlier from the excellent speaker we had from Ukraine, who, I mean, what really struck me was the change in levels of solidarity which Ukraine and Ukrainians have witnessed since then. So yeah, I certainly appreciate your comments and share your sentiments. Thank you. Antti.
No, we had the Digim. I don't know.
Missed you down there. Yeah.
Yeah, Digim, DI_GM. There we go.
Hi there. First of all, great tank conversation. I really appreciate it. Then I have a question and one topic and a quick comment on another topic. I was watching the AKs being fired in Kiev at the drones, and I have some pretty good familiarity with the Iraq wars. I worry about the falling shells. And I'm thinking that even the older anti-aircraft weapons, guns, could probably take down those slow-flying drones. And they should be easy to get, I would figure. But I do worry about the fall down of the rounds being fired up, because there was a lot of that in Iraq. Then I have another thing after people respond to that, if you don't mind.
So a good thing to use is airburst rounds. I don't know what they're really called, but like the Gepard uses, and and various other like Bofors cannons use, right? That's pretty good because they're not dangerous than falling down again.
Okay, the other comment was Russia does have a drug problem with alcohol. The Russian media has covered over and over again lately that they're having problems with the people that are being mobilized that are alcoholics. So that's the only real drug issue I see in the conflict. And I'll step off and let y'all talk because you do a great job.
Thank you, Diggum. Where were we? Let's go to Antti and then to Dryfly. Antti.
I was also in the panel, and I was wondering how she's doing and if all is well. With her.
My profile on the panel. Yeah, thank you so much. Regarding the regardless of the circumstances, I'm all right. Listening to the panel, it's been as always a great discussion. If you have any questions about today or anything else, I'm here.
No, just wanted to hear that all was well. So that was what I had. So you can you should be asleep right now because we're in the same time zone. So
I don't follow sleep. That's my problem.
Yeah. That was what I had. So I'll shut up now and maybe I'll try to get sleep.
Dryfly.
Yeah, I got a question about those drones coming from Iran. How do the Ukrainians pick them up? Probably below radar. How do they even know they're coming in? I mean, I assume sometimes people hear them because they're so noisy, but do they have some kind of...
They have an app.
An app. Okay.
There's an app. It's really cool. So hear me out. So a few days ago, maybe it's older, but I saw it a few days ago from Olga from Odessa, Oscar Domesticated. She posted about it. It's an app where you tap on your phone when you see a cruise missile or a jet or a drone overhead, and then you point it at the sky, I think, and it records it, and it also shares the location. And I don't know how much they've been using this, but my God, if you have, people all around actually using that would be that would be amazing, right? Because you would get all of these data points for the system, ideally that's directly linked with the radar picture, to identify little, because on a radar it's kind of like a little speck and it looks like an error, is my understanding, because it is so relatively small and relatively low, so it's hard to pick up. But if the radar knows where it's supposed to be looking at, right, then it can actually follow it, in principle, at least. So that I think is the really good idea, and something that can be really
that makes
useful.
sense. I got another question to ask, and it regarding to the same comment. I mean, that makes a ton of sense. So some of these things come in at night when people aren't watching and they're asleep, and it comes in the dark and all that kind of stuff. They're hard to pick up. Do they have spotters? I mean, I assume they put some spotters out for it as well. That's what they did in World War II for buzz bombs, because they didn't pick up well on the radar either initially until they kind of learned how to read them. They just go too low. They're below the surface until they're on top of you. The question I'm asking is, has anyone developed, and I'm thinking of your guys that are in Ukraine that are developing those drones. It's a fairly simple problem, but I would think that they could make solar powered sensors that just you spread out around the front of a city, 50 miles out, 60 miles out, to give a warning to somebody to take them down. You follow me? And those things could be dirt cheap. They're like the kind of cameras and sensors that you see in parking lots. Basically not a lot different, a little more subtle. You may have, some of them may have FLIR and some of that, but I mean, I would think you could, for a few $1,000s, pop a couple of those up in the front of Kiev, in the front of of some of these cities so that when they're coming in, even if people are asleep, those things are going to pick them up. Have you heard of anything like that being put in place? Because they could pick up everything literally on the ground like a web in front of the city. Do you kind of get what I'm getting at? What sensors that are from the ground up, not radar that reaches far out, because you just can't reach stuff
This
that's over the
sounds
tree
like
line.
maybe M's department or Bionade.
Well, bounce it off of them, because I know
I'm
people that
here.
are in this business.
No, there's no reason to do any of that. It shows quite clearly and very well on radar. What the Ukrainians need is for the German government to okay Rheinmetall to sell them a certain Kiev, literally fire rifles against loitering ammunition. First of all, public service announcement: stop calling them kamikaze. Let's not use that word. I know that journalists love to use buzzwords, and we all love to use buzzwords, but no, it's loitering ammunition. Names: one is Russian, one is Iranian. The Iranian one is actually a disgrace. Being a martyr in Islam means that you have to testify against God. As a Muslim, I don't want to testify against God that some weird up scientist working R&D in my country, or a country that is supposed to be a Muslim country, developed a firing solution that is being used against innocent civilians to subjugate them into accepting the will of a very short, very idiotic, very stupid dictator. So I will refrain from calling them Shahid 136 or whatever. They have a fucking Russian, sorry again for my French. They have a stupid Russian call sign name, whatever. Loitering ammunition. Loitering ammunition. Okay? So not kamikaze. Let's not call them Shahid. They are Shahid because the fucking Iranians are selling them to the bloody Russians to attack innocent Ukrainians. It is the fact of things. But, however, loitering ammunition. Germans, they have a solution. Rheinmetall has a solution. After what has been happening for the last 10 days, a week, 2 weeks, the German government should receive a phone call from another government, couple of governments, and now we're seeing Israel actually warming up to arming Ukrainians against those aerial threats. And, the engineer in me is like, okay, someone fired something at you and you have a firing solution against it, battle of engineers. Let's see who's going to win, right? This is stupid. It's cynical.
Rheinmetall wins.
Rheinmetall wins. Yes, I know. And that's why they have two solutions against this. They have two firing solutions against this. One of them is laser-based. The other one is round-based. Okay?
So, and where is the release from Ms. Baerbock, Mr. Habeck, and Mr. Scholz?
That's not for me to discuss because it's bad optics. No one wants to hear the crazy Egyptian from Cairo talking about what the German government should do. But technologically speaking, and because I fucking worked for Rheinmetall, they have two firing solutions against that, right? So we're not going to reinvent the wheel here. It shows on radar. There is a radar system that can track those threats. There is a firing command radar that can direct defense against those threats. We're not going to say, let's use our cell phones, let's use our sensors, let's come up and dry fly. I'm saying this with all due respect to you, of course. I know that you mean 100% well.
Well, no, in my solution, I get you. I'm 100% on your page. I'm just saying that, okay, say Rheinmetall is 6 months from now still not doing it. They have to have answers soon. They got to figure out something.
No.
They have them in storage.
Well, I know, but they're not giving
They
them.
have
So
them in storage because there is no political will. They have them in storage. They have a fucking laser firing solution.
Right, I get that. I get all of that.
Threats.
I'm just saying if they're not giving them, it's like they don't exist. So what does Ukraine do?
They exist. Rheinmetall is willing to sell them whatever is feasible. It's only Mr. Habeck and Olaf
And it's a
Scholz who are
defensive
willing
weapon.
to do it.
It's a
I
defensive
get it, but they're
platform.
not.
It's a
But if they
force
don't do it,
protection,
what
right?
do they
So
do?
it's
That's
not
my.
even.
That's the only question I have. Is if they're not doing it, what do the Ukrainians? They can't sit there night after night and get bombed. Okay?
Yeah, but there is no solution, right? So to answer your question specifically, as someone who builds, off the shelf whatever solution someone needs without having to going to use parking sensors, we're not going to use smartphones, we're not going to use parking sensors, we're not going to use smartphones, we're not going to use our automatic rifles. There is no solution. Defense firing system that has the capabilities to shoot down relatively slower incoming loitering ammunition. Rheinmetall has that. The United States government has that.
So why doesn't the U.S. sell it? That's the next.
I don't know. It's just decommission. It was the same way you decommission phalanx systems. It's just this should be done with some sort of like medium caliber, high speed, high round disposal air defense system, etc., etc. They need that. It can be taken out. That fucking thing was flying for enough minutes to be shut down, but they don't have
Yeah,
the firing
some. I
solution.
mean, I can see why the guys are shooting at them, quite frankly, because they're like ducks. Okay, but if you don't have the weapons to reach them, you're screwed.
It doesn't even need a fucking radar because you get visual confirmation on it. You need the firing solution. That's it. Even if you don't want to share the electronics, even if you don't want to share the fire command unit, even if you don't want to share the fucking radar, you get fucking visual confirmation on it. Just give them the bloody firing solution for it, and that's it.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm on the same page. It's just frustrating to me that, again, I'm an engineer myself. It's frustrating to me that if there's solutions, why aren't they there? And if they're not there, what do they do next? That was the whole point.
Germany. We're all back to the old games again. Sorry, everyone. Don't
export licenses.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to
export
give
licenses.
Avanti a heart attack. That's all.
Export licenses, but yeah.
Where were we? Yeah. So, and what are those firing solutions? Sorry, what are the names of them? Do they have Wikipedia pages? And Earth to Cairo.
Sorry, I'm here. What's up?
Yeah. Do the two firing solutions have names / Wikipedia pages so that we can all look them up?
Oerlikon. And the
okay.
high intensity laser hail. It's called hail or hell, something like that. Can't remember it right now.
Thank you. So I thought Oerlikon was Swiss. It's owned by Rheinmetall, right? It's a Swiss. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but the German government can sell Oerlikon. They can sell
absolutely.
It, right? So it's not really owned by the Swiss. Oerlikon has like so many variants. One of them is naval based. One of them is land based. One of them right now you can put it on a fucking truck, right? They can sell it. And that's exactly what you need right now. And it has its own integration networking solution thing. I mean, it has fire control. It has everything. It has everything. And the laser-based system as well, it has everything. And it can track multiple targets at the same time. It is adapted for swarming. I mean, it's there. It's been there for 2 bloody years. Everyone knows about it. They are posting videos about it on fucking YouTube trying to sell it to governments. It's out there for fucking 2 years. They have it.
So I'm told they need an export license from the Swiss government by a Swiss guy.
No, I'm not sure.
Well, the others deal with Pendolino. He says you do. This is an internal Helvetic matter. Deal with him.
That Rheinmetall has the full control of it under German rules. So about 4 years ago, when Oerlikon Contrabes was sold to Rheinmetall, and I know because I know a few people from the ETH who works there. Otherwise, Rheinmetall
and fight.
Okay.
I'm telling Pendolino to show up and fight
But
you.
exactly, I wanted to ask M that question if he's talking about Oerlikon, because it sounded like Oerlikon because I know a few guys working there or used to work there.
It's one of two solutions.
Okay. The other question I had, very shortly, why can't you shoot them down with a normal fighter jet?
I think that's how one Ukrainian MiG-29 or Su-27, whatever it was, fell apart. Because it was shooting a bunch of these down and then ingested debris from one of them.
But why didn't they have a few fighter jets up in Kiev?
Because that's what you do.
I mean,
Fly
they took
aircraft
most of them
together.
down, right?
They do through the fight.
No, I just want to say, right? They took most of them down. They 5 out of what was it? 5 out of 28 made it through, maybe something like that, right? So, but 80% success rate. The problem is the 20% does appalling damage and kills people. So, no, it's like they're on the right track, but the last 20% is going to be hard. I think that's the way to put it.
Let me ask another question. How precise are they in targeting? Or they just go?
I would love to see an analysis of every place that was hit. I think this will be out later, not quite yet. But from that, I think we'll be able to. Florian, you'd be the man for.
Yeah, because but I didn't hear any arguments if they're very precise. Because still, what I don't get is why they're attacking office building and civilian buildings. I would understand if they attack whatever power plants, transformer stations, or heating plants, something that really cripples the infrastructure and is very, very costly. But from what I've seen, the few pictures from this morning, it was just a residential building and an office building and so on. And that's, of course, useless to do that. And either they're really bad and they can't do it, or maybe that's the purpose.
I don't know. I think Wendy's going to crash again.
I'm wondering about prisoner exchange or swaps between Ukraine and Russia. And the reason I've actually been thinking about the question for a long time, trying to find out on my own. But
Sorry, Rusty, break. I've just been reminded, Florian. Oerlikon also makes ammo for Gepards, and the Swiss government didn't allow Oerlikon Gepard ammo to be sent to
The
Ukraine.
ammunition was produced earlier.
Oh, fine.
Prior to the takeover.
Yes. This is the old one, where Oerlikon was still a company independently, and I think it changed when they bought it 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay, Florian, Pendolino and you live within 5 minutes walk from each other or something. Go meet in an alley, I guess. Sorry, Rusty.
I will ask.
That was a joke. They're not actually gonna fight. They're gonna shout at each other over beer. It's fine.
It's not like with Gunny, right? Who offered a
No.
tanky who was pursuing him heavily to meet at a football field close by.
No, the one that wins doesn't have to pay for the beer. I think that's going to be.
The Oerlikons are not manufactured by Oerlikon. Oerlikons are manufactured by Rheinmetall. I think there might be something missed in translation here.
No, so clear. Oerlikon was bought by Rheinmetall, and the Rheinmetall engineering is here in Oerlikon. I live about really 10 minminutes away from that.
It depends which. It depends which product is produced where, Florian. That's what Em is alluding to. Because Oerlikon also had production of a product outside of Switzerland.
Yeah, well, I know about that because the Egyptian Fahd APC is basically bought off Rheinmetall because we bought the chassis in 1976, right? And it's been ours since, and we've been competing against Rheinmetall to provide, a slightly lighter or more range variants of that that can compete with the TPZ Fox. But the Oerlikon right now is fully owned by Rheinmetall. So Rheinmetall and the German government solution for the Ukrainians right now, if the Iranians will continue to supply weapons for the Russians, because next there will be short range and medium range ballistic missiles. Woohoo! You know, something's got to give, right? You need to be one or at least two or 3 steps ahead of what Iran is going to do to support Russia, because for them, they will keep standing behind Russia for as long as it takes, for as much as it takes, because they have their own bloody calculus, which is as equally evil and equally criminal, right? So here we are, right? If let's just use it.
All right, another little letter to Olaf.
Somebody really needs to call the guy. Rusty, apologies.
Oh, no worries. I just see that now they're saying there's 4 dead, 6 missing, and 25 wounded as result of military Su-34 crash in Eisk of Krasnodar Krai. And that's a high number of casualties, so I guess the loitering munition on the Russian side is their own planes. But back to my question. So I'm actually wondering, is the Russians willing to swap less Russians for Ukrainians? Because today there's a prisoner swap, and it says that 108 Ukrainian military women were liberated from Russian captivity for 110 Russians. So 2 fewer Ukrainians than the 110 Russians. And if my memory is correct, I think when the war started and early in the war, the Russians tended to be willing to swap almost fewer Russians for Ukrainians. Has that trend shifted? And do you have anything to say about this topic?
Yeah, thanks, Rossi. I can chime in on this if you want. I mean, it's been interesting to see that amongst the releases today, we had an exchange of female prisoners, many of them Azovstal warriors, but among them a woman with an evidently incredible story who was imprisoned in occupied Donetsk for protecting orphaned children. This was over 3 years ago. So today, 3 years later, Ludmila Parkhomenko. Yeah, this is yet more evidence, of course, that Ukrainian success on the battlefield, its liberation, it drives humanitarian results. If you are correct in your numbers there, sir, it's certainly of great significance. Go ahead for a follow-up.
Yeah, so I'm actually wondering if anyone else has something to say, because you just talked about one individual case, and I didn't actually get any further with that.
It's down to negotiations. The fact that the numbers are close is arbitrary in itself. Often the numbers are very far apart, because that's just how negotiations go. That's kind of the extent of it. Often rank counts for more, unless you have a breakdown by rank. You won't get very far, if that makes sense. But there's often other complicating factors. Some just arbitrary completely, some a bit less so. But again, it's down to negotiations. There is no conversion chart, let's say. There's a conversion chart. There isn't one, because Russia plays around with this a lot, brings negotiations close to conclusion, and then says, maybe not. And then again and again and again, because they know that, they don't care about their own people anyway, right? But they know that Russians in Ukrainian captivity are treated fine, appropriately, legally, whereas Ukrainians in Russian captivity, and Ukrainians know that Russians know, the Ukrainians in Russian captivity are routinely tortured and mistreated in just about every way imaginable. And Ukraine cares about its people, whereas Russia doesn't care about its people. So the Ukrainians have an outsized interest compared to the Russians to get deals done, and deals done quickly, because it means fewer Ukrainians in Russian captivity being tortured and starved and I just leave it at tortured. We've done this in detail with Father Vasil, and he was clearly a non-combatant. Imagine what combatants go through. So they want to get stuff done quickly, and they will agree to things in negotiation. It comes down to negotiation. There is no other explanation. It is by definition a black box. Rusty?
Yeah, yeah, I actually think that I would guess that the Russian negotiators is thinking that they're kind of winning in this exchange due to the fact that they're exchanging women for Russian men. But I guess everyone in here, we can all agree that any Ukrainian is, in our view, more worth than any Russian, either gender. So I believe that any Ukrainian has more fighting will than any Russian. So that exchange rate, in my view, the Russians are losing. But if my memory serves me right, I actually think in the start of this conflict there was cases where you had like 60 Russians exchanged for 80 Ukrainians.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't read much into it. Anyway, I have a question here from a listener that's been pending for an hour and a half. I've just been asked if I can please ask it now. And it's a bit of a kind of like a what if question. What is this question saying? I'm seeing people saying that Iran giving weapons to Russia is Iran participating in a quotation marks proxy war, but the US and other countries sending weapons to Ukraine is not a quotation marks proxy war. I realize Russia says it is a proxy war, but I don't think it is. So what's the difference? Well, that's literally it. Calling it a proxy war, Iran giving stuff to Russia a proxy war, is just turning Russian rhetoric against them in a mocking way. There isn't anything else to do with it. Neither is a proxy war. Russia is fighting for its own imperial interests. Ukraine is fighting for its own, survival. Neither side is a proxy of someone else. But because of Russian incessant rhetoric, it's amusing. That's all. It's funny to call it the proxy war. Similarly, like when Russia protested in the UN Security Council, saying that Western weapons deliveries to Ukraine are, being delivered to an unstable region, leading to violence. We said the same first about North Korean and Iranian weapons deliveries to Russia, that they should be sanctioned, and then asking that Russia asks to Ukraine after the Kharkiv offensive. It is all to mock the ridiculous messaging coming out of Russian propagandists. That's all there is, nothing else. Have I said anything that was wrong? Or...
No, of course not. You said it perfectly. I'm just adding to it. Okay, we can dispense with so many buzzwords: proxy war, kamikaze drones, suicide vehicular-borne IED, improvised explosive device. These are messages, and this is messaging that the Russian Federation want people to buy in, and want people to parrot, and want people to repeat. Okay, if we discuss the bridge and the whole suicide truck thing, no, this is to deny that the Ukrainian armed forces have capability to call the shots, target using that counter countermeasures, Russian countermeasures, doesn't stand a chance against. And that's why they want you to believe that it's a Aussie drones, skip. What are we talking about now? Shit, I forgot. Help me out, Doman.
We're talking about it being called a proxy war.
Exactly. This is not a proxy war. You know why? Because the Russian Federation back in 2014 decided that it will wage hybrid warfare against Ukraine because it perceived an injury or it perceived a threat. And then it went on and on and on and on to message that this threat comes from Ukraine. It doesn't, because you know what is the threat? There is no threat. The Russian Federation wants to break NATO. They have an objective, right? They want to turn NATO countries against one another, and they want to sow divisions within NATO, and they want to make sure that NATO goes away. Let's think for a minute. 3D chess. Well, hello. It is not NATO that is trying to corner Russia. It is actually Russia that is trying to break up NATO. And they thought that they can use disinformation, misinformation, and messaging that NATO is the evil boogeyman surrounding Russia and trying to break up Russia. And they are failing miserably at it, right? So it goes both ways. Pure and simple. Take it at face value. Anything that's coming from Russia, especially action, take it at face value. And everything that comes from Russia, when it comes to messaging, information, and misinformation, take it as face, at face value, as the complete opposite of what they are trying to convince you is the case or is the truth. And that's it.
Exactly. So yeah. So when we say it, we say it with big, sarcasm signs flashing all over the place. Just to be clear, we know sarcasm sometimes doesn't translate well over accents and dialects, especially when it's produced by intermediate English language students like myself and
I see what you did there, Delman.
I've been using it ever since you first said it. I think I must have said it 20 times now.
I mean, it's 11:10 in Cairo, but I see what you did there. Good shot.
I love it. No, I've been calling myself an intermediate English language student. It's great. I will forever now.
So now you talked so much, I forgot what I wanted to say. Yeah, just wanted to say about these drones. These are really, really, really slow flying, and I think you could really easily pick them up with some device if you find out which kind of speed this motor of them works. If it's 8 kilohertz or something, you could really filter it out with a easy audio recording. So yeah, you could actually use smartphones for detecting these, but not for shooting them down. I mean, this was a joke. You don't shoot them down with a smartphone, but yeah. But yeah, M is totally right. We have enough solutions for this, and yeah, I don't think it should be a problem to yeah, shoot them down. And
anyone wanna?
Sorry, I was a little distracted. Louis just sent me something about chlamydia alarm. Oh, there's chlamydia alarm in Germany. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's a reference to the Russian woman.
Let's please stop
damn.
talking about the Russian woman. The German government is going to sort it out. Please, for the love of God, everyone, let's just
Even
stop
better,
talking about
the
it.
tax man is gonna sort that. It's great.
the tax man is sorted out. She worked as a prostitute and was
Yes, I know.
unemployed.
For the love of God, let's all be gentlemen and stop talking about her. The German government is going to sort it out. Please.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Let's move.
That's just
Let's
funny.
move on. Let's move on, please. There's more serious shit going on today.
Yeah, yes, she did whatever she did, and Louis led a campaign,
She
and he
avoided
made the right.
taxes.
Well, yeah, well, whatever. Just let's move on. Let's not talk about that.
Yeah. Okay. Another point I wanted to make here. This I mean, what would happen in the West? It's really crazy for me to see. This pilot is alive, and at least 4 people are dead, and around 20 are missing. I mean, what effect would it have in the West if the pilot lets the airplane crash into a building and saves his own life? I mean,
First of all, the pilot is going to do everything to prevent civilian loss of life. Secondly, he wouldn't be on his back pretending to be, he would be on his feet, and at least his face and his demeanor would show that he feels he fucked up, right? None of that we had seen so far. We will not see. We wouldn't see. It happened already. It's there. Bad piloting, bad maintenance. If we have any New Age Buddhist followers on the space right now listening, karma. Instead of calling her a bitch, I like to call her a witch, because we're trying to keep it PG 13 or whatever. So, yeah, karma is a witch. On the same day, they managed to fire air raids against Kyiv and hurt civilians. They get their own civilian killed and injured because of the failure of a pilot and the failure of maintenance teams, quote unquote, flying a training sortie, which is fully armed for some reason with live ammunition that was cooking on video in front of everyone to see, because it's the year 2022 and people have smartphones and they upload shit to the internet. And then you see it before you can take it down. So less than 12 hours after attacking Kyiv, they get their own problem with their own jet hitting the civilian complex and killing and injuring civilians. And they get the humiliation of the entire world watching their pilot lying on his back on the asphalt after successfully parachuting from his jet when he didn't do anything. And experts agree to that. He didn't do anything to minimize loss to his own people. He chose his own life, which is fine. I get it. But he chose his own life. He chose to bail. And he didn't worry about the fact that his jet would crash into a civilian complex and kill innocent people. And then he was on the asphalt, lying on his back. I mean, he wasn't doing what, Mach 1 or whatever, for him to be so, oh, get up after parachuting from that altitude at that speed after that and stand, right? But instead, he's afraid because he knows he fucked up and he knows what's going to happen to him, right? So he's going to pretend to be this powerless person for as many people to see, hoping that whatever gets written on the official report of retrieving him manages to save him what his quote unquote bosses are going to put him through. It's a fucked up system. It's a fucked up country. It's a fucked up military. It's fucked up everything. Their own public media outlet putting out a bulletin saying this was a training sortie. Yeah, you carry that amount of live ammunition on a training sortie. Of course, of course, of course. And that's why you get secondary explosions going on and on and on and on and on for more than 5 minutes as your pilot is on the fucking asphalt on his back, pretending to be immobile and unconscious. Okay.
We do, but we do not know whether this was the pilot or the WSO, the whistle, because it's a two-seated plane. One chute got out. That's all there is to it. We do not know that yet.
Are we 100% sure that it was a two-seated plane? Because I saw
Yes.
two reports. One was saying that it was one-seated. The other one was saying two. And then, I don't know. I'm speaking
I only
out
go
of...
by the model. I only go by the model number identified so far. If somebody can correct me, the model number I've been given is a two-seated plane.
There were two jets fired, like two ejection jets fired in the video.
Really interesting.
Yeah,
I
you
didn't
can
see
see
that.
two flashes.
There was one report that said that two... back. Sorry for going on a rant, but you know,
That's
even
good
if
to know.
you're the co-pilot, I would still get on my fucking feet and stand up.
In any event, we should silence because I couldn't care less. Today, for the first time, 107 women were freed from captivity, terror, torture, and the likes, including a mother of a 4-year-old who's been a combat medic in Azovstal. I think this is significantly more reportable and interesting than whatever the destiny of a pilot. As much as that certainly shows the decrepit state of their Air Force.
100%, Axel. Thank you. And thank you, Em. And I think next we can go to Dryfly.
Hello. I was just going to make one quick comment and then ask a question. The comment is that the reason that for the person who was saying, why do they do that? Why do they blow up civilian complexes? Is because we talk about it. It horrifies the West, and they're using it to try to get some of our more sympathetic parts of the public to pressure our politicians to force a compromise. And for them over the months, just say it's going to get ugly before it's over, and it's gotten ugly, and it'll probably get uglier. The question I have is there anything, and I'd really be interested to hear M's take on this, but Axel, you're from that part of the world too. I mean, involved with stuff that's gone on in Middle East with business and stuff. Is there any pressure we can bring on Iran and not make it worse? And the reason I ask that is the Americans usually get involved in something like this and invariably make it worse. So I'm going to ask people from that, who especially am very interested, what can the world do to try to reel in Iran to try to slow down the weapons flow? And I'll listen.
Em, go ahead.
President Biden is doing everything he could. I trust him fully, and I stand fully behind him. He's an old fox, and he's walking a very tight rope. The whole situation for him has been very precarious. He has a lot of good analysts. He has a lot of good advisors as well. And he's dealing with a lot. And I have a lot of respect for the old man. So I stand behind President Biden. And I know that he's doing the best he could to apply the proper amount of the proper amount of pressure, given a very precarious situation. And he's been doing that overtly and covertly. There's nothing much that can be done about Iran right now.
Well, thank you. That was kind of my thoughts too. I mean, I'm old enough to have been in country and went to school with a lot of Iranians. I was in college in the 70s and early 80s, and my roommate was Turkish. And so I had friends from all over that part of the world. I actually translated for Algerian students who were dumped into country without any language skills. So I remember talking with people, and it just seems like every time America gets involved, we don't have those contacts anymore, what we could do. As the weeks and months go by, as you have that kind of percolate back in your brain, I think a lot of us here would appreciate your input on it. And I will be quiet and step down now.
Thing about Iran is that it's a very complex situation, right? And a lot of U.S. presidents have tried to unlock it in various ways. It is what it is, and it would be considered bad optics to focus on a very long spans at least 4 or 5 different domains of warfare, and try to sum it up right now um, to, in a way to make things look better or make things look brighter or to make them look evil. They are evil. And it has nothing to do with the Sunni and the Shia divide. And it has nothing to do with the proclaimed or self-perceived or sought after Saudi leadership of happening between Saudi and Turkey and Iran separately, regardless of everything else. The Iranian government made a choice right now, and that choice has been loud and clear for the last few days. They decided that they would stand behind the government of the Russian Federation, for better or for worse, because they have their own calculus, and their calculus is deeply rooted in shared Islam eschatology, which is the Shiite version of the end of days. They believe that they actively need to work towards bringing about the emergence of Mahdi. That's their own problem. And for any serious intelligence analyst to dismiss the fact that who actually believe in this and are not just doing the bidding of their superiors to maintain a job or feed their families or keep their wives and their children safe, no, it is not the case. And to go on that tangent is to basically undermine the ongoing sacrifice of Ukrainian men and women who are trying to save their present and save their future. So, to put it very mildly, there is a country called Iran. For some reason, they have R&D programs focused on long-range, medium-range missiles and ammunition, or loitering munitions, so as not to be distracted or sidelined. Why they got here goes all the way back to the 4th Caliph in Islam. It's just redundant at this point. How can they be stopped?
It's just a power game. It's just a power game.
It is a power game, but the problem is you should always differentiate between the man who's using the myth to win the power game and the man who's actually driven by the ideology and the myth. And that's why he's in the power game. One of my pet peeves, Axel. You understand that. So yeah, Iran, they'll be sorted out. But for the time being, they are a problem. And it is actually an insult to the collective European Union and to the collective scientific, engineering, research and development community of Europe right now to be outdone by this cheap technology, right? Because you lack the political will to provide the firing solution against it. And for me, and this is a disclaimer, I'm a Rafai off more than seeing bullshit and knowing that you can stand up to it and not doing it because your hands are tied behind your back for whatever reason. So if we're going to park the whole religious argument to the side and just focus on science and say that Europe stands for enlightenment and say Europe stands for a certain set of human rights and say Europe stands for the free human will, then now it's a battle of engineers. And it's a bloody insult for the entire engineering, defense, R&D community in Europe right now to have firing solutions against those jokes being provided by Iran to Russia on the cheap, because Russia is running out, because they don't have their own R&D and they don't have their own manufacturing, and now their minion is coming for their help. And we're going to allow stupid, they're not stupid, laws should be respected, constitutions should be respected. No one is calling for overriding anything, because that would would be borderline right-wing fanaticism. We're not that. We will never be that. No one wants that. But for the love of God, someone has got to do something about Germany at this point. Enough is enough.
I think it's well said, Em. It's a Europe-wide effort that is required, and that is yet to be seen. Bionada.
Yeah. Anyways, next one. Sorry.
Okay. Machilias. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks, and I hope to the M, which was speaking beforehand, and I hope that we NATO are the ones which are at least on the ones on German soil fulfilling your mission in a degree which is still legal and feasible. And right now, what I wanted to also to add to this Iran thing, and because we are also fighting on the information war with jokes and memes and sarcasm, that that in Germany there are very divided, and they have those intellectuals. They call them at least intellectuals. I mean, they are obviously collaborators and not intellectuals, and in any manner. But they have been preaching that it's something like a proxy war, and we've talked about this beforehand. And now with Iran actually as a player, we can say that Iran must stop waging its proxy war in Ukraine, because it seems ready to fight its war to the last Russian soldier. Other statements which has been around is like Iran is supplying Russia. Are you hearing me? Actually, I got a notice that
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Iran supplying Russia with weapons will only prolong the war and things like that. So, I mean, it's some kind of ammunition for our information tasks. But then again, there was some saying that about trusting Moscow, and that's really something which is so evident about German politics. As long as they see an opportunity to gain something, they pretend to be so faithful and everything. I mean, each Slavic country has been telling constantly since so many years that there is one thing which is certain about Moscow, that they are constantly lying. I mean, we had the saying that if you want to prove something, you can't say for certain it's actually true before Moscow denies it. So that's the main evidence that if they denies it, then it must be true. So I don't get it. How can they still get away with get people on the talk shows like David Precht and Warwick and Command Nech, Watt, and so on and so forth. But I don't want to talk about it. At least we get some ammunition. That's good for our information.
All right, quick comment regarding the whole proxy war thing. Okay, I understand that everyone's intentions come from a good place. It was Russia that said that this is a proxy war and that the United States government and Western European countries are using Ukraine as a tool to attack the Russian Federation. This is a lie. Initially, this is a lie. Ultimately, this is a lie. Now, I get the sarcasm and I get the point of making an argument that says, oh, haha, if Russia is claiming that the United States government and Western European countries supplying Ukraine with weapons and training to defend itself is prolonging the war, then we can make the joke that Iran right now supplying the Russian Federation with ammunitions and systems will also prolong the war. I mean, I get it. This is stupid. This is wrong. This is bad. This is idiotic. Because you get to spend your energy, your mental energy, and your time on discussing, refuting, supporting, coming up with counter arguments for a fallacy in the first place. The government of the Russian Federation waged hybrid overtly. The government of Iran decided to side with the government of Russia because Iran and Russia has been allies for decades now due to a very long history that is out there for anyone with an IQ higher than 110 to understand. Not to hit on the forced gum types. We love them. They are amazing. But sometimes when your IQ is less than 110, 120, things get murky and difficult for you. It's tip. So, yes, there is no proxy warfare going on right now because the main definition of proxy warfare is a state actor standing behind a non-state actor to which with plausible deniability. You don't need an IQ of 110 to understand that this is not the case today. This is a superpower, sadly, a sovereign nation with more than 5,000 nukes invading a sovereign nation that is the birthplace of whatever they claim for themselves as their cultural civilization. And then there is a coalition of governments and countries, and this is bad, and this is going to undermine the international laws and rules based system and will affect our present and the future for our children and our grandchildren and voters and restore them and protect its people against genocide. It's that simple. We don't need to use terms like proxy warfare. We don't need to use terms like kamikaze drones. This thing, so cool and so in. Because you know what? It is already cool and in because it will affect your present. It is affecting your present and destroying your economies. And it will affect your future. And it will affect everything within the current system of international relationships and international economics. And that's all you need to know to stand up against it. And that's it. Everything else, nothing burgers. Smoke and mirrors being thrown at you because there are news cycles to keep running and things to keep saying, and boredom to keep killing, and void to keep filling. Grow up. And that's not a comment directed at any of our previous rant. Off to you, Wendy.
Thanks, Sam. Well said. The choosing the right language, as we heard Libov say earlier, is always very important to bear in mind. And there is no pacifism in this war, as Orwell, as has been true for many years. But Orwell said, well, pacifism is objectively pro-fascist. If you hamper the war effort of one side, you automatically help out that of the other. So there's a few leaders in the free world right now who would do well to bear that in mind. And with that, we'll go to Erland.
Yeah, I wanted to touch into this whole Russia, Israel, Syria thing. So, as the conflict has, well, as Thomas was talking about yesterday, everyone sees now that Russia has lost. Their generals know, everyone knows, but the person who denies is only on the top. That's the key figure that makes this conflict go on. So I believe that the Israelis are not stupid. I believe that they are highly intelligent. We know. And they can see how this is going. And maybe this will turn their will to actually deliver systems, or at least exchange more technologies with the Ukrainian army. Because as we know, until now, the main concern have been untold agreements about certain activities happening in Syria. Those are likely to become an issue anyhow this ends, as the Russian army is being dismantled every day in Ukraine. So do any of you have maybe M has a comment on this? Do you think that the Israelis will change their attitude now, as they clearly can see that Russia is losing?
Anyone else, but they are not getting the publicity because they don't want the publicity, and their threat matrix equation is honestly a nightmare. First of all, they have to worry about Egypt, country of more than 100 million people, and a government that is not doing anything to take on misinformation, disinformation, and with very high rates of anti-Semitism and anti-American sentiment. However, they rely on whoever is in charge to keep things under control, and they provide security assistance and security cooperation in return. And what they get in return is some sort of security cooperation and assistance and control on certain jihadi factions in Gaza and the West Bank. And it is what it is, because we had the good fight and we fought the good fight, and we have no interest in fighting against Israelis or Jews or however you want to call them right now. Then they get Syria. Then they get Iran. Then they get all the other Arab countries. They've got that sorted for a while right now. Bahrain is fine. Qatar is doing business. Kuwait is Kuwait. Saudi Arabia and the Emirates are more or less in line. The Emirates more than the Saudis. The Saudis, they have their own calculations, but they're near abroad basically. And then they have to worry about Asia Minor, and then they have to worry about the Caucasus as well, and then they have to worry about Iran, and they have to worry about a domestic audience in the United States. And then they have to worry about the Europeans and European anti-Semites, and that's a completely different problem for them and completely different history. Now, the Israelis have been doing a lot to help the Ukrainians, whether we know it or not. It's just one thing that anyone should accept as an informed or lightly informed or not that informed civilian living in wherever they are living. They are not publicizing it for so many reasons. And yes, they need to maintain a certain level of communications with the Russians, but the Russians have not been acting nice to them for quite a while right now, and the Israelis are trying to remain the more understanding part of the equation and trying to give them excuses and trying to give them leeway and trying to ask for more clarifications. But make no mistake, both parties are involved in covert action against one another. And I honestly, I wouldn't envy the Israelis for the position they are in right now. And as a sane human being, everything else aside, I wish them well to come up with a proper solution. They have a determinant right now, and they have a matrix, and they need to come up with the proper vectors. So far, they have been doing well, and they should continue to do well because they didn't start this, they don't want this, and they have to deal with it, and they have to do the right thing. Good luck to them.
Yeah, thank you. I'm full aware of that they're contributing a lot in ways that we, not traditionally see as well. But I was thinking more equipment, because I think maybe that could change some of the European sentiments towards this. That's my thought, but it's just a game of thought.
Yeah, I get that. I can't comment. I mean, I'm just, I'm a kid with a smartphone. I can't comment on the decision of a sovereign government to try to transfer their technologies and their defense systems to a country, even if it's being invaded, and even if there are historical ties and roots and, religious angle to it. It's bad optics to comment on all that. But the iron coming in today. The Rheinmetall Oriclon would do it. But yeah, some people would say, let's give them the Iron Dome, and then the Iron Dome is going to take care of the loitering munition, and voila. But we've seen one comment from an Israeli politician, I think 24 hours or 48 hours ago, saying that it's about time for Israel to get involved in the fight and provide Ukraine with more technologies and more platforms. If the US and Europe are already doing that, then Israel should start doing that, because the Iranians are sending in their own loitering munitions, and soon their mid-range and short-range ballistic missiles. Then who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, thank you anyways for the comment. I was thinking more about the loitering munitions and the anti-tank missile systems they have, which are smaller and more probable delivery items.
But the Russians are out of tanks anyway. Everything else left is obsolete, and javelins or in-laws are still flowing in. So
Yeah, excellent. Atacams, go ahead.
It's a genocide, and they're trying to subjugate us all. I mean, it's time to revoke like the visas from everywhere, confiscate their properties, and transfer all Russian assets to Ukraine. Forget freezing them, just give it to them. Like actions speak louder than words. There's no excuses. Like the Baltic women leaders. I mean, it's like I learned long time ago that it's easier to ask for forgiveness than for permission. If you have it, transfer it. I mean, like, it's ridiculous. Laws don't apply to Russians unless they're used against us. Why won't the world wake up? I mean, there's no excuse. All we've seen is cowardice from the West. We failed as humans. I mean, I'd rather die in like nuclear war than see another Ukrainian person being harmed. I mean, it's just ridiculous, you know, and it's bullshit. There's no excuse. Not from any government, not from Germany, anywhere. Like, I'm tired of it. I'm done. Like, we need to do something, and we need to do everything in our power to help them now. It's ridiculous. We see what's going on. They talk about nuking us every single day. Like, why won't people wake up? I just
And
don't understand it. Like,
and Atacams, I absolutely, sorry to interrupt you, but I absolutely share your sentiments. The calm, consistent solidarity. This works. This has been shown to work, and I absolutely share your sentiments of frustration where it lies within within the individual leaders of the free world responsible for passivity in these issues. But time and again, solidarity for Ukraine works. Support for Ukraine works. Contacting your elected representatives, reaching out, and making Ukraine your number one issue that affects your life right now. Keeping it as a prominent topic in your local communities. This level of solidarity works. So I really appreciate your comment. It's an absolutely, it's one I.
Hi, Wendy. Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. First of all, just getting back to Atacams, I also wanted to say I share your sentiment. On the other hand, we do have to see that certain governments, including the government of the United States, the UK, and other governments have really done a lot, including, I mean, there's no question that the Baltic states, Poland, what we would call as the eastern part of Europe, they have done a lot. There's no question whatsoever. And I think that, but I'd like to highlight the United States. They have really made a difference here. And if we look at the changing landscape over the last 6 months with regard to the type of tools that have been given to the Ukrainians in order to fight back, it's made a huge difference, and we're seeing it on the ground. And I think we have to keep that in mind. Is it enough? I personally say it's definitely not enough, and it should be much more. But I do also think that decision makers in those capitals, and I'm not talking, also do feel that they're walking a fine line about how far to go. And it's again, it's not that I think that it doesn't matter, but I think that that at the end of the day, the plan is clearly to prevail here, and it will probably cost more lives than otherwise. But there is a risk here that one can push it too far, and I think that a lot of people share that feeling that it could end up in something that is. A lot of countries are doing a lot. On the other hand, I want to be clear, there are countries like my country, Germany, we're not doing ditty, we're not doing enough. We've sent a few anti-aircraft weapons now. Great, thank you. And bridging weapons, thank you. I don't think that's enough. So I just wanted to say, in principle, I really, really share your sentiment, but there is a lot happening. Actually, I got on board because I was hearing Mohammed M's comments on Israel. I'll be very honest with you. I disagree with you on one thing.
It's actually Murad, not Mohammed.
Murad, Habibi, Asif. I don't think Israel is doing enough. I do understand why Israel is holding back. I understand the logic behind it. There's a big logic behind it, irrespective of the fact that there's a huge Jewish community in Russia, and then you also have the situation in Syria, which plays a role. But I think what you were referring to, the tweet from I think it was the Minister of Diaspora, who said, if Iran is going to send ballistic missiles to Russia, then we need to do our part. I do hope that will change Israel's sentiment, because they do have technology, they do have equipment, which could make a difference here. And it does not change also what you said, that a Skyguard system, multiple Skyguard systems from Germany, from Rheinmetall in Ukraine could make a difference. There's no question that could change that too. But I do not agree with you that Israel has done enough. They've not done enough, not even in the background. That's my personal opinion. Thank you.
Well, that's fine, Abdulaziz. Well, okay. First of all, I don't think that I said they have been doing enough. I said they have been doing a lot. For the background, they actually did two things. If I recall correctly, it was the previous prime minister, and he made a point of breaking Shabbat to travel to Moscow to try to negotiate peace. That's a huge thing, given their cultural convictions, and given the fact that prime minister was actually a very conservative Jew. As for what's being done covertly, we have discussed this on the space so many times. Several members of Israeli SIGINT units and commando units literally quit the service, and their governments shouldn't be worried about them or responsible for them, etc., etc. Gave up benefits and whatnot in order to go to Ukraine and help. You cannot argue, or one cannot argue, that this was done in accordance with a government level policy, but it was certainly a government level policy to allow them to go in the first place. So it is an opinion. 100% respected. We get it. I get it personally. To answer to what you've just raised, and I'm not going to argue to say that Israel has done enough, because again, what is enough? Where's the definition? It's a very expensive definition and a very expensive equation to try to solve right now. But it's just a bad situation we all find ourselves in right now, and everyone's trying to do their best while making sure that they protect their interests. It is what it is, right?
Rod, you're absolutely right. I agree. But I get it. I get the whole interest part. And you know what? For a German chancellor to have German Leopards shooting Russian T-72s into the air in Ukraine is also, from their perspective, not something that looks good. And where they have an issue historically driven. What I'm trying to say is, what I'm trying to get at is, at the end of the day, God damn it, we the West, and when I include Israel in it without question, we need to get our act together. And I'm coming back to Atacams on this point. We need to do what we have to do, because this is a fight that is going to make all the difference. This is really a fight that's going to make all the difference. And in that regard, I do put the Germans and the Israelis and the French in one box. That's how I see it. Sorry.
No, absolutely. That's good. That's a good point. But the thing is, the Germans are in a completely different. There is energy dependent NATO membership. Fourthly, there is the refugee influx. I mean, the list is endless, honestly. But it's primed by geography. And therefore, if you have a conflict in the near abroad that has a lot of entangling lines and a lot of intersecting plot lines with your domestic and foreign policies, inherent or not, then it's 100% on you, mate. Because if we're going to start comparing the Israeli government to the German government, well, the Israeli government said, fuck it, I'm not going to inherit anything. I will not end up in a situation where my calculus has to be built upon inherent solutions and inherent situations. I will not inherit any parts of the equations that I cannot control and continue with without any control whatsoever on inherent preconditions. Whereas the German government had the actual control and the actual political will and the actual political process to prevent itself from being in a position where it has to begin solving calculus from the position of inheriting parameters, and they chose not to for whatever reason. And that's pure mathematics.
Murad, I fully get it. You're absolutely right, and I think from that perspective, it's difficult to disagree. I'm coming from a value-based approach, and that is right, wrong, authoritarianism against democratic free will type of society. That's where the approach I'm coming from. You are right. When we're talking about realpolitik in that regard, there's no question whatsoever. Germany is closer to it, and it should have dealt with it 10 years ago, 20 years ago. But in this point, we are coming definitely to the point. And I think that the weapons deliveries of Iran to Russia are, I mean, if the Minister of Diaspora, who is responsible for the Jewish agency in Russia, which was closed down a few months ago, and responsible for the Jews in Russia, says publicly that if Iran is delivering these types of weapons to Russia, then we have to react and be clear about our commitment to Ukraine. I think those lines are going to become drawn very clearly. And that's where I'm coming from. I fully understand what you're saying. You're right from a very realpolitik type of approach, which is not right or wrong. I'm not being sarcastic here in any form, but we have to take sides. We're coming to the point where we have to take sides, and then everything else doesn't matter, because I think that this conflict here, this war, is going to come. I think we all, everyone on the Ukrainian side here, I don't know if there are a few Vatniks listening in here, good for them. This is going to make the difference. This is what it's all about. This is where the stand is made. And that's where I'm coming from. But I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you from that perspective. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Abdulaziz. I would defer to Axel if he's listening.
Axel, do you would you like to comment on this extremely civil conversation?
All right, Axel is not here. So, yeah, Abdelaziz, yeah, well, I totally get your point, but still, it is not a situation that the Israeli government brought about, and it's not a situation that the German government brought about. However, the German government inherently, as part of their own security and political equations, shoulder the burden to find a solution for this. Whereas before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, or this war, or this conflict had begun, backyard or the regional vicinity of Israel that they had to deal with, and therefore they ended up inheriting a couple of differential equations. And it's all about differential equations. It's all about calculus, right? So they inherited those situations before, or those positions before the Russian invasion of Ukraine had started, before the Ukrainian revolution started, before the Russian application of hybrid warfare against Ukraine had started, right? And then they need to continue to provide security for their own people, and they need to continue to provide security for neighboring countries, not given, for, again, for neighboring countries, to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. I mean, I guess we can agree to disagree, but it's an interesting point of view, and it's been presented very eloquently. So thank you for that. Off to you, Wendy.
Wendy, I just would like to add one more thing.
Please.
But we agree to disagree, and Habibi, at the end of the day, we want one thing, and that's Ukraine to be 100% free, and that's what counts. And the nuances behind it, other people will work it out. But Wendy, what I wanted to say, you had made one comment, and that was that something along the lines that pacifism has no place here. And I found it a great statement that you made, because it's true. Pacifism has no place here. One thing, I'm in Germany right now. I'm going to be here for 10 days, and this whole pacifist thing of we need peace, it sounds great, but god damn it, if the other side is not seeking peace, there's no peace to be had. It's as simple as that. And people don't, I don't know why, but people don't get it. They just don't understand. This person is out to dominate you, to kill you, if you are not going to fall under his head and go down on your knees in front of his head. And they just don't get it. And you are absolutely right. And I hope I'm quoting you correctly, but there is no space for pacifism here. This is not what it's about. This is about survival. This is about our way of life. And that's the only thing that's going to keep us going, are those today on the front lines, on the Ukrainian side, fighting for all of us and our freedom and our right to be free and to be who we want to be. And this is what counts. So I thank you for that statement. And I hope I did not misunderstand you, but that's how I understood it. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul. I can't take credit for another's work. Those are the words of George Orwell, and it is certainly pertinent to this war, and certainly was 80 years ago when he said it, which is that pacifism is objectively pro-fascist, and that if one hampers the war effort of one side, they automatically help out that of the other. So I thank you for putting the comments that you did in such a civil way. It was an exemplary form of civility, which we value very highly on this space. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Makilas, I think you were next up. Please go ahead.
Thanks, and thanks, Abdullah. I have something to add and also answer you. Ask what is the reason, and I'm also in Germany, and well, I'm Pole living in Germany since quite early on, and I know a lot of people very well here, and what I've seen is that they don't. First of all, Germans are very convenient. They also hire this convenience as a value, and for them, and it's kind of convenient of thinking statically about the world, and they don't see that actually all those Slavic countries which has been under the Iron Dome and has been basically enslaved since the World War II. They see them as a part of Soviet Union, and for them the most important part is that they have somehow magically been liberated when the when the wall has fallen. They don't even really care how it comes to the fact that it has fallen. And when the war started, they have been like more or less frightened. Oh, now here's something happening in Europe. We don't want any war. We want our peace and convenience to go on. And who are those Ukrainians, more or less, to even that we should care about? They didn't know that they have actually given up their atomic weapons. So they didn't know about what Nord Stream had caused, and most of them still don't know about it. They didn't know that Merkel and Holland has been the ones which has prevented Ukraine from joining EU or NATO. I'm not sure right now, actually. But yeah, that's why we from the NATO and NAFO and before it was the been NAFO have been constantly trying to take this burden and fight these discussions and try to make it clear. But of course, our reach is limited. But we do the best we can, I guess. I hope. Thanks.
Thank you, Maculas. Erland.
Oh, I also want to thank Abdul and M for very civil, informative discussion. But I want to add to the point that I believe in the equation, Israel has a lot more to gain now. Israel has been, its allies is very important to Israel. Is very important to Israel, and the more allies Israel has in Europe, the more stable its situation will be. At least I believe so. And to sit on the sideline officially, I know that they contribute, but officially, I do not think that it will be profitable for them in the long run. And certainly, there are voices inside the country as well that supports helping Ukraine. So I hope to see something coming out of Israel that will change. Also, because I believe that it could start in some way a more extensive domino effect And yes, US is the main contributor to Ukraine, but every effort that helps it right now in its struggle are saved Ukrainian lives. And that's why I care so much about Germany, my own country, and other countries helping Ukraine right now, because we're not doing enough. We are not doing enough. Thank you.
Well, I will not claim to be in a position to speak about the interests of the state of Israel. I understand everyone's frustration. That's number one. I understand that everyone wants more countries to do more for Ukraine. That's a valid statement that we can all agree to, be it Germany, be it Israel, be it Canada, be it the United States, be it Estonia. Hello, Axel. Be it any other country, right? So we can agree to a certain set of generic statements right now. Israel's position is different. I know that trying to push forward or press on to bring up the political point of discussing the Israeli response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The response has been covert. And those people who know. And the response will take a less covert angle and a more overt nature as we go forward. Do they stand to win anything? It's not about winning for them, because there is an ideological angle. Two ideological angles, actually. The first one is never again. The second one is that they carry the responsibility of making sure that their tribe is doing well in Ukraine. And there's nothing anti-Semitic about saying that, and there's nothing wrong about saying that. It is what it is. As for whether or not they are doing enough, again, according to whose KPIs, who says what is enough, who makes the definitions, right? Why are we talking about Israel? Why aren't we talking about India? Why aren't we talking about China? Trying to, make sure that it remains part of the international system that has enriched its elite for decades and stabilized its situation and lifted millions, if not billions, of its people out of poverty. Even if we get the daily Shein, Lululemon exposés on our news outlets talking about daily wages and factory working conditions and whatnot, yes, granted, all those are valid concerns. But yeah, I think we've exhausted the whole Israeli thing. But for one last follow-up, if you don't mind, Wendy, we can go to Abdelaziz, and then Wendy, please take it from there and move us forward if you can.
Abdul, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Thank you, Murad. No, I just wanted to react or just answer to Lakilias. As a Pole living in Germany, I will tell you very clearly, I apologize as a German. I have maybe in my head a few answers of why we have reacted and acted the way we have over the last 25, 30 years. But you are absolutely right. We are a people who are comfortable where we are. That's what counts. And in addition to that, I think that we never learned and we were never taught and we were never informed about what the nations bordering Russia the nations that were occupied by Russia in the guise of the Soviet Union went through, and what sacrifices they made in order to gain their freedom. We did not do that. We have never really put that on the table, discussed it, and been clear about it. This is a fact. And I can say that from my own experience, because I never knew what happened in the Baltic states, especially in the 90s. When in 2014, Russia invaded the Crimea, I put it off as, yeah, well, they're just correcting Khrushchev's mistake. That's where I was at that time. And that had to do with my education or lack of education about what actually was happening. And I have woken up now. I woke up on the 24th of February, probably much earlier, but a bit earlier, but definitely not in 2014. And I want to apologize to you as a Pole, personally, for my lack of education about what happened. This is very important to me because you guys are in the front line, and we have not done enough to support you. And now we have to do everything we can to support Ukraine and everyone else on that front line, because that risk is there. There's no question whatsoever in my mind. No question whatsoever. And if we think that Russia would stop at Ukraine, we're kidding ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdul, and I appreciate you putting your comments with such civility and clarity again. Just to give a quick roundup, because the time is 1:19 a.m. in Kiev, and 1:19 Central European Standard Time if you're in Tallinn, and 11:19 in London. You're listening to the Mirror Report, which is, if you're new here, it's a 24/7 space which has been running for 8 months. It is dedicated to Ukraine and its defense against invasion, solidarity, solutions for Ukraine, promoting Ukrainian voices, as we've heard today and been lucky to hear consistently over the last 8 months. Today we got to hear Lyubov Tilspulka from the Ukrainian Strategic Communications Department. And we've seen and heard a lot of contrasting news today from Ukraine. News containing human stories of both incredible survival, in particular, notably the exchange of female prisoners, some of them are Azovstal warriors, but among them, one woman who was imprisoned in occupied Donetsk 3 years ago, protecting orphan children, and she's just been released. So yeah, we've seen, contrasting events. We've seen 28 Iranian drones launched, loitering munitions launched from occupied Crimea. 23 of these were shot down. They were launched against Kiev. They killed civilians, including an expectant mother. So despite continued atrocities by the occupiers and the invaders, such as the killing the other day of the Curzon conductor of the Curzon Philharmonic Orchestra, we've seen continued Ukrainian heroism and determination, and the skill of their warriors as they shoot down these loitering munitions with their own rifles. So a day of contrasting news, a day in which we've had in the prisoner exchange and the continued drive for Ukrainian freedom. Some optimistic news as well. And I'm very, very happy to welcome up to the speaker panel, Daryl. It's great to see you.
Hey, how you doing, Wendy?
I'm doing great, thanks, Daryl.
I hope everybody's having a decent day, a pleasant evening, and a good morning. Being that we reach all around the world, as Wendy has said, there is a lot of movement in governments all around. Italy, the Americas, Germany. There's places, there are things that are happening. So there's reason to be positive for today, in addition to the women being transferred back and forth as prisoners, and now it's liberated free women, not necessarily prisoners. They are free women, which they should have been all along. And I just want to say, hello.
Yeah, well said, Daryl. It's certainly heartening to see such news. And it proves, doesn't it, that that Ukrainian success on the battlefield and its liberation, it drives these humanitarian results. As if this equation wasn't clear enough to certain individuals in the West, leading certain countries in the West, support for Ukraine militarily brings humanitarian results, which is it's why we're all here. It's why we're all here and not somewhere else. It's why we continue to be here and continue to provide the solidarity that this space brought us to. And just a quick bit of housekeeping. There's a few Twitter bugs going on right now. If you're trying to speak and you can't get up, please don't be offended. I'm afraid. There's just a few. There's a bit of Twitter pox around. But I'm very happy to see a few hands up. Fusilier, go ahead. Great to see you.
All right, I just brought up quite a few of them there for you, Wendy. And I had Flying Goose on there, but I got Iona. You would be next.
Yes, hello, thank you. It's very late here in Romania, so it's my way to say goodbye to you. It was a very consuming day with this morning, and then during the evening we found out about the exchange of prisoners. I just wanted to note that it's, I think, the fourth exchange of prisoners in the last week. Previously, some other soldiers were exchanged, 20, another 14, something like this. So this is a good thing, and we have to celebrate this, free people returning to the state of free people. So this is good. Also, seen since the no caliber hit in the south, so they intercepted successfully all the caliber missiles, which is a very good thing. Also in Kherson, we have no news because of the communication blackout. I hope that no news means good news. It's interesting that they synchronized this blackout with the fact that the pontoon bridge was installed in Kherson by the Russians. So maybe there is a very interesting operation there. We don't know, but we hope that it will be successful for the Ukrainians. So yeah, it was a very roller. I don't know how to say it. It doesn't sound too good, but roller coaster day. Like we've been very low hearing about the victims of the drone attacks, but then again, some good news. So I just want allowing us to participate in your conversation, and see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Alana. Remember, it's not just our space; it's all of our space. We're here moderating, but you guys are the reason why we're here. We bring the information, we bring what we can find, we bring the guests to speak, to bring out more information that is not publicly, that's not necessarily publicly available, or if it's available, they can interpret it in a way that means more to us because the questions come from you. So we thank you as well. Good evening, Fusilier. Or good morning.
Yeah, morning, Daryl. How are you? Daryl, I have a question. Really, on
You're coming in a little bit and going out a little bit.
Okay, what I might do, Daryl, is I'll drop off and see if I can get a better connection and come back up in a while.
And I'll hold your spot. Here we go. Abdullah. Abdullah, go for it.
Hello, Daryl. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Daryl. I just wanted to add on to the Israeli talk. I think it's about time. I think we get real. The Israelis might be contributing, stuff like medical supplies, opening clinics in Lviv at the start of the war, which has already closed, of course, because there are not that many refugees there. And also they had a clinic on the border in Poland, which also closed, which were all welcome, of course, and needed at the time. But Israel is not doing nearly enough militarily to help Ukraine. And the Ukrainians are the ones who we need to ask, and they know that Israel is not doing enough. For example, if Israel had given the Harab loitering suicide drones that Thomas, our expert guy who talked about yesterday, when the Israelis knew that the Iranians were planning to send these drones long time ago, this could have saved Ukrainian lives from such attacks we saw today. Those who say that they're doing stuff behind the scenes, are you telling me that information does not leak into the media? If Israel had given military aid, we would have found out long time ago, because the Ukrainians or Israeli officials would have leaked it long time ago. So
Abdullah, but the thing is, not everything is known. It's just like Italy put out something today. Nobody knows what it is.
Yes, but we've been hearing this long time, right after the start of the war. We've been hearing that they've been given something, but nothing comes out. To be honest, we would have seen these weapons on the battlefield. I know there are elections coming up in Israel, but I hope their stance changes, to be honest, because the Ukrainians need this Harab loitering suicide drones. Their arch enemy, Iran, has taken a side, and they need to look at themselves, to be honest, and provide the help that's needed. And also, I wanted to comment on the German talk as well. Can I just be a pessimist on this German talk? whether Germany is going to provide the Leopard drones. To be honest, I don't have any hope for the German government to release the weapons we're all asking for anytime soon. The elites, that have constructed Nord Stream 2, and have put all their eggs in the Russian oil and gas basket, they're not going to suddenly see the light of overnight and change their ways.
Gents, may I say something?
Yeah, just let me finish,
on
please.
a positive
Let me
note?
finish.
Jan, mute your mic, please.
Yeah, let me finish, please, and I'll give you the floor. I'm
Jan,
sure behind the corridors of power in Germany.
Hold on, Abdullah. Jan, please mute your mic. When you want to talk, please raise your hand and I'll get to you. Thank you. Go ahead, Abdullah.
Yes, and I'm sure behind corridors are already working on their reapproachment with the Russians. And the French, weakling President Macron has already started the surrender talk. It's the continent of Europe is really in a sad state when it comes to security. And boy, are we lucky that Russia is in a poor shape.
Yeah, the only thing is, Abdullah, is that we don't know everything that goes on behind the doors of governments. We know what is put out officially. We know what is seen on the battlefield. It's like with the Israelis. The Israelis have been in Afghanistan since the beginning of the war in some cases. And so what they are doing officially may not be revealed because of the issues that it could cause. So when we don't like to speak on a lot of those things because they don't want it spoken about. So it's not like they aren't doing anything. It's just that people want to see more visually what they are doing, vice what they are doing under the table. And I think and you have to understand that's the politics of this. There is a political side to the aid that countries are given, and they're doing it at their discretion. And we can't always we can question that, but it must be in context of everything else. So to say they're not doing anything would be incorrect.
They are not doing enough militarily, and you're right.
Enough is not anything though. Enough is not saying anything.
Yes, they're giving intelligence on the drones. I heard that, and how to jam it. I heard that, but that is not what is needed from the Israelis militarily.
But that is military. If you think about it, that is a military strategy.
But that's not what the Ukrainians are asking for.
Well, the Ukrainians are getting a lot of things right now, and they don't get everything they want. I mean, that's where governments are right now. They're doing what's politically expedient in certain cases.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
we're judging it from the view of the Ukrainians need to get what they need now. These governments have to deal with their voters. They have to deal with their populations. And even though in some cases we know the population wants them to do more, it's just that one person needs to have his arm twisted a little, maybe be brought along.
Yes,
I just
fair
wanted,
enough, fair enough.
Okay,
Fair enough.
so I want
what I was trying to say, what I was trying to prove, what I was just trying to show is that just to say that the Israelis are doing more than anyone else, that is blatantly not true. Blatantly not true. And we would have seen this long time ago.
And nobody is arguing that point. Nobody's arguing the point that anybody is doing enough, because it can be said of the US, it can be said of Britain, it can be said of Germany. Everybody has that same critique that they aren't doing enough. We can pick on this country, we can pick on that country, we can pick on another country, and all will have the same critique that they're not doing enough. And look at us. We're armchair quarterbacking this right now. We don't need to do that. We just need to go to our governments, our representative governments and whatever we can to get them to move on the issues. And that's the most we can do at this point as a voting public or representative of those of us that have representative governments. So I want to go ahead and I got a bunch of hands, Abdullah, so I want to keep moving. Thank you. Orlando.
Yeah. Well, to get a little bit away from this, and yeah, I just wanted to say that all the praise that you get is deserved, Daryl, and Axel, Domen, everyone behind Yehuda, everyone that is moderating and putting your energy into moderating this space. Yesterday's panel was probably 3.5 hours of the best expert analysis of this war that I have ever seen or heard anywhere else. And this just needs to get out there. I'm waiting for the Spotify link, and I will distribute it out to everyone I know that cares about this, because the 3.5 hours yesterday were absolutely amazing. The analysis, the bullet points, what needs to be done, what will happen, the political analysis, everything was so well performed and excellent moderated, and you need all the credit that you can get. So yeah, we are here as a space, and it wouldn't have been existing if you didn't have listeners, but it would definitely not have been as well and well as good as it is if it wasn't for you moderators. So all credit to you. And then I will drop down and listen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alain. All right. I see I got Fusilier back up. You want to try your connection again?
Yeah, ready here, check, Daryl.
You're sounding a little hollow there, but we can hear you.
How about I take my earphones out? How's that?
There you go. Now we can hear you.
Oh, good. Daryl, I loved your comment about armchair quarterbacking. So I'm just about to give a really good attempt at that. I've been listening to this debate about Abrams and Leopard. And it's a pretty circular argument. You know, there's lots of pros and cons, and talk about avgas for Abrams and German reluctance to see Panzers moving across the steppe against Russian tanks again. You know, loads of stuff. And sitting here in the middle of New South Wales as an ex-British Army officer, I'm conscious of the fact that the heaviest main battle tank in the Western Infantry was neither Abrams or Leopard. It was actually Challenger. And if I'm correct, and you know, Wendy might know more than me, a fair few of them, I'm talking hundreds, were put into storage when the British reduced the size of their armoured groupings. Not just Challenger, but Warrior as well, which is a heavy infantry armoured fighting vehicle. Just as by way of background, and to my knowledge, and I served in both of the Gulf Wars, the only Challengers ever killed in combat were killed by other Challengers, blue on blue. And I know of at least one Challenger in my own battle group that was hit twice by an Abrams, and not even, you know, a mobility kill. So they're very heavily armoured. They're diesel operated. I think they're sitting in storage. The British have shown an admirable propensity. Wondering why we don't sort of cut through and advocate. Maybe the British just give the Ukrainians a couple of hundred Challengers and a couple of hundred Warriors, because quite frankly, from what I've seen, properly employed, they cut through the Russians like a knife through butter. But British listeners may know more. They may have been sold. They may have been scrapped. I don't know. It's a question.
Fusilier, thanks for your question. It's not really within my bailiwick, my knowledge of expertise there, sir. But I know a few people who for whom it is, and I've definitely I can definitely tell you that there's not enough of those challenges, and like yourself, we'd be very happy to give them to Ukraine. It's from my understanding, it's a question of the numbers. There is currently, as Daryl will be able to tell you far better than I can, a particular main battle tank, which is very close to the all-important logistics line going into Ukraine. They're currently sitting in warehouses in a Central European country for no reason apart from political stasis, and they are the considerably better option. Anecdote about the challenges is really interesting. Thank you for sharing that.
I face a lot of problem. Egypt government won't kill me. I face a lot of problem. Please help me to leave Egypt.
Dr. Abdul, I can't actually help you in that regard, and I'd really appreciate if you put your hand up.
Yeah, Wendy, if I can just come back, I hear what you say. I just think, look, to my knowledge, there are probably 200, 300, or 400 Challenger 2s, and if the Challenger 1s are still around, more of those. The tank fleet was reduced in the UK by about 2/3. And I hear what you say about the logistics supply chain, but remember there is a battle group now sat, I think it's the Royal Welsh Battle Group, if I remember rightly, sat in Estonia, which will have Challengers attached to it. So there's therefore a logistics supply chain pretty close to Ukraine that's already established. I just wonder why, given the logistic problems of supporting Abrams, mostly with regard to fuel, and you know, those of us, Daryl, I think you served in the first Gulf War, you'll remember the problems the US Army had providing fuel for those turbines. The Germans' reluctance to supply a Leopard 2A5 or Leopard 2A8 or whatever it is at the moment is what it is. So, you know, I just wonder why the British government's shown a real willingness to supply, why they don't just dig, you know, a couple of hundred of those Challengers out, flick them across to Ukraine and support them through Estonia. That's me being, as Daryl called it, an armchair quarterback. But it would be very good to see, and it's certainly an option, I think.
David, you got something to say on that?
Yeah, which is why I was putting my hand up and down. We don't have lots of Challengers now, Fusilier. Apparently, there might be 90 or so that are in a very, very bad condition. But as it stands, the transition to Challenge 8 main battle tanks, we've sold off a whole load. I think, I can't remember which Middle Eastern country we sold the Challenger 1s to, but we just don't have those numbers. I looked the other day at the parliamentary information. On the books, there's 240 Challenger 2s, of which a considerable number haven't been operational. So it's a big problem, which is why everyone's going on about the Leos, which I think most of us have just given up on. We certainly won't be holding our breaths, will we? So yeah, there's a real problem with the UK. I mean, look. So when I left in '93, we had 1,200 Challengers, and now in 2 years' time, when Challenger 3's gone through, we'll have 148. It's not looking good in the UK. We've just got rid of everything. I agree about the Warriors, but I don't think the replacements have come out very quickly either. But we have I think we've got about 900 Warriors.
I hear you, and without wishing to sound like a cheerleader for British armoured vehicles, which, you know, compared to the quality, and I've, you know, they do leave something to be desired. But in terms of survivability, you know, firepower, protection, and mobility, the Challenger is in the battlefield in Ukraine. Challenger and Warrior with you know, with their armor packs either on or off. Certainly, Challenger would be virtually invulnerable to anything the Russians could use against it. So I think, you know, were the decision taken to supply the Ukrainians with, there's two things going on. Were the decision taken to refurbish 100 Challengers or 90 available Challengers, and a similar number of Warriors, it would probably take 6 months to supply them. But the Russians, I think, knowing that force was coming down the line, you know, the psychological effect, the political effect, and the military impact of that happening would be fairly considerable before they ever hit the battlefield. Just a point. I'm just making the argument.
No, and I agree with you. I would go a step further, though. John Howarth doesn't like my idea, but I understand why. But I think that there are several things we need to think about. The economic problems that Europe are linked to this, and I believe that that we really should be making our livestocks available, because at the moment no one's really going to be invading the UK. I know people say we've got to keep it back just in case, but I would say the just in case thing is happening at this very moment from our regiments, and just saying, you know, British government, get onto Rheinmetall and say, start building those Challenger 3s now, right? Because we really need Ukraine to finish this war quickly. And I agree. I'm not so sure whether the Russians would care whether it was Challenger 3s at all. I think that they've got loads of other problems. But I do agree with you, Fusilier.
I completely agree with doing that. I think, you know, our war is being fought in Ukraine. That's why we're all on this talk show. And Daryl, to give your audience, you know, who don't have a military background, the only way I can equate this is Challenger 2 is the Tiger tank. It is a bit slow, but it has a more powerful gun and much more effective armor than any other Western battle tank. And unless it's hit, you know, side, top, or rear by something really considerable, and as I say, you know, one of them was hit in the rear twice by an M1 Abrams in 2003 and not penetrated. And you will realise that is quite an achievement. You know, Challenger is the Tiger tank, and the psychological effect of having those behemoths on a battlefield is considerable. I fully agree with David's. You know, maybe we should be all pressuring our governments to be released.
Let me ask one question about I got a couple of questions because I've never been around that particular vehicle. Is it a light tank or heavy tank?
No, Daryl, it's the heaviest tank in the Western infantry. So with its armor packs on, with its Dorchester armor packs on, and that's an issue for bridges. Obviously, it's over 80 tons.
Okay, because one of the things that I would be concerned about something that heavy is the muck that they're getting ready to get into, and that's it's going to be difficult for a lot of tanks that of the heavier type in the muck of that nature, because even one thing that'll happen, even if they go and they stop, they may start sinking in regular fields because they till the soil so much they can get really mucked and they bottom out.
Yeah, no,
So
no.
that'll be one thing. And then when you say they're kind of slow, what do you mean by slow? That would be my second question, because if they're trying to execute like a blitzkrieg, like they've been moving, how they've been moving along at the pace that they've been going, I would be concerned if they had a vehicle that was not at the speed of the rest of the equipment that they were running with.
So
And like the Leopard would be able to keep up with it.
I can answer both of those questions. In cross-country performance, and it was designed for operations in Eastern Europe and Central Europe. So its performance on poor ground is certainly equal to Abrams or Leopard. In terms of its speed,
what about bridging equipment? Because remember, they're going to be doing a lot of going along and going across a lot of pontoons, possibly, and a lot of bridge equipment. We know that the M1 package it would be able to hold it, but what about the other bridge types?
Look, a bridge classifications, as you know, there's M70s, there's M50s, there's M30s. Those relate to the tonnage. An M30, which is a 30-ton bridge, can actually take a Challenger, but it will fail at some point. An M70 class bridge will take a Challenger. It's not rated up to 80 tons, but an M70 bridge, and the bridging equipment they're using, the Western bridging equipment that they've been supplied recently, will take Challenger. In terms of speed, when I said it was slow, it's only relative. I mean, it will. A Challenger is fast cross country. What it lacks in top speed is system. It has a hydrodynamic suspension system. But what really does it, Daryl, is it has an extraordinary armor package called Dorchester. There may be a new version for Challenger 3, which is, as I'll say, is virtually impenetrable to anything the Russians have got. And it has a 120mm gun, but not like the one on Leopard or Abrams. It's a rifled gun. And as a consequence, it's a little bit more accurate, but it fires at a higher muzzle velocity, which doesn't matter when you're facing T-72s or indeed T-62s. But in terms of speed, it'll keep up with anything. I mean, I've seen them, motoring along in Canada, where we used to train at 70 k's an hour. So it's only marginally slower than a Leopard or an Abrams.
Okay. All right. Well,
and I'll add a little bit to that as well, Daryl. You've clearly not been to the UK and seen how muddy and wet it gets. It is a proverbial quagmire a lot of the time.
The bogs.
Oh yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, Fusilier, I hope if there's some ears listening, they let them think about it, see what happens.
Yeah, and there is a little bit more to this as well. So the round that the UK normally uses, and we're moving to the Sabo round for the Charlie 3, but is the Hesh, which is a high explosive squash head, which within the way we do things, there's some real, as I'm told by the cavalry, there's some real benefits to it. It's especially great for taking out concrete as well, which is another bonus.
it does a mushroom effect. I take it. It's high heat, but it also pans out for a good punch.
Well, the Hesh round, the way it does the damage is that it smashes into the side of the tank, squashes onto it, the explosion goes off, and then you get spalling inside the tank, and those little bits go around and make it a bit, make you feel a little bit unhappy if you're inside. That's the way it works, and it's never had a problem ever killing tanks. So I guess with those are changing a little bit, aren't they? And just for uniformity, but I know the people who've used the Hesh round and they say it's brilliant, and it would be if you were going into anywhere with concrete in it as well.
Yeah, just to be clear, David, the main tank killing round for Challenger is APF SDS, armor piercing, fin stabilized, discarding Sabo, the same as on other tanks. The reason it's a little bit more accurate over longer range is the barrel of a Challenger is rifled, unlike the smooth bores on other kit.
All right. Hey guys, I got a bunch of hands up. I got Yehuda, CJ, and then I still got a bunch of hands that I'm trying to get through here. So
I'll drop down.
I appreciate it. And that Challenger, we never know. Who knows what happens in the future?
Yeah.
Depending on so.
I was going to say, with the Challenger, you got to remember that it's the torque and the engine is commensurate to the weight. So these aren't getting bogged down, and the bridges are rated for the heavier ones, especially on NATO. So I'm not an engineer, but it wouldn't make sense that the main battle tank of one of the biggest players in NATO is not going to be able to use the bridging equipment. I could be wrong, but I think that the Ukrainians would take them. They're, from what I understand from my armored friends, it's a very nice tank. CJ, what have you heard of the Challenger? Was it challenging?
I would say tanks for nothing at this point.
That's it. All right, sorry, Daryl, who's next?
Let's see. I got Abdullah. Yeah. Let's see. Where's he at? Mitek.
Hiya, Daryl, and hi, CJ and Yehuda. I want to go away from the tank discussion for a moment because I think what happened today with the release of the 108 women is important for a couple of reasons. As Europeans, and I'm saying this knowing fine well how that's coming to Americans and less so to Canadians and Brits, but also is that we see those people as having gone through hell, and we were raised with the stories during Soviet occupation of the central and eastern part of Europe. And if you were in the west of Europe and you saw that going on and you had family there and you were talking to your French friends and your German friends and your Italian friends, they kind of knew about all of that. And what's essentially happened over a couple of generations, individual political issues, we really have become Europeans. We were able to talk to people without going towards, centuries, decades old hatreds. And one of the specific ones I want to handle here is, as Poles, we have cause to talk to Belarus and Ukraine about land that Russia took away. As Germans have cause to talk to Poles about land that was given to Poland by Russia again. There's a lot of situations all throughout Central Europe and Eastern Europe where we've had to learn to bury the hatchet, bury the desire for specific frontiers and learn to live in a European ideal, that idea that I could move to Lviv tomorrow, or have the right to. I could set up a business. I could listen to Polish radio, run a Polish newspaper, TV station. And as someone who lives there, even in 1935, I would have spoken Ukrainian as well, because why wouldn't I? The point is that today, those people that are facing the Russians had a choice 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 5 years ago, to either agree, yeah, the Russians are right, they need to take their land back, and we need to take our land back. We're not going there. We're going there. Nah, Russians, take off. Leave this alone. I, as someone with historical roots in the Krese, I'm not asking for the village where my father was born back. I'm not asking for the town that my grandmother lived in or the one that she was born in back. I'd like to go back. I'd like to visit. I'd like to maybe live there, but I'm not asking for it back. Neither are Germans, as far as. And you know, so if you look at, you think to yourself, why aren't we go the other way? Well, because we realize that, you know, it's cheaper, it's easier to sell things to each other. It's cheaper, it's easier to listen to each other's music. It's cheaper, it's easier to travel to each other's countries and be friends. We can, and we don't need borders because we've got Europe. Russians don't have that. Russians don't understand that, and that is the gulf. That is why they're the enemy right now, and why we need to kettle them. And no one understands that in the United States. Fewer people in Britain, you know.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to parse it. I mean, you know, for I think really the gist of what you're saying is that the borders have moved substantially over centuries in Europe. And
Oh, yes.
It's a moot point, right? So they've moved. A lot of people aren't aware of that, maybe, but you know, Poland today no country today looks exactly how it looked at any point of their largest territorial size. It's not really the issue. I think the point you're trying to make, because I did feel it was a little confusing, is that whilst other countries have accepted that the borders are the borders, one country refuses to accept that any border is a border and that it can do what it wants, and that's Russia. And I think that's a point we can all. I think that's a point we can all agree on. I'm not sure, you know, whether geography limits our ability to understand that. I'm sure there are Americans that know it and whatnot. But I think there are certain groups within the American, you know, body politic there who don't care, right? They're not interested. They look at this as the man who shall be not named, Mr. Carlson, says that it's a border dispute. It's a border dispute. Why are we getting involved? Sure, but I don't think he really doesn't know. I think he just really doesn't care. So let's not confuse indifference with knowledge, because they know what's right. And I can say this, and I'm sure Daryl will agree. He's probably my vintage, and we grew up on a diet of you know, the Soviet Union, and then just as it ended, and just before, and just after, where if you call yourself America First or a patriot, you're all about making sure the Ruskies weren't playing around in this world. I mean, gosh, every movie we saw in Hollywood was about, you know, whether it was Dolph Lundgren as an, you know, bad Soviet dude, and you know, all the good guys on the American side. But yet, I don't know where they went. You know?
Yeah. Well, here's the question, Yehuda. Where were you raised? You're in Canada, right?
I'm in Canada. Yeah.
Yeah. Where were you? Toronto or Montreal?
Well, let me say this: I was raised in America, down south. What is there to say about that? I have the same exact feeling that he has about it.
Yeah,
it was a different time. There was a time period in which you did not see Russia as somebody that you wanted to deal with. Yes, we traded grain with them during the 70s and 80s because they were having problems, and our farmers were glad to sell grain.
Yeah.
But there was not. But the Cold War still existed.
Yeah, but Daryl, what I'm actually talking, and this was the reason I asked Yehuda where he was from, is it's an urban thing. If you were from New York, if you were from Chicago, if you were from Detroit, if you were from Montreal or Toronto, you hung around with every ethnic group on the face of the earth, most of them from Central and Eastern Europe or Western Europe, and you learned to get along with people, or you had lots of swathes of North America where that doesn't happen.
So where I lived at, there were no people from nowhere else but where I was from, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Not every place is what you think of it.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
I had people from Eastern Europe in my class. I had people from Asia in my class. I had people from South America in my class. I had people from all over the world.
Yeah.
So to say that just because I lived in a certain geographic place, I had no exposure to these people is incorrect.
Yeah, I think we're running down. I know we lost CJ. I had a question for him. All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think the point really is not about. Let's not go down the rabbit hole of. Maybe he misspoke where people are from. I think the real question is, we support, obviously Ukraine's right to exist. We recognize that borders have changed. We recognize that Mitek was trying to demonstrate that. That you don't see a big movement in Poland to say we want these 125 square kilometers of Belarus because it used to be part of Congress Poland, and vice versa, yada yada. But Russia obviously is doing it. When it comes to disinformation sphere, I'll tie it in for Mitek is that it appears, I would say, that there are groups of the uninitiated, especially on Twitter for some reason and social media, who think that what Russia's doing seems innocuous. They're just, who really cares? Everyone cares because, we did this once before with Hitler. Take the Sudetenland, take this, take that, no big problem. And the next thing you know, within a year, the whole world was at war. For those who say arming Ukraine is a problem, it's not. It actually is the solution. Letting Ukraine defeat Russia now saves the world a big deal. So thanks for that comment, Mitek. Daryl, who is next?
All right, I got Leonard was up next, and then let's see, Leonard.
Thank you, Daryl, and greetings this afternoon. Just had a quick question or follow up for Abdul Aziz. But first, I don't know if Fusilier is still here, but with regard to his Challenger tank comments, I trust that when he was driving his Challengers in Canada at 70 kph, it was safely off road at CFB Wainwright in Alberta, and that there were no unanticipated injuries. But specifically, in terms of what Abdul had raised, I think Abdul raised a very important point, and I just caught the tail end of his what he was saying, but he was, I think, expressing somewhat of a concern about the level of commitment we're seeing out of specifically Germany, and in terms of what sort of waffling might be going on behind the scenes. And I think perhaps we didn't give Abdul full ability and to express his the full range of feeling and opinion on the subject. And I know that whole question has occupied hours and hours of analysis on the space. And I would just say that I don't think it's out of line if Abdul was wishing to question sort of the policymaking infrastructure and the in Germany. I would suggest that's highly appropriate, and that it's certainly not untoward of interested commentators and observers in this space to critique Germany somewhat and critique the German foreign policy ministry in terms of what actually they are up to. And certainly if we consider that in light of sort of the material going on, say we heard from I believe a Polish economist this morning that there were substantial, if you will, Russian-sponsored demonstrations being conducted in Prague and various spin-off events like that taking place. So clearly, Russia is trying to exert influence wherever it can in Europe, whether it be Eastern Europe or Western Europe. So I would suggest if Abdul wants to sort of counterpoint an impression as to what the German administration is up to, that's certainly appropriate. And also, we shouldn't forget Macron in the equation, because considering what's come out of France in the last number of days, there's certainly room there to exert some overt pressure, or whatever pressure can be exerted out of a dynamic space like this upon the policymakers in both France and Germany and I suppose Prague, if need be, all directed towards getting the maximum assistance in the shortest possible time to the Ukraine battlefront, so that we can put these Russians to bed once and
All right, appreciate that, Leonard.
Problem. Yeah, I was gonna jump in on that Challenger. I missed the first part of that conversation, but it is a very good tank protection wise. The Challenger 2 suffered 2 losses in Iraq. One from an RPG-29 hit low hull front, driver lost his foot, and then a blue on blue incident where a round hit the open turret hatch. But other than that, it had no losses in combat. Very well protected. The Challenger 1 holds the record with the same gun for the longest confirmed kill of the tank. And that was a T-72A during Gulf War. However, on the modern battlefield, the HESH is not the way you want to go. We called it HEP in our 105s. Modern ceramic armors and spaced armor and alloys meant you're not going to get the shockwave to travel through with the spalling to even hit the anti-spall liners, which is why they're going to the Sabo round, which brings up the other drawback of the L11 is that it's rifled, and so its barrel wear is much higher at Sabo velocities than the smooth bore. But it is a very, very good tank, world-class optics, very well protected, and just got a tea kettle for the crew.
All right. You know, the Russian tanks don't have the spalling, so it wouldn't do the same damage, but it would get in there and make somebody uncomfortable. You're not riding outside the truck, are you? You're not sitting on the front of the truck riding with the auto on.
No, I'm just riding down the road.
I heard that motorcycle. He sounded pretty close to you. That's why I was like, is he riding on the bumper or what? All right, appreciate that, Ray.
Did the UK make a decision to send Challengers, or is this just more speculation?
No, that was something that Fusilier, he was saying, why aren't the British sending that the Challenger 1? But from what David was saying is that a lot of them are in poor repair, but they do have their live stocks, the ones that they are in current service, and that they should be trying to send some of those. That was what he was trying to say.
Yeah, I think the Royal Tank Corps is down to like a single battalion of active duty tanks in the British Army, and they've got a couple hundred Challenger 2s in storage that I guess they could reactivate, but Britain hasn't manufactured a tank in decades at this point. So they're kind of tank poor. There's really not that many of them.
You wanted to say something to that, David?
Yeah, no, all I was going to say is against a comparable NATO tank that you would be talking about. But yeah, I agree with everything that Rave is saying.
Yeah, they're using the Charm 3 now, aren't they?
Yeah, they're going to upgrade some and get some new built. I don't know what the new armor's called. It's got another name. It might be something like Broadmoor or something. Probably not Broadmoor because that's a mental. But they're going to be made by Rheinmetall, and we have.
All right. Okay. All right. Appreciate that, fellas. Well, it'll be real nice to have it next to those leopards. If they ever make it to the battlefield, we hope they make it to the battlefield. For 'em. I'm hoping they come. All right. Let's go, NAFO. I'm sorry. Consult. Let's go.
Thanks. I love your cat call. That was great. Last night, Yehuda spent quite a bit of I don't want to call it a monologue. Talking about his
You're
family's
gonna get his head big.
experience.
Don't say that too loud. His head will blow up.
No, it was really serious, and it was about how Ukrainian Jews were used and treated and disparaged during the Russian Empire and the Soviet Union and during World War II. And I think it was and he was describing the Russian, especially a country that has a Jewish president, Nazis, and why that carries different connotations than it would here in North America, for instance. I wanted to put some, and forgive me if this has already been discussed, some finer points on it in terms of what the propaganda is doing. Yesterday's discussion started with the difference between Soviet era propaganda and the new Russia propaganda. And I listened to Brian Whitmore, who had something very interesting to say on this, and it kind of stuck with me. And I hope it will stick with listeners of the space as well, which is the outward facing propaganda. So Russia Today, Sputnik, or Sputnik, however the hell they say it, is not aimed at establishing a different set of facts, or to say X happened, Y happened, Z happened. Their primary purpose is to create this false dichotomy between what is, the truth, and then, oh, this other scenario might have happened. And I think we saw that really effectively deployed during the downing of the MH17 flight. And creating enough of that doubt, right, to basically have the West lose trust in their institutions, lose trust in the media, and to come to the conclusion that there is no truth, everyone is lying, and there are two sides to every story, which is not the case. That is what they've been doing for so many decades. The mask is coming off now, but I wanted to just frame it that way, and maybe that helps people understand just how pernicious the Western-facing propaganda coming out of Russia has been over the past, decade and a half. With that being said, I did want to also comment on Germany, right? We've talked about Russian culture and how they are imperialist. They have not progressed. They have not, they're incapable of change. And I really do agree with that. They have to be beaten on the battlefield, or else, and Ukraine will win the war. But it's very important people understand that in that culture, ethnic Russians are above all. Want to say is take that take and flip it back on German culture. They seem to have buried their heads in the sand, and have gone way over the top in terms of pacification. So they tied, they were either naive, or in the case of, I think, Schroeder, he's corrupt. where they tied their energy security to Russia. And meanwhile, Russia is carrying out assassinations, poisonings in the EU. They're creating devastation in Syria, causing a refugee crisis, which is allowing an increasingly anti-democratic Turkey to have leverage over the EU. North Africa created see the rise of the right-wing populist movements across Europe. Sweden and Italy are good examples of that. Hungary, Poland are also good examples of that. And I think they need to be taught a lesson. I mean, we should not be screaming and shouting to have the leopards released. I was on the Tallink from Helsinki to Estonia a couple months ago, and there was a German businessman from Munich on the ferry, and I just read an article about how the U.S. had delivered equipment to Ukraine, and Germany and a lot of the, France, the countries we were talking about earlier, had not. And I asked him point blank, I said, why aren't you sending more weapons to, I was really mad, to Ukraine? What's wrong with you? And he looked shocked that I would confront him like that, but that could be just the American in me. And he said, well, they could end up in the wrong hands, which is just total bullshit. And so I want, I want to echo Abdullah's comments that I think that culture of pacifism, it needs to change, and we need to make sure it doesn't happen again. And Angela Merkel herself said she has no regrets, which is really disturbing. So I'm interested in feedback on that. And then finally, just because this has been so serious, we had Maria Butina, I'm not sure if I'm saying her name right, in the US with the NRA. She loves guns. I think she's perfect for the front. I mean, she would be a fantastic, strong ethnic Russian soldier to send to the front. And I want to know what Maria Butina doing. Thank you.
She wasn't the one that was dancing for the troops. There was that video of somebody dancing for the troops. That wasn't her.
No, she was sleeping with some of our politicians, and she's in the Duma now, but right, exactly. That's not patriotic enough. I think she needs to go to the front because she knows how to use the guns.
I was getting ready to call you when you didn't say you did it, so I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna let you go. You all did it, so I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna let you go. And you were doing fine, and all of a sudden you cussed. And I was like, wait a minute. But anyway,
I'm so sorry.
I'm messing with you, man.
Angela Merkel. Dankeschön.
All right. So anyway, I appreciate everything you got. And you said you wanted to hear how we thought about it.
Yeah, in particular in the German culture, and how do we get rid of this overly pacifist mindset?
Well, that has a lot to do with how the Russian propaganda has worked. Even here in the States, it worked the same way. They went left and they went right.
Mm-hmm.
So that it split us. And those of us that are inclined to the right and those of us inclined to the left, it dragged us. They were the loudest voices and got the most noise. But when it comes down to making real decisions, the ones in the middle had to figure out how to negotiate. And that's how we're getting the aid we are now. And that's because they are doing what they need to do. The grown folks are back in the chairs. And so that's what's going to have to happen in Germany. You heard today that they will be restarting their nuclear plants. So the threat of a cold Germany is really, really subsiding. It will subside a bit more as those plants are brought back online. I'm not sure the timeline of that, but hearing that they are coming back own security, their own energy security back. So the voices are working and moving.
Thank you. I'll be keeping
All
an
right.
eye on them.
Okay. All right. Let's see. I got NAFO. NAFO troll. Going once, going twice. All right, Michael, you get your hand up. Go for it.
Hey, Daryl, thanks. Great discussion, as always. The one thing I wanted to note, just as far as the challengers are concerned and the leopards is, and this may not be the most the best angle to approach this from, but if Britain right now turned around and handed all their as many challengers as they could over to Ukraine, and at the same time they signed maintenance agreements, they signed, for instance, also agreements for Ukraine to upgrade and buy, say, the Challenger 3 that's coming across there. I mean, that's an economic benefit to Britain, and also the British get economy of scale because they're going to be probably having twice as many Challenger 3s needed. And that to me is a savings to their defense industry, but that's also, economic benefit. And I'm just surprised that that's not necessarily raised as much. That barrages. And granted, the French were a little too fast and loose with that. And you had situations where you had you can work through those various controls. And if you have some type of long-term agreement, this could be a real economic benefit. And that's the thing with the Germans too, is why don't you give them the Leopard 2s, sign a long-term maintenance agreement, sign a long-term agreement to where, you know what, the Ukrainians are gonna standardize on that version. And so you'll get an economic benefit over time. And I just, that to me is just very puzzling because you could potentially create jobs, which could blunt some of the problems that you're having now as far as the economics of it. Ukraine's going to need a modern NATO grade tank fleet for the next 50 years plus. And MBTs are going to be around for a while. And I just don't get that there is some pot of gold out there potentially for somebody, and that somebody hasn't exactly recognized that. That's all.
As a person that used to work on those type of maintenance contracts, I can tell you that it makes the world go round. It filters money through the society, whether it be those parts companies that providing the POLs and things of that nature, and all, but also to the mechanics themselves. Those mechanics buy houses, those mechanics buy groceries, and yes, those maintenance contracts can filter through societies big time with those contracts. So
yeah, and if the British military, if the British defense industry needs to make 400 instead of 200 of those things, I can't help but think that they get economy of scale on it, and that the unit cost of those will go down to the British and they'll go down to the Ukrainians. It's such a win-win. I just don't see why that doesn't make sense to somebody that could make a decision on it. That's all.
it may be the time leads for it to happen because everything is on a accelerated time scale right now, and that could be the reason why some of these things aren't being done in the manner. Now we're looking at the war right now, and it needs to be done now, but in the future, and I'm hoping that this is a correct summation, is that if Russia is not the thing that it is now, maybe we can see a different in the way our armies are put together. And yes, we're going to always need the tanks, but we may think about where they're going to be needed next and adapt, just like we thought we were adapting to a post-Soviet world when we realized that we still needed to have that army of the Cold War, at least for a little bit longer, because they have not learned, or at least keep those armies stabilized. Not necessarily let them get too old, but not necessarily let them age too long. So, but that'll be a question for the future, where we at after this war is ended. All right, Andres, and then Susan.
Yeah. I was talking here a few hours ago, and I have my bad conscience that in a way I've started this, but maybe not. But I would like to end
You just
it.
lost me. You just lost me. What conscience is that?
I would like to end it in a we all agree we are here against an aggressor, which is Russia. We all try to work against it, first of all. And when it comes to Germany and its decisions, what to do, there are many thoughts to be done here. What is Germany right now in this year 2022? How is it situated? How does it organize it? How does it make its decisions? So forth and so forth. I mean, it boils down to the point that let's say in the majority, not all. I don't want to say all, but in the majority of people, we have a clear trajectory, which is to fight Russia, and where it doesn't really fit, yeah, we have it all everywhere. It's not Germany. You can look into the US, you can look in the UK, you can look into France, Italy, Spain, and so forth. Everywhere there is some kind of Russian asset, also politically represented, which will do bad. So the question now here is how can we get that is actually it boils down to this question: how can we get the and well here I would like to suggest don't project so much into these things. It is important to have them in the Ukraine, surely. There are alternatives, and alternatives have been presented by 300s by Poland, for example. I know T-72s are maybe not the Leopards, even though they're very good and they have been also upgraded, as we know. So let's not project too much into it, and that is I want to say this maybe here really and to emphasize it. Let's not discuss too much these things, because we have win this war, not how to win a war within us. Really, we are all of us. We are on the same side, really. And let's stick with this, please. This is our strength. We can make a deep breath and keep on fighting this war. All right.
Thanks, Andres. I'm sorry, I was trying to talk into a muted mic.
All right. What did you want to say?
No, I was just saying thank you there, Andres. Yes,
All right, thank you.
We keep a singular mind here, focus on
All right.
getting what we need to Ukraine, and the countries that are around, the ones that we have to prod along. We'll do our best to prod them along until they act. But
that's right.
As long as we're staying in the same lane, we just keep this train moving.
Thank you very much for the space as well, and for your moderation. All right.
All right. Thanks, Andres. All right, Susan. Good evening.
Hello. Nice to hear your voice.
Ooh, nice to hear yours as well.
I have two comments. No questions tonight. Two comments. One was Early this morning on my drive to work, I listened to a documentary which was incredibly insightful as to how the frog was boiled regarding Americans' appetite for misinformation. And I think that some of the happenings that happened in the US are not dissimilar to some of the boiling of the frogs in other countries regarding misinformation. And so I wanted to share that documentary with the group. It's called The Brainwashing of My Dad. ENSANKO. The Brainwashing of My Dad. And watching that documentary is like watching what happened to my dad, because it happened in my family too. The other thing was I wanted to make a comment regarding Slava Ukraini for the returned female POWs that were returned today. That's all I had.
Herom Slava. Yes, absolutely. Good thing. Very good thing. Glorious thing. Anytime that a soldier can return home to their family, to their country, it's a great thing. Not only for that person, because it's the greatest of things, but for that country, it means they're bringing home one of their treasures. And I believe, like we here in the States and other countries, we think very highly of our members of that are in uniform. And unlike Russia, where they go home and it's, oh, you back. You're just not, they really don't value theirs. But for us, and Ukraine shares it with us, getting back your own is a great, and just it's that moment that that wells the tears in everybody's eye. And you can't get away from it because it just envelops you to know that you brought someone back. You can't always bring them all back, but when you get that one, you get that several. You bring them back. You fulfill the promise to never forget them. And so, I think that's where we're at today. They weren't forgotten. We got them back. They were brought back.
Totally agree. There are still more there though, but I am happy the ones that were returned today.
All right. Thank you very much for your comments in that documentary. Natasha, good evening.
Good evening from Ottawa. I had a quick question. I know I had been on a couple days ago to raise something that I found about Leopard 2s and exchanges with other countries. But what I've learned, and as a Canadian who gets excited whenever Canada does anything of moderate significance in the world, we apparently have the capacity. There's I guess defense contractors in Canada who have the capacity to repair and upgrade. There was some discussion around upgrading of Leopard 1s, but also repairing Leopard 2s. So I wanted to know, when you guys were talking about service agreements and contracts earlier, apologies, I'm not a military person, but I'm trying to just wrap my head around, I guess, what the Canadian capacity is, or I mean, even other global capacity if the Germans aren't going to supply, to, I guess, kind of mobilize and get either Leopards out there or some other equivalent. And I guess as a follow-up to that, with what we're seeing around calls for air defense, if I hypothetically, and I do mean hypothetically because I don't lobby for foreign affairs or defense, but if hypothetically one had the ear of the Canadian defense minister or the Minister of Foreign Affairs, what would we be asking for right now to address some of the ongoing renewed calls for different sorts of armaments and supplies that the Canadians can can provide. Please let me know if that makes sense or if you need me to rephrase or clarify anything.
Okay, I can tell you about the service contracts, but Bloke, he seems to want to chime in on this, so I'm gonna let him go ahead and speak first.
Oh, I wasn't going to speak on that particular subject because that's not my area of expertise, but I will say that the problem here is really getting the political will to make things happen and to execute quickly on this, right? Once that happens, things will fall into place. The obvious place for these service contracts to reside and for the weapons to be delivered is from Europe. They're right next door. They have the stock. They have the facilities. And that's the first priority. But as far as Canada is concerned, once the decision is made, the industry, I'm convinced, will kick into gear. And with regards to the Leopard ones, that's really interesting. It's an idea I've written to my MP about. You should too. Write to your MP. Doesn't even cost you the postage stamp. Send them a letter and say that you are going to be judging them on how well they support Ukraine and all of us in this existential fight for Ukraine's liberation. And things will probably fall into place. So with regards to the logistics and the maintenance contracts and the capabilities of the armaments, I'd rather hear from, a trooper, someone who knows the industry far better than I do. And Raver just actually, we should speak to Raver.
Hey, Bloke. So I'm going to go back to what Andre said, or if I butcher your name, dude, I'm sorry, about the Polish T-72s being good enough. And I actually tend to agree with you in terms. I've watched lots of armor videos of Ukraine at this point, and I will put down a marker that Ukraine does not know how to fight a Leopard or an Abrams or a K1 or a Reader or a Leclerc. And so even if the spigots were open today, you're looking at 4 to 6 months before you have an armored brigade that can fight a Western-style tank the way it's meant to be fought. And without that, all you're doing is sending high-tech gear into situations it's not designed for, whereas the Ukrainians do know how to use the T-series tanks. And until the spigot is turned on, and then for 6 months after, that's what they've got. That's what they've got to soldier on with. As for availability, I'm really not sure how many Leopards are still available in serviceable condition that don't need 0-mile rebuilds. Probably the best source of Western-style tanks right now, if Ukraine could swing it, would be South Korean K1A1s. They're being replaced with the new K2 Black Panther, and that is a very good tank. It's equivalent to the American Abrams A1. So yeah, that's where I sit on that.
All right, thanks, Raver.
Could I ask Raver a follow-up question, please?
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if Natasha had her question answered first. Natasha, did that?
I think so, in terms of what I can as an individual ask for. I guess my other thing is I guess in terms of Canada isn't really well known for air defense and anything other than actually providing those. We're not able to provide any sort of air defense capabilities like the U.S. And similar, and Germany can. Unless I'm wrong on that, or if there's anything else short of
Well, let me
zone.
say this. Let me say this, Natasha. They are a member of NATO, and they do have to provide a certain level of protection because they are a member of it. And though everything's not on scale, they're tipping the scale a little bit because that's just one of the things we do. It's not to say other countries are not doing something and have kit that is capable. Um, it's just that Canada is a little bit more quieter in a lot of respects. It's I can tell you this. It's one of the things that I've learned since being here, just having a lot of the Canadian military guys here coming in, Major Rowe and others, is there's a lot of engagement that they've had over the years in places that I didn't know they were, because they don't always talk about it. It's not always in the news. So um, better than a loud fist, a loud drum like us. You know, we get ourselves into a lot of trouble because we are loud and boisterous as we are around the world because of our engagement. But Canada is not seen as such in the same light as we are, because they do things in a more subdued manner. But it's not to say they're doing nothing. So it may be a good thing you don't hear it.
Yeah, that goes a long way into how we approach
That's
foreign
your
policy.
Canadian nice, I guess.
Well, yeah, we even are taught, I think back to my grade school social studies classes, and we're positioned as peacekeepers in the world. But, sometimes I think we're starting to see that there might be some degree of, I guess, inaction on that. And we're starting to see that we might not be fully stepping up in some ways. Maybe I'm wrong, but I
No, I'm not saying they're not stepping up. What I'm saying is, when they are stepping up, it's just not as loud and in the newspapers as a lot of the U.S. engagement is. But they
Yeah.
they are there. And
I was thinking more in
good
terms of things like NATO funding commitments and some of the other things that we've been criticized for in the past, but those are more different trends. But I digress, and thank you for answering my question, and I will drop down and we'll look forward to hearing more. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Natasha.
Natasha, if I could say one thing, though. There is an important criticism, and it's not necessarily about the military. We have a great professional military, really competent, intelligent people. The politicians have not been great at supplying the military with the kit it needs in a timely manner. Our procurement process is a bit of a mess, to say the least. And if you're going to write to your MP, please remind them of that, and remind them that our military deserves the best equipment we can give them, because they're competent, well trained, but they often lack the equipment. And I won't get into all the details, but the procurement system in Canada is an absolute mess. And political meddling has really caused a lot of problems. And so please write to your MP, both for Ukraine and for our military, and make sure that the politicians understand the priority of equipping our military the way it needs to be equipped. The time for dithering is over. We've been underfunded for a long time. I mean, I just even remember, I don't want to get into the details, but if you can have an impact as an individual, write to your MP. That's going to make a difference. So please do so, and make sure it's clear to them that you support Ukraine. You expect your government, your elected representatives, to follow your instructions because they work for you, and that the military deserves to be funded properly.
What about those frigates in Halifax, bloke? There's some funding there.
Just one disaster at a time.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and I think on the procurement front, as we know, we have the former procurement minister now as our Minister of National Defense. For context, I am a government relations consultant in Ottawa, so I've spoken to many politicians and ministers about this very concept, and it's I have some more. Don't want to parse the Canadian politics of it too much, but I 100% concur with you, and I'm looking forward to trying to elevate the profile of Maria aid specifically, because I feel like there isn't as much attention drawn to them yet, and I think it would be really valuable to get that there. So thanks again, and I look forward to listening to more.
Thank you for listening, Natasha. And after you go to Hans, I have a follow-up question for Raver.
Okay, go for it. While you up already? Go for it.
Hey, Raver, about the Leo 2s, there not being enough around in, requiring zero rebuilds. I mean, to me, the Leo 2 would be the best possible option because so many different countries run it. I mean, including ours, it's readily available. And I'm surprised when you said that a lot of them aren't maintained and need to be rebuilt. Could you clarify? I'm just curious.
Okay, so at the end of the Cold War, not very many people used the Leo 2. Since then, however, multiple countries have bought them. Some have let quite a few of them go to pot, like the Leopard 2A4s in Spain, as they've transitioned to even more modern models of the Leo 2s, the 2A5s, the 2A6s, the 2A7s.
Okay,
and so
gotcha.
there's just not that many that are going to be in a 0 mile condition that can go now. They're going to have to go to a depot level rebuild, be taken to 0 mile condition, upgraded, given the new, armor packages, the new optics before they're ready for combat. So it's not going to be a flip a switch and there they are.
What do you think of Georgia's idea of, taking the Leo 1s, the C2s or whatever, and using those?
They still have to go for a 0 mile rebuild at the depot level. And then with the Leo 1s, where are you going to find the parts? I mean, parts haven't been made for 30 years for them. So that's, like I said, I think the most readily available source, if Ukraine could swing it, would be the South Korean K1A1s, because they can take the K1s, which are upgradable like the Abrams, to the A1 standard, and they can do that fairly quickly. And they're already converting all their K1s and K1A1s to the K, or retiring them and bringing in the K2 Black Panthers.
Got it. Okay. Totally interesting. I'll try to read up on that and try to understand what you're saying. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so here's the way we're going to go to the next answer here. Bahram, then Brian, then Dr. Abadel, and then lunchtime. And Yehuda, you got something you want to add before we go? Nope. Okay. Next thing, guys, real quick, if you have had your questions answered, I got people that are trying to request to get up. If you would, after you had your question answered or your comment made, please drop yourself down. I would appreciate it so that we can keep the hands moving. Thank you. All right, Bakram.
Sure. Thank you so much. I'm Iranian American, and what is bothering me are these drones. Two is the government of Iran.
You don't have a drone flying around your head right now, do you?
No, I'm not there.
Oh, okay.
I worked for a defense contractor a while back for Thompson CSF. I'm in defense technology, but I'm in pharmaceutical now. And but I have contacts. What I suggest is to somebody like Ansari, who she is Iranian also. She's a billionaire Iranian. Put a prize for technology that can take these drones out easily and cheaply. We don't have that. It appears might have something, but if they have to deliver very fast, and this is the problem right now. And they're killing. It's a terrorist tool. The other thing is that we have to push that Iran be declared as a terrorist state, so we can go after their agents and assets here. That will hurt them. And I think that on our end, as you know, there is a.
Let me ask you a question. Was there some movement toward that today? Because I
Yeah.
believe they broke the terms of their of the agreement that they made the last round of talks. I believe they broke one part of that agreement, and that was brought up today. Did you happen to hear about that?
Yes, yes, we were actually lobbying heavily to the White House and Congress and Dianne Feinstein, you name it. We've been lobbying, and there, as you know, there are a ton of Iranian billionaires here that they're against the regime, and we successfully lobbied. It's going on in Europe. Revolution happening in Iran, in Kurdistan, in all cities in Iran. There are revolts. We are really taking these people down, and we have to push much harder. We have to focus on what Putin is using, which is using the drone, and we have to focus on that, take them down. On the ground, my guess is that Ukrainians are fighting heroically and very smart, but in the air we have to take them down. So one thing that I'm going to contact Ansari and see if she can help put a prize for a technology, fast technology to be developed that we can take this down with because they use GPS. There is a way to take them down very efficiently. It just have to be made fast and quick so it can help. I don't know. But those prizes actually work very fast and have a response. Also, we lobby to a State Department, we lobby to NSA to cut the negotiations with Iran. I think that has already happened. There are some congressmen, Democrat, Republican, they talk too much, but they don't actually, and they don't have that kind of contact. But we have some Democratic representative senators that they have a direct line to the White House. We are pushing it. Europe was bad, but now they are on board. So we are putting maximum pressure. And I think this is a fight that Iran and Ukraine are fighting together. Thank you so much.
Appreciate that. All right. Brian?
Yes, thank you very much, Daryl. And thank you very much to Bahram, who actually partially answered my question, which is dealing with the current Iranian drone threat. Now, from the little bit that I've been able to read up on it, there may be a rather noisy and slow-moving target, but supposedly, and I don't know if this is true or not, supposedly it's difficult to get a radar contact on them. For those here in the panel who might know, what would be the most effective air defense countermeasures against them at this moment? Quite apart from eventual political measures to put pressure on Iran. I've also been hearing about heavier payload, medium range ballistic missiles, supposedly that Iran is going to be supposedly supplying to the Russians. What is known about them? And is there any way at all, is there any counter battery radar or any other measures to locate where these weapons are being launched from? Thank you.
I think, well, some of them are being launched from Belgrade. Others, I'm not sure, but they do have, I mean, I'm pretty sure that our intelligence gathering services have an idea where they're being launched from. However, they have been able to interdict about 80% of them, so it is working. It's not 100%, but it is working. It's just that the ones that do hit do cause damage. If you can get 100%, then you are that's better than the average. So it's just they are working on it. That's there are things that are out there. The Gephardt is the prime candidate right now for something that could interdict them and hopefully get even greater than 80%. So we would hope so, because the methods they're using now are not designed for that. But the Gephardt is. So let's hope if they can get those in theater and get them on station that they can get much better than that 80%.
Thank you very much, Daryl.
I'm sorry, Dr. Abadel, and then lunchtime. Let's go for it.
Was that me, Daryl?
No, I had the doctor up first and then you.
Okay, cool. Right.
Dr. Abadel. Going once, going twice. Okay, lunchtime, you.
Well, there we go. That's fate. Well, hi, Daryl. Hope you're doing well. So I wanted to try and publicize well. First of all, recently there's been a sort of uptick in anti-Ukrainian sentiment on Twitter and a bit more in the way of online hate, and it's sort of. I wanted to publicize a really good tool developed by Ben B, who's an information activist focused on Ukraine. And I've plugged it at other times on MriyaReport. Just wanted to try and get it to a new audience at a different time. So I'm going to retweet it and it should be the last tweet on my profile. Basically, the tool it's very easy to use. It has a flag for each language that it sort of focuses on. Clicking on the flag basically gets you up a list of tweets that match a set of keywords, which are like, hate words associated with Ukrainian issues. And as I say, you click on the flag, you get a whole bunch of tweets in your language, which you can then sort, or the language you chose rather, which you can then sort easily. And then there's a convenient link to report the tweet. There's the text of the tweet. It's all set out like a spreadsheet. So it's very convenient to use, very simple to use. And it does mean, like, in 10 minutes, you can just click through a bunch of these. And it's a very time effective way for those that, who of us has a lot of disposable time, but for those that are pressed for time, you can just quickly focus on a bunch of these, get them reported, and hopefully try and stem the tide a bit. It is a bit like playing whack-a-mole on Twitter because there's these accounts keep popping up, but I do hope people take a look, and I do hope you find it useful. Thanks very much. That's all, really.
All right, thanks, lunchtime. All right, it's you always bring up some good stuff. You know that, lunchtime. So appreciate.
Oh, thanks, Daryl. That's very kind.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna go to Fusilier and Julia. If you wish to speak, I need you to raise your hand. That way I can recognize you. Otherwise, I think you just requested when you came to the space, and you just want to sit there and listen to my voice call for you, and you don't answer. So, if you want to speak, please raise your hand, and I thank you. Go ahead, Fusilier.
Yeah, hi, Daryl. Look, I just DM'd you a video of something called Phalanx CRAM, which was developed by you guys on the other side of the Pacific to protect.
What do you mean, you people?
I mean the Americans.
I'm just kidding. I was just
Yeah.
just kidding.
Even is a little sensitive today.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Daryl, I didn't call you septics, which is what we call you. So thanks. So you should be thankful.
He's not a septic. He's a Canadian. Come
Just
on.
want to lighten the mood,
Yeah, so Phalanx CRAM was designed to protect base rats.
Ships.
Basically. Yeah, well, no, Phalanx was designed. It's a CWIS system designed to protect ships, but they mated it with some form of sort of advanced counter battery radar. I mean, these were geeks who did this, and as I said, it protected. I think you call them REMPs. We used to call them Ponties. People of no tactical importance who sit behind the wire for. No, I'm joking. They were incredibly good. But they set up these systems which protected fixed sites, which basically mated a maritime Phalanx multi-barrel cannon and a counter battery radar, and they were really effective. I've DM'd you a video of it, Daryl, but you'll see that they're more than.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen them before. Yeah, I've seen them before. They get on something. They can put out the rounds down range.
They really can. I mean, I saw them operate once against in Afghanistan against 105, single launch 105 rockets from that are used in Katyushas, and they were taking those down. They are awesome bits of kit, and I've no reason to doubt that you couldn't put those on around central Kiev or Odessa or somewhere like that. They would be incredibly effective. I just wanted to go back to Raven. After my comment about Challenger earlier on, I was DM'd a long article about the use of, because I'd mentioned Tiger tanks, about the use of the Tiger tank by the Wehrmacht in World War II. And I didn't realise how few Tiger tank battalions there were. There normally were only sort of a couple in use on any front at any time. It was the psychological effect and the fact that the Russians and the British and the Americans literally found it almost impossible to destroy them tank on tank. And the point of this article was saying that effectively, as Raven had said, Challengers in a similar situation, they've only been penetrated twice. One of those was actually a tank under my command, which was penetrated by another Challenger. They are the sort of modern Tiger tank. So I think, one of the points that was made earlier about maybe sending ready stocks of Challengers to Ukraine, on the understanding that the Ukrainians would then buy Challenger 3, I thought that was a great point. And I think, maybe we should look at it almost as sending, battalions of Tigers, sending this psychological weapon as well as this very, very tough, and as I say, the heaviest tank in the Western inventory. It also, it sends a very strong political message. So those were my 2 points, Dal. And as I say, I've sent you a video of the CRAM.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's seeing those things long. I mean, I remember seeing when they first came out, seeing the videos of what they were able to do against targets, and that one right there at night is pretty awesome. But yeah, seeing those things go off, it's and hit targets, because what they would do, they used to fly drones, fly drones toward the ships, and they would have to test the systems out to hit those drones, and they would just rip them to shreds in certain cases, and it was just, and they hear, when you hear it going off, that those auto guns are just, killer.
Pew pew. Hey,
Yeah.
listen, Daryl, I've got a lot of
Yeah, man.
requests, a lot of requests to talk about a topic that I will touch on. I don't know, I haven't done a deep dive in it at all, but just there's part of it that's just a common sense answer, and that is several people have sent me messages of the UK Ministry of Defence being very concerned about reports that up to 30 Royal Air Force pilots, some of them fast air, meaning pew pew fighter jets, and helicopter pilots have been recruited with a meager salary of £240,000, which is like $8 million in Canadian. No, it's a lot. It's probably, I don't know, $600,000 a year. Ostensibly, they were recruited out of South Africa. Maybe they thought they were teaching South Africans stuff, and they were actually recruited by China. And apparently, they're in China. Now, I'll tell you one thing: if this is true, or if it's maybe some, MI6 operation, which I hope it is, But if it's true, you know, the fear is obviously that they want to teach the Chinese want to learn NATO tactics on how to fly, and try to glean whatever they can from their helicopter pilots and these handful. Apparently, I don't know what a British person with a sense of integrity and loyalty and honesty and integrity would ever want to teach communist Chinese pilots how to fight NATO, British and whatnot pilots. I think it's beyond the pale in my mind. And Ministry of Defense spokesperson apparently anonymously said that they're not. You know, we understand that they're not there to train them how to fly planes. That's one thing. This has a lot more to do with actual, tactics. There's something called the Official Secrecies Act in most Commonwealth countries. I'm sure the Americans have a name for it too. And I can almost guarantee that if, in fact, if you hear CJ or myself or other people who have been or are in the military, there's certain things will even on the space, even if it doesn't sound that important, say I'm not really liberty to share those details. There's certain things that are trade secrets. I can't imagine someone thinking it would be all right to in effect open up a manual and teach the Chinese British tactics, Royal Air Force maneuvers, or I don't know what the Air Force does. It would almost be treasonous if you ask me, at least morally. But I'll say this: there is an Official Secrets Act, and I hope if this is true, that these Royal Air Force flying officers are playing a game. Maybe teaching them the wrong things. We do this when this happens, and it's not the right thing. I can't understand how anyone, especially so many, would be disgruntled, because you'd have to be disgruntled. Everyone knows that when you put on that uniform, there are certain secrets depending on your trade and your job, that your position, that you're bound to secrecy for life, really, especially for the interim. This would be bad news. Now, there's no information as to when these individuals served, if it was 30 years ago, if it was 5 years ago. But either way, it's obviously a major concern for the British Ministry of Defense, and the British government has expressed concern. And there are definitely those individuals with information that is secret, top secret classifications are bound to that commitment that they've made. However, I will say this: I'm not a pilot. However, I can't assume that being a pilot is easier than being an infantry officer. I doubt it is, in terms of the courses and the training. I don't think that this would give the Chinese a huge jump. You would assume, if you've seen Top Gun, the movie, totally realistic, I'm sure, these pilots go through years and years and years of training with pilots that sit beside them and train with a cohort, and they spend probably the best years of their lives in their 20s learning this trade and becoming very good at it. So they say that when COVID kicked off in early 2020, late 2019, really, early 2020 is when this began. So aside from little tips here and there, I can't see 30 British pilots training 10,000 Chinese pilots. That'd be best. So I'm not trying to put. I'm not sure it's the end of the world. So there are people mentioning it. I'd like to see a lot more information on it. Again, I don't think that 30 pilots from different types of airframes would really be able to give the Chinese a qualitative edge. It's obviously bad when even one iota of information that might be an official secret in one country, it's bad to get over to the Chinese. But are the regimen where they can train their pilots? Chinese are very much, in my opinion. Yeah. All right, hold on. Can you hear me?
Are you on the road?
I'm on the road.
Are you on the road? Because you'll come in and you'll cut out. Yeah, you'll come in and you'll cut out. Yeah, there you go, cutting in and out.
That's
right
why
there.
I'm doing it. Okay, can anyone else hear me clearly, or is it just Daryl? Fuse the layer. Can you hear me? I broken?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's just that you'll cut it right when you're getting ready to say something. You'll cut out.
Yeah, Lima Charlie, Yehuda. Lima Charlie.
Yeah, so I think it's you, Daryl. I think other people can hear me straight. It's okay. All right. So long story short, I don't, if they have, say, 3 former such and such helicopter pilots and 5 former of this, and I don't see that changing the system of how the Chinese train. But I will say this: the Chinese, and I'll call it, are just as bad as the Russians. I know people will laugh at me. How I can't say they're just as bad. I mean, I suspect they're just as bad. Same thing. They have this, ridiculous ideology that they're the best and they're really good. Truth is, the Chinese lost to the Vietnamese in a quicker period of time than the Americans. The Chinese are not a formidable force. They have a huge amount of people. They do not promote decentralized command. It's very much the same system. They don't want people to be too smart. They rely on mass numbers. The difference between the Chinese and the Russians is that the Chinese actually have those mass numbers. So therein lies the problem. Anyway, I just wanted to address that. I don't know if anyone wants to jump in.
Yehuda, could I just jump in really
Yeah,
quickly?
no worries.
I did a stint of loan service with the Kuwaiti Emiri Guard, and had the misfortune to teach on a number of courses, which was particularly interesting as the students on those courses were from countries which you and I would not normally in our military careers meet. So, Syrian intelligence officers. This was before the Civil War. But I also had a Chinese student, or a couple of Chinese students, on one of my courses. And obviously 4 Chinese officers are not enough of a grouping to determine the military capability of a nation of 1.5 billion. But they were physically some of the weakest individuals I've ever come across. Their physical abilities were those of 10-year-old boys. They were able to make it about 400 meters with a full load at a gentle trot. More importantly, their mental acuity. I recall really clearly having a US officer who ran one of the logistics bases in Kuwait at the time, coming to give a very innocuous brief on force logistics, and he made a comment which I thought was completely innocuous. I actually can't remember what it was about, but it may have been about, I think it was about the South China Sea. And having said not a word throughout the course, made no contribution whatsoever, all 4 Chinese officers jumped to their feet and started shouting at him in broken English about how he was wrong, how everything about his lecture was wrong, how the West knew nothing, and that the Chinese had it made. And I remember thinking, combined with their physical inability, their lack of mental flexibility. I mean, even to listen to an alternative doctrine to the one that they'd been fed, made them, a very, I thought, unformidable potential enemy. And nothing I've seen since has demonstrated to me anything other than the fact that they would probably be worse than the Russians.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree, and again, this might sound like, oh, NATO, Western hyperbole, blah 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 blah. In our battle schools, we do take foreign students all the time, and our instructors, we rotate from our centers of excellence, our infantry schools. You'll have it'll be a British SAS who might be the company commander one year, and the next year it'll be an Australian, and then we will send ours to the UK or Australia or New Zealand, and we have very much similar training regiments, right? It's just the way it's done. But for the most part, I've actually had Russian soldiers again on actually I was on a course with 2 Russians, and for the most part, one was fit, one wasn't. It doesn't really matter. I don't really look at it as, they're supposed to be their best. It's supposed to be, like they're better ones, but they tend to end up being, I suspect, the children of important people. And there's no guarantee what that means. But by and large, I actually haven't trained. I've met Chinese officers, and I found the same thing. I don't. I mean, we didn't really do training, physical training, but their mental acuity and their as you said, their inflexibility was shocking. They really they must believe and drink the Kool-Aid, and it's so bizarre, right? They just don't get it. They're in for a world of hurt if they ever did step up to a professional military. They have the mass, but they also don't have the land to fight it on, right? So they're fighting on. I mean, I heard an American general once give a lecture and something to the effect of someone was talking about how big the Chinese army was, and it was just the weirdest thing because without skipping a beat, he said, "Well, unless the Chinese want to build a pontoon bridge of dead Chinese soldiers all the way to America, I'm not worried about it." Like he goes, I know how they train. It's awful, and it's true. I mean, the Chinese, even with the Chinese in India, with their little border skirmishes, it look like children fighting. It's very bizarre because they so very much believe in the doctrine. They've been fed it from birth that they are don't need to train. I gotta take that call. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, look, I just wanted to very quickly put a health warning on there, Daryl. I suspect Yehuda and I are saying the same thing, but certainly from a personal perspective, my comment about their physicality was their military fitness. I've worked with soldiers of both the same race from Singapore and other Asian nationalities, and indeed the British Army has a brigade of Gurkhas in it, and their physicality was exemplary. I'm sure the same is true of you working with Koreans and stuff like that. So this is not a racial denigration. It's a comment on their training regime and their mental acuity as a military.
No, I understand what you're saying. It's we're speaking military. We're not talking about just physical characteristics of people. You are speaking from a point where you're an educator and you are you have to physically train them. So I understood that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think people sometimes the military we get a reputation for being extremely right wing, and I often say to people in Australia that trust me, in the world that I used to work in, people don't care who you sleep with, what color you are, who you pray to, as long as you're competent. There is no race, religion, or gender. It's all competence.
No, 100%.
And I fully. Yeah, one of the things I was going to say to what you were saying, Yehuda, is in certain positions, if you hold a security clearance here in the States and you decide you want to go to work for somebody overseas, you're going to get a knock at your door. You may even be denied the ability to work for that company or face, penalties and things of that nature. So I'm not sure if the British work the same way, but I know in the States, if you hold a security clearance, you may be denied the ability to fly to certain countries.
They absolutely do.
Well, if you lose your secret clearance, you don't fly. That's it.
Well, no, we're talking about people. We're talking about people who are released for a certain amount of time, right? So they're not in the military, but they
Yehuda, I can speak directly to this about British experience. I left at the age of 49. My reserve responsibility. So not only had I signed the Official Secrets Act, but my reserve liability lasted until I was 55. So that would be exactly the same for a pilot. Even though he's left, he's still on the reserve. The way the British
but
works.
if you remember what I said is that I don't know if these members released 30 years ago or 5 years ago, right? So I'm giving it a caveat there. So if they flew in the 90s, I don't think the British government could do anything about it, even if the platform was a hurricane, right? So in the early 90s. So I'm just saying that there are a lot of questions, but bottom line is, why would they want to do it? Right?
Well, I mean, checking my notes, I mean, like about it being cleared, right? Like, you know, it being cleared, right? Like, you know, this is, you're carrying the, you know,
because I'm sure when he was writing his movies and things that he was doing there, he would have to get cleared. If he was writing books, just like Colonel Spencer would have to get things approved, although he's still in. They all have to get things approved through you know our services before they can be released. And I'm pretty sure it follows the same when you go to work outside of our nation, when you hold these clearances and things. So, did we lose Yehuda? Oh no, he's right there beside me. Hey.
no, I think we're just agreeing that these guys go to jail.
Well, yeah, it depends if they break the Official Secrecies Act, right? So the question is, how would anyone know? So they'd have to be debriefed, right? So it is interesting. They could claim that, hey, we're just, you know, teaching them how to fly a plane, and if they're well out of the service for, it might be 10 years, it might be whatever. There might be nothing that can be done, but you know, I'm sure there are certain top secret, such top secret information on systems that the pilots were trained on that are still relevant, and that would run them afoul of the Official Secrecies Act. So
I mean, look, you know, I was the chief instructor of our infantry battle school at Brecon, but it was a long time ago, 2004, and I can tell you, you know, not that anybody would want me now, but I think from a moral perspective, there are no circumstances and no amount of money which would induce me to teach Russians, Chinese, or anybody else, British or Western, you know, military tactics, techniques, and procedures. Just wouldn't do it. And even though I've been critical of the Royal Air Force on occasion, you know, I am pretty sure that the officers and senior NCOs from that service would be as reluctant to share their experience with potential enemies as any of us would be.
Given. Yep, that's a given, and especially the average pilot has far more experience and training than, say, someone who went to. I'm not poo-pooing the infantry school, but you know, it's one thing to be in, you know, there for, you know, a year and train and be back a battalion, and it's nothing to spend 10 years learning how to fly a fixed-wing aircraft, right? There should be no reason why anyone thought that was a smart idea. I think David wants to jump in.
Oh, not on this conversation. I was just going to circle back to the bit when we were talking about the Chinese forces. Jinge has given a couple of excellent explanations, which really revolve around the pyramid of corruption with people who are in the Chinese forces. They're not joining for the same reasons as us. They're joining for financial reasons. And it goes around with the to do with corruption.
Before we get to that, I want to ask Fusilier. I mean, if you look at the J-20, you know, designed a lot of stolen technology, but a very interesting fact that people aren't aware is that when they fly the J-20s off their Mickey Mouse carrier, they have degraded payload and fuel capacity because they can't. The runway is too short and it angles up, and it's not made for it. This is just an example of what happens when you take the military and you steal technology that's incongruous with like they're taking technologies from so many different places. They don't work together. So I think it's like a Frankenstein military, and I don't think that their training or force generation is any better. So you can point to a million examples of Chinese inefficiency. They like to talk a big game, but they really don't have it. Anyway, I'll leave that open.
No, I would agree as well. I mean, it's often there's a difference between knowing facts and understanding concepts. If you understand the concept, you can make your own correct facts, can't you? If you just know facts and they're wrong, then you're screwed.
Not only that, you have a situation where in NATO, we train constantly with our partners. We war game, whether it's the Royal Navy, American Navy, Air Force. Everyone's training best practices. They have real exercises or validation exercises. The Chinese don't. They have choreographed parades, and so, same with the Russians before the invasion. You saw their videos. We later found out from defectors that was all staged. Chinese don't have that experience. It's really a show army. So I don't know who next.
All right. While we're waiting on Yehuda there to come back, because I think he got busy just that quick. I got Whiskey. Go for it.
Hey, thanks, Daryl. Yeah, a friend of mine sent me a link to a tweet that was mentioning the Royal Air Force pilots, possibly training, being hired by the Chinese. And the reason I came up was just to share an experience that I went through in my career. At the time, I worked for a small energy company that we were developing new technologies, and some of these projects we were doing were for grants for the Department of Energy, and one of them was actually tied into the Department of Defense. But I was the principal mechanical engineer for the company, and we were a civilian private company, but we all had NDAs for the technology that we're developing, but we often collaborated or invited other companies that were working in the same space to come visit our facility and take a look at what we were doing. Either sometimes for a collaborative effort, to share info or what have you. And granted, we didn't share everything. Obviously, a lot of the technology was protected. But in this one case, we were working with a Chinese company, and they sent over a person from the company that was pretty high up. If I recall, I think she was the vice president, but was also one of the head chemists. And at first it was very cordial. We gave them the tour and stuff, but in my experience, this person actually kind of clung on to me and would take me out for lunch or meet up prior to going in for work. Would say, hey, let's grab some breakfast before going in. And I was like, I had to be a representative of the company, so I of course went along. But very shortly thereafter, I was being probed to see if I would actually come work for their company, and high salaries and everything else was offered up. And it's been my experience. This wasn't the first time I've experienced this, but this was kind of the modus operandi that they would go by. And of course, I told them where to shove it, and reported back that this was what their operation was, and they were asked to leave the facility.
Yeah, I know a lot of times, like I work in a lot of new technology in what I do, and a lot of the things that I'm privy to when I'm working in the developmental stages is, you have they bring in companies of like technology, I would say, to sometimes get best practices, you know, to overcome the same, safety issues or something like that. And so, yeah, I'm familiar with what you're saying when they bring other companies in, and yeah, you do have that element that wants to try to recruit, and that's totally out of bounds. And in the case, how that relates to this is that it's the military, more or less, and not a civilian company. These guys are former military. So hopefully, as we find out more, hopefully it's innocuous. But if it's not, then I guess we'll see what Britain does. It would be a very embarrassing moment if these guys are covered under agreements. So let's hope not.
Yeah, and that's an understatement, Daryl. That's exactly how the Chinese get things done. They spend probably per capita some of the lowest numbers in research and development in the world. They spend by far the most on industrial espionage. So their game is to steal stuff. That's how they do it. There's no debate. The Chinese have the equivalent of divisions of people, entire ministries set up, and all they do is actually steal technology. So they figure, why innovate when we can steal? And I'm obviously referring to the Chinese government, not Chinese people, obviously. Chinese people all over the world. But the Chinese government has a dedicated ministry. Obviously, it's not called the Steal Everyone Else's Technology Ministry. I'm sure Jingu would know the name of it. But they do that. They spend billions of dollars. They figure, why do we need to develop and innovate when we can steal from other people because they're stupid? It happens in Canada. It happens all over North. It happens almost everywhere. So, and they do it. Huawei. The reason why everyone ditched Huawei was very simple. They ditched them because on almost all Huawei enterprise products, so things related to servers and the things that in the backbones of the internet, routers, all have spyware on it. The Italians caught them with an enormous shipment of spyware for an Italian governmental purchase. China, they caught them and said, "Hey, stop playing games." Oh, it's a mistake. Oh, sorry. And they supposedly fixed it, sent it back with different spyware on it and different certain things. I'm not going to get into. So it's almost a joke, right? They literally act as if everyone is stupid and they can get away with it. And if they had done that, then the reality is they would have full access to all of those terminals that are set up in the Italian government. So it's not like the China. Right? It's a manual. It's a how to make, but they can't because they don't have the years. When you develop a product, I'm sure the engineers here can tell you, when you develop something, it takes years of understanding. When you tweak something on a program, on some kind of device, a fire control system for artillery, when you tweak it, you're doing it based on these engineers on experience and history. It's like their J20. J20 is a perfect example. They've stolen a lot of composite parts and planning and plans of very good planes, and they put it together in the J20. Then they said, right? All the crap countries get together and they show off, but it's not really training. In addition, as I mentioned, so they bought the aircraft carrier that was supposed to be a casino in Macau. Like everyone thought that was the case. The reason why no one tried to stop it is because it's a piece of crap. It's a piece of junk. So they bought this aircraft carrier. They spent billions. It's total garbage, and now they can't fly the G20s off of it. They didn't even think, hey, maybe there's a reason why runways are certain lengths, and there's a ramp or there's not a ramp. So it just goes to show you that they're a Potemkin village and a half, if you ask me. And now the one thing is, I wouldn't want to get in a land war with them because they got 800 bazillion people. That's a problem. But other than that, I don't really care what they have, right? I mean, they're not a formidable force in that way. They don't have the training. Fusilier, that's pretty cool if you're still here. The fact that he said he was the chief instructor at Brecken, that's pretty awesome. There are standards, And to say that they don't meet the standard would be an understatement. And I think they're pooping their pants. The Chinese are going to take out their anger at their own incompetence on Russia, because the fact that Russia has turned this 3-day, 3-hour tour into 9 years of Gilligan's Island, it's going to show them that if they aren't able to take Taiwan quickly, they're never going to take it, and I think they realize it now. So believe it or not, that's why the Chinese are mad at the Russians, because the Russians now have screwed up the Chinese plan to take Taiwan, because especially now that the nuclear comments are coming out, because there's no one's going to buy it, no one's going to believe it. So it's very interesting. Good points. Do come up, retweet the space. MriyaReport, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're all volunteers. We're not very good, I guess. Me and Daryl. I'm getting a little bit of hate today. I don't know what it's about. We're sorry. We do our best. And we help Maria Aid. We support them, and they support Ukraine financially with getting them things. So if you are able to, please consider. We've got some new things to discuss. We're going to talk about Kherson, a bit of Kharkiv, and a bit of what the Russians are trying to do. And before we do that, though, let's pop on over to Whiskey, and I think Abdullah first. He was waiting a little longer, and Whiskey already spoke. So Abdullah, then Whiskey, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Yehuda. Yeah, you stole some of my thunder, but
I get accused of that a lot, and I'm sorry.
yeah, this is indeed appalling if it's true. I would love to know more about the South African connection, and if this is, and as you said, this could be related to the predicament of the Russian military and the Chinese planning, the eventual military assault on Taiwan. So thank you, Yehuda. Thanks for the information.
No worries. All right, I'm gonna clean up the speakers channel here. That looks like to be a lot of people that are sitting there and they're not really on. So if I remove you, don't take it personal. Just come back up. I can't add anyone, and there's only a very few number of people in the slots. So Fusilier, I try to get you up. I don't know who else is in there, but we'll go to Whiskey in the meantime. So Daryl, I just booted like 4 people because they're inactive, and if they need to come up, please do re-request. Go ahead, Whiskey.
Hey, thanks, Yehuda. I was just going to echo a lot of what you said already. Yeah, just coming from the engineering space, with the Chinese, it's like, why innovate when we can replicate? But as you so eloquently nailed it on the head, if you don't have that what is it, evolution change of evolution of, why was this technology developed? Why did we arrive at this particular design? If you don't understand the natural evolution of that, you can replicate all you want, but you'll never be on the bleeding edge of new technology. And that's what the Chinese lack. They lack that what is it, the creativity, the